Chu Sheng was an utterly ordinary member of the lower class, a simpleton leading a mundane life. Until he was swept by a cosmic particle stream, his body transformed into a genuine superhuman. In the initial throes of his awakening, he wreaked havoc, but soon he sought immediate pleasure, living according to his desires. However, after a brief period of indulgence, troubles began to cascade upon him. It was then that he realized he was not the sole mortal transformed into a superhuman. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Sheng pondered. If that were the case, why not first dominate the earth and then venture into the cosmos? Chapter 1. The Fury of the Working Class. Chu Sheng stood in Director Wang's office. The air conditioning was exceedingly cold, yet his back was soaked through his work uniform. Scattered across the desk were dozens of components, all deemed defective. Director Wang's rotund face had turned a shade akin to a pig's liver, spittle flying as he berated Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, have your eyes grown on your backside? Look at the work you've done. You've disgraced the entire factory. If this batch of goods is shipped out, the factory will be finished. Can you afford the losses? Selling you wouldn't even cover it. Chu Sheng kept his head bowed, his nails digging painfully into his palms. The workshop felt like a steam chamber, with a thermometer glaringly indicating 35 degrees. Sweat stung his eyes, causing them to burn. There was no high temperature allowance, and he was toiling alone, doing the work of 3, yet receiving the wage of but 1. The machines were perpetually in need of adjustment. Just as he finished tuning one, another voice called out, "Chu, new order, urgent." It was a relentless cycle. He scarcely had time to drink water or relieve himself, let alone conduct quality inspections. Producing defective products was merely a matter of time. "Speak up. Have you gone mute?" Director Wang slammed the desk, causing the teacup to jump. Chu Sheng suddenly lifted his head, his eyes reddened. "Director Wang, can you place all the blame on me? The workshop is as hot as a furnace. People are on the verge of heat stroke. What about the high temperature allowance? How many times must I repeat it? I'm working as 3 people. The machines are never fully adjusted. New orders keep coming in one after another, like a death sentence. How can I find time for quality inspections? When quality issues arise, do you not know where the root lies?" The office fell silent in an instant. Director Wang was taken aback. He had not anticipated this quiet individual would dare to retort. A few seconds later, he resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You're rebellious. You're defying me. Not only do you perform poorly, but you also argue? A dog in the factory would perform better than you. Get out. Leave this instant. You are terminated. Salary? Don't even think about it. Compensation won't even cover the losses." Chu Sheng's chest heaved violently. He fixed his gaze on Director Wang's oily visage. In the end, he uttered not a word. With a sudden motion, he turned sharply, flinging the door open. The resounding bang echoed, shaking the doorframe. Without a backward glance, he stormed out, leaving Director Wang's furious shouts in his wake. "Get lost. Useless. Never come back." Chu Sheng returned to his modest rented room in the urban village. A heavy weight settled in his chest. His job was gone. The hard-earned money had vanished as well. Weary, he collapsed onto the hard bed. The ceiling was yellowed, marred by water stains. After a brief rest, he resolved to seek employment elsewhere. As he contemplated this, his phone suddenly rang. It was his girlfriend, Lin Xiaoyu. He took a deep breath before answering. "Hello, Xiaoyu." Chu Sheng. Lin Xiaoyu's tone was icy. "Let's break up." The world around him blurred as his mind buzzed. What? Why? Don't you know?" Lin Xiaoyu scoffed. "You work a shabby factory. What future do you have? Can you even support yourself?" "I'm now with Kevin. He's a prince from an African tribe. His family owns a diamond mine. Do you understand? He treats me well. He just bought me the latest handbag." From the other end of the line, a man's deep laughter resonated, accompanied by affectionate calls of baby. It was in English, laden with a thick accent. Chu Sheng's hands trembled uncontrollably. He yearned to speak, yet his throat felt constricted. The call ended abruptly. The busy tone pierced his ears like a needle. He clutched his phone tightly. The screen dimmed, reflecting his pale, despondent face. The world seemed to crumble around him. He sat in a daze for an extended period. Then, he began to pack his belongings, a few old clothes, a handful of books, a well-worn cup he had used for years. This constituted his entire fortune. That he had to leave this city. Returning home was not an option. His father, that gambling addict, duped into making dubious investments. He had borrowed high-interest loans, squandering the family fortune. In the end, he fled, vanishing without a trace. His mother. Chu Sheng's hand came to a halt as he picked up a yellowed, old photograph. The woman captured within it smiled, gently. She was his mother. Exhausted from years of labor, She had fallen gravely ill, requiring a substantial sum for surgery. Desperate, he worked tirelessly, borrowing money from every possible source, yet it remained insufficient. In the end, his mother grasped his hand, her gaze filled with reluctance, yet imbued with tranquility. Son, do not waste your money. Mother does not feel pain. Her hand grew cold, and the stark white walls of the hospital felt chillingly bright. Chu Sheng clutched the photograph tightly, his knuckles turning white, tears streaming silently down his face, splattering onto the image. He wiped his face with fervor, picked up his worn suitcase, and pushed open the door. As he hurried out of the alley, 3 shadowy figures suddenly emerged, reeking of alcohol and smoke, obstructing his path. Oh, isn't this Chu, the capable one? The leader, a blond man with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a mischievous grin, taunted. Flanking him were 2 others, one burly and the other slender like a reed, both exuding malice. A sense of dread enveloped Chu Sheng. Who are you? Step aside, step aside. The blond man chuckled ominously. Boss Wong has said you're not behaving. Let's teach you a lesson. Well, break a leg, so you have to crawl from now on. Get him. As the blonde's words fell, the burly man lunged at Chu Sheng, his fist as large as a clay pot, crashing into Chu Sheng's abdomen. Ugh! Chu Sheng doubled over in pain, his stomach churning violently. His suitcase fell to the ground as the slender man kicked him painfully behind the knee, causing him to collapse onto the cold tiles, which felt agonizing against his skin. Useless. Is this all you've got? Do you dare provoke Boss Wong? Seeking death. The blonde stepped forward, placing a foot upon Chu Sheng's outstretched hand, grinding down with force, sending sharp agony through him. Bah! A wretched pauper! How dare a lonely wretch provoke the wealthy? Truly foolish, perhaps you should seek help for your brain. The slender man jeered, his words laced with vulgarity as fists and feet rained down upon Chu Sheng, striking his head, back, and legs. Chu Sheng curled up on the ground, shielding. His head, the excruciating pain rendered him momentarily blind. In his ears echoed the venomous curses and maniacal laughter of thugs. Strike him, beat him to a pulp, ruin him, break his legs. Boss Wong will reward 3,000. And then tonight, we can go to the bathhouse and pick out some lovely ones. Ha ha ha. Despair enveloped him, a frigid despondency coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent, more piercing than the agony that racked his body. He had lost his job, his money, his home. His beloved had betrayed him. He had even lost his last refuge. Now he must endure such humiliation, beaten like a stray dog. The visage of his mother on her deathbed, the silhouette of his father disappearing, Lin Xiaoyu's indifferent voice, Director Wang's grotesquely fat face, and the contorted smiles. Of the thugs, all the suffering, all the humiliation, erupted in a cataclysmic moment. Why? By what right? What wrong had he committed? All he desired was to live peacefully. Why did everything conspire to drive him to despair? A tide of immense hatred surged from the deepest recesses of his heart, erupting like a volcano. Chapter 2. Transcending the cocoon. With every ounce of strength, Chu Sheng emitted a beastly roar. Within that cry resided boundless rage, an unyielding spirit, and a frenzied desire to annihilate all. Just as his roar reached its zenith, at the moment when his consciousness was engulfed by infinite darkness and hatred, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The pitch-black night sky was abruptly torn asunder by an indescribable radiance. It was neither lightning nor aurora. This light was pure, magnificent, overwhelming. It seemed as if the very will of the universe descended, forcibly rending the profound night into daylight. As bright as midday, in an instant, the entire city was consumed by this terrifying white light. Countless souls, roused from slumber, gazed out their windows in sheer terror, dumbfounded, believing the apocalypse had arrived. This luminescence lasted but a fleeting moment, so swift it seemed like a mere illusion. Darkness reclaimed its dominion, yet following the lighting invisible force, yet immense to an unimaginable degree, flows like the breath of the cosmos, silently sweeping across the entire earth, piercing through skyscrapers, traversing the land, cutting through oceans, touching every slumbering or awakened life. The vast majority remain unaware, only feeling an inexplicable flutter in their hearts, or a fleeting moment of disorientation. Only one person stands apart, crouched in the cold, filthy corner of a corridor, drenched in despair and hatred. Chu Sheng. When that intangible energy wave passed through his body, a transformation ensued. The energy did not flow through him as it did with others, but rather found its sole sanctuary, rushing in wildly, surging fiercely, infusing every cell within him, every nerve, every minute particle. Ugh! Chu Sheng abruptly straightened his body, his eyes widening in astonishment. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if a blinding flame was ablaze, not an illusion. An ineffable, terrifying power exploded within him, like a dormant volcano awakening after eons, like a parched riverbed welcoming a torrential flood. His blood boiled, his bones thundered, his muscle fibers restructured and strengthened in a frenzy, an inexhaustible sense of power, as if it were about to burst through his skin, to tear apart his body. An unprecedented sense of control emerged. He could hear the sound of mice gnawing below, see the shapes of the quarrel between the couple next door, feel the subtle tremors. Deep within the earth beneath his feet, the entire world, in his perception, became astonishingly clear, exceedingly slow, incredibly fragile. Three thugs, stunned by the earlier celestial phenomenon, paused their assault. The blonde one shook his head, thinking perhaps he was just seeing things due to intoxication. What the hell was that just now? Who cares? Let's take care of this kid first. He noticed Chu Sheng's bizarre rigidity. Assuming he'd been rendered senseless, grinning maliciously, he drew a metal baton from his waistband. With a sharp click, he swung it open, the metallic shaft gleaming ominously. Kid, remember to keep your eyes open in your next life. He raised the baton high, with all his might, aiming for Chu Sheng's curled right knee. With a resounding crash, the blow descended. Should it land with full force, the bones would undoubtedly be shattered. In that fleeting moment, as the baton whistled through the air, a hand, caked in dust and blood, emerged with astonishing speed, so swift that it transcended the limits of the retina's perception. As if conjured from thin air, it seized the descending baton with unwavering certainty, firm and immovable, as if grasping a mere wisp of straw. What? The yellow-haired boy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He felt as though he had struck a mountain forged of steel. The recoil sent a searing pain through his palm. At the other end of the baton, the hand's owner was none other than the recently weakened Chu Sheng. He slowly lifted his head, his face marred with blood, yet his eyes, cold, profound, burned with an otherworldly light. There was no anger, no pain, only an indifferent gaze, as though surveying mere ants below. You, the yellow-haired boy, was struck with terror. He attempted to withdraw the baton, but it felt as if it were welded to the other's grip. Unyielding. A monster. He's a monster. The scrawny one shrieked. The burly thug, his face a mask of astonishment, instinctively swung his fist toward Chu Sheng's head. The punch sliced through the air, aiming directly for the temple. Chu Sheng did not even turn his head. With a casual motion, he swatted out his other hand, as if merely brushing away a fly. Bang! A dull thud echoed, like a heavy hammer striking a sandbag. The burly thug, a robust figure nearing 200 pounds, was struck as if by a speeding truck. His body erupted in a geyser of blood, soaring through the air before crashing against the concrete wall several meters away. Boom! The wall seemed to tremble, dust and plaster cascading down. The thug collapsed like a rag doll, his chest indented with a horrific handprint, eyes bulging. As he coughed up blood mixed with fragments of his insides, he uttered not a sound, breath leaving him entirely. He was dead, beyond the point of no return. Time appeared to freeze. The corridor enveloped in a deathly silence. The sinister grins on the faces of the yellow-haired boy and the scrawny one were frozen, transmuting into an abyss of fear. They gazed upon the contorted body of their companion, then turned to observe Chu Sheng, who was slowly rising to his feet. His figure was not particularly imposing, however. At that moment, he exuded a terrifying pressure akin to that of a primordial beast. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the narrow space, suffocating them as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their blood nearly freezing in their veins. Monster! A monster! The gaunt figure was the first to break down, shrieking as he turned to flee. Think you can escape? Chu Sheng's voice resonated, cold and devoid of any inflection, reminiscent of the whispers of death. Without even glancing, he casually kicked an abandoned soda can on the ground. The motion appeared almost weightless. With a swift whoosh, the can transformed into a blurred shadow, tearing through the air and emitting a piercing shriek. It struck with unerring accuracy against the back of the gaunt figure's head. The sound was akin to a watermelon exploding red, and white matter mingled with twisted metal fragments erupted violently. The gaunt figure's body, once in motion, instantly stiffened before collapsing limply to the ground, his head reduced to a mere fragment, a sight too gruesome to behold. In a mere 2 seconds, 2 companions had met their grim fate. The yellow-haired one was utterly terrified, his trousers soaked through in an instant, a foul odor wafting through the air. His legs trembled uncontrollably, robbing him of the strength to escape. "Please spare me. Big brother, grandfather, deity, it was Fat Wong. Vong Difa. He paid us to come here. It's not my fault. Please, I beg you. Spare me." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he knelt, desperately banging his head against the cold ground, a dull thud resounding. Soon enough, it became a gruesome mess. Chu Sheng looked down at the yellow-haired one, writhing like a maggot beneath his feet, his gaze unwavering. The devastating power he had just unleashed felt as though it had merely crushed 2 insignificant insects. The immense force coursing through him made it abundantly clear that he was no longer a mere mortal, that a new perspective, one that transcended all beings, was beginning to take shape within him. He slowly lifted his foot, the motion deliberate yet imbued with immense strength, and aimed to stomp down on the yellow-haired one's right knee. No. The yellow-haired one let out a desperate wail. Crack! A sound so jarring, it induces a grimace. A resounding explosion reverberates through the silent alley, louder than the most thunderous firecracker. The right knee of the yellow-haired man, along with the cement beneath, is crushed beneath Chu Sheng's foot like a biscuit ground by a tent of sand and press. In an instant, it shatters. Bones and flesh are blended, exploding into a pulpy mess. Deeply embedded into the fractured tiles, that leg, from the knee downward, vanished entirely. An indescribable agony elicits a wretched howl from the yellow-haired man. His body convulses violently, eyes rolling back, and he faints from the sheer pain. That a large pool of filth, a mix of blood and excrement, rapidly spreads beneath him. Chu Sheng retracts his foot, the sole smeared with remnants of flesh and bone. His expression remains impassive, his gaze sweeping over the gruesome scene in the corridor. 3 bodies, 2 dead, 1 incapacitated. That a pungent scent of blood fills the air. He feels no fear, no disgust, only a profound tranquility and a nascent indifference towards the power of life and death. This strength arrived so suddenly, so violently, transforming everything within him. He is no longer the bullied Chu Sheng. He looks down, observing his bloodstained hands, feeling the cataclysmic power surging within him. A singular thought emerges with clarity. Wong Defa, it is your turn. A cold, sinister smile creeps upon his lips, like the smile of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 3. The moment of reckoning. Chu Sheng stands in the dim corridor, thick with the stench of blood, not far from the twisted remnants of 3 lowlifes. He gazes down at his hands, marred with filth and dark crimson stains, the lines of his palms obscured. There is no fear, no disgust. Instead, a chilling sense of rebirth surges within him, as if shedding a heavy, old shell. The power coursing through him awakens like a volcano that has slumbered for eons. Beneath a calm facade lies a terrifying force capable of rending steel. Each heartbeat resonates like a drum, heralding the end of an era. He moves. Chu Sheng's body was as light as a feather, seemingly defying the laws of physics, as he floated silently into the night. Outside lay the city, cloaked in darkness, where the neon lights flickered and intertwined in the distance, resembling a flowing river of vibrant colors. Sparse traffic created luminous trails along the streets. Suspended in the cold night sky, Chu Sheng's tattered garments rustled violently in the fierce wind, reminiscent of a tattered flag. He closed his eyes, channeling an extraordinary mental resolve that transcended the ordinary. That a novel perception surged forth, akin to invisible radar waves, radiating from him and swiftly enveloping the bustling district. Countless sounds and subtle breaths surged into his consciousness like a tide, each one discerned and localized with clarity. The roar of car engines, whispered secrets of couples at street corners, the slurred curses of a drunken man, and even the faint rustling of rats gnawing at refuse in the depths of the sewers became as vivid as if they were echoing in his ears. The hum resonated in his mind. He rapidly filtered through the overwhelming stream of information, purposefully searching for the haunting scent of greed and malice that lingered in the air. Wong Defa, that corpulent, greasy man, resembling a molting white pig, found him, not far away at the glaringly ostentatious Golden Bay bathhouse near the factory district. On the top floor, in the most luxurious imperial suite, Wong Defa was luxuriating in a massive massage tub, reveling in the pleasures of his sins. Chu Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing momentarily within them. In an instant, his form transformed into a near-invisible shadow, tearing through the heavy night as he sped toward his target. His speed was such that faint afterimages trailed behind him. A distance of several kilometers was traversed in mere breaths. At the top of Golden Bay, in the Imperial Suite, steam rose from the vast massage tub, the air thick with the mingled, cloying scent of cheap perfume and tobacco. Wang Defa's corpulent form was fully submerged in the warm water, his relaxed flesh rippling with the waves, resembling a pig wallowing in mud. He squinted his eyes, humming a tuneless melody with a look of utter satisfaction. Nearby, two young female attendants, clad in scanty attire, vigorously kneaded his broad shoulders, their faces adorned with practiced smiles. "Boss Wang, is the pressure okay?" One of them inquired sweetly, her fingers pressing into his fleshy neck and shoulders. Not bad. Apply a bit more pressure." Wang Defa grunted contentedly, emitting a satisfied rumble from his throat. Yet, in his mind, he was preoccupied with another figure. Chu Sheng. A cruel and gleeful smile involuntarily crept across his lips, as if he had already savored the sweetness of revenge. Humph! That little wretch must be writhing in agony now, perhaps with a broken leg. How dare he retort against me? Pure folly, he reveled in the thought, vividly conjuring an image of Chu Sheng, like a mortally wounded stray dog, curled up in a filthy corridor, howling in torment. Spending 3,000 for a leg of his, truly worth it. A twisted pleasure surged through him, amplifying his sense of satisfaction. An ungrateful scoundrel. He deserves this fate, he muttered to himself, casually seizing a bottle of red wine from the ice bucket nearby and guzzling it greedily. The crimson liquid cascaded down his ample chin, dripping into the murky bathwater, diffusing a striking red, reminiscent of freshly congealed blood. That moment, a deafening roar erupted. The heavy, gaudily gilded wooden door of the private room was struck as if by an invisible battering ram. The lock, along with a huge section of the door, exploded inward, splintering into fragments. Wood shavings and metal shards shot into the room like a torrential downpour. The blinding light from the corridor penetrated through the gaping hole, instantly dispelling the dim, ambiguous ambience within the chamber. But a figure emerged, as though summoned from the depths of hell, standing at the center of the shattered opening, eclipsing all light in Wang Defa's sight. This figure was not imposing, even appearing somewhat frail and disheveled. The work uniform was tattered and stained with dust and deep brown, dry blood. The face bore scratches and traces of coagulated blood. However, what truly froze Wang Defa's soul was the gaze emanating from those eyes, cold and profound, akin to an ancient glacier. They resembled the abyss of an infinite universe, devoid of any human emotion, leaving only a chilling indifference that sent shivers down the spine. In that moment, those eyes were fixated on the corpulent figure in the bathtub, their stare piercing like tangible icicles, inflicting excruciating pain upon Wang Defa. His erratic humming was abruptly severed, as if cut by an unseen scissor, falling silent in an instant. The expression of smug satisfaction, laced with cruelty, on his face shattered like a cheap mask, ultimately replaced by an indescribable, primal terror that surged from the depths of his being. The wine he had just consumed erupted from his gaping mouth with a puff, mingling with gastric juices and fearful saliva, spraying forth like a fountain. Violent coughs clawed at his throat and ample chest, leaving him floundering in the bathtub like a fish out of water, splashes cascading around him. The two female technicians emitted ear-piercing, heart-wrenching screams. The alluring smiles that once graced their faces had long since vanished, leaving behind an abyss of unrelenting terror. Like two frightened quails, they clung desperately to one another, huddled in the corner of the bathtub, their bodies trembling violently as if sifting through flour, their teeth chattering, unable to utter a single coherent word. Chu Sheng. Wang Defa's voice had undergone a complete transformation, becoming sharp and hoarse, laden with disbelief and an all-consuming dread, as if his vocal cords had been mercilessly rasped by sandpaper. His bloodshot eyes seemed on the verge of bulging from their sockets, fixated on the apparition that had materialized at the doorway, resembling a specter of the night. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the tattered work uniform of Chu Sheng, marred by large patches of deep brown stains. This was not Chu Sheng's blood. It was the blood of others, a great deal of it. Chapter 4. Slaying the abomination. The acrid scent of rust permeated the air, almost palpable. An irresistible chill surged from the soles of Wang Defa's feet, akin to a cold serpent that slithered up his spine, racing to his very crown and numbing his mind. Why you? How could you be here? Wang Defa stammered, his lips quivering, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by terror, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Where are the others? Where are Huang Mao and the rest? He found it inconceivable and incomprehensible. 3 brutish thugs he had hired to deal with the normally docile and diligent Chu Sheng. This should have been an utterly foolproof endeavor. A mere formality. How could Chu Sheng possibly stand there unscathed? Where were Huang Mao and the others? Chu Sheng offered no reply. Not even a single syllable escaped his lips. He merely advanced silently, stepping through the doorway he had violently shattered, entering the opulent yet sinister private room that reeked of decadence and vice. His footsteps were light, almost soundless upon the thick carpet. However, each step felt as though it crushed Wang Defa's wildly racing heart beneath it. Heavy, suffocating. Fear coiled around Wang Defa's entire being like countless cold, slick serpents, tightening their grip until he could scarcely breathe. His corpulent body trembled uncontrollably in the warm bath water, sending ripples of chaotic disturbance across its surface. What do you want? I warn you, don't act recklessly. Wang Defa summoned all his strength, his voice hoarse and desperate, akin to a cornered beast's frantic roar, attempting to dispel the terror within through sheer volume. Security, security, someone please. His voice pierced the air, sharp and grating, filled with the anguish of despair, echoing throughout the lavish chamber. Yet, the soundproofing of the room was remarkably effective. Outside, the corridor remained vibrant with revelry, faint music and laughter drifting in from other rooms, leaving the horrifying scene unfolding within the imperial suite unnoticed. Chu Sheng walked purposefully to the edge of the massive bathtub, pausing momentarily. He loomed above, like a deity observing mere ants, his frigid gaze penetrating the rising steam, settling upon the quivering, terrified bulk curled within the water. There was no fury, no hatred in his eyes, only a profound, bone-deep indifference, as though he were gazing not at a human being, but at a foul bag of refuse in dire need of disposal. Wang Defa. At last, Chu Sheng spoke, his tone eerily calm, devoid of any inflection, yet imbued with a chilling metallic quality, each syllable striking Wang Defa's eardrums like ice picks, piercing his fragile soul. You wish to dismiss me? Chu Sheng's voice resonated like a cold judgment. Are you refusing to pay? The second question fell like a hammer, draining all color from Wang Defa's face, leaving his lips trembling and unable to utter a word. You are seeking thugs to break my legs? The third statement struck his heart with the force of a sledgehammer, his corpulent body trembling in the water like a leaf in the wind, causing the water to ripple violently. Chu Sheng's gaze fixed upon Wang Defa's eyes, which were filled with terror, despair, and a plea for mercy. His final words resonated like a death knell. These debts must be settled. No, it has nothing to do with me. I swear it's not my fault. Wang Defa completely broke down, tears streaming down his face, mingling with the sweat and bathwater, rendering him a pitiful sight. He resembled a frightened, bloated pig, desperately attempting to submerge his massive body in the water, creating even greater splashes as he incoherently cried out. It's the boss. It's the costs imposed from above. I am powerless. I'm just a worker. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. Overwhelmed by an immense fear that consumed his last vestiges of reason, he clutched at a final lifeline. Money. I will give you money. Double. No, 10-fold. 20-fold. I will give you all my money. Everything. Just let me go. Please. He flailed his short, pudgy arms, struggling futilely in the water, his eyes glazed over, filled with an ultimate dread of death. However, Chu Sheng's cold, unyielding eyes, devoid of any human emotion, made it painfully clear to him a brutal truth. Any plea for mercy was in vain. Chu Sheng's gaze remained as frigid as ancient ice, without a hint of emotion. Then, a chilling spectacle unfolded. Without warning, 2 piercing beams of red light ignited from his eyes, resembling the searing glow of a branding iron. The radiance was so intense and pure, as if it harbored the very temperature of the sun's core. With a swift motion, 2 slender, yet intensely concentrated beams of scorching red light shot forth from his crimson eyes, surpassing the limits of retinal capture in their rapidity. The air was instantly scorched and ionized, producing a faint yet spine-tingling crackle. The beams were remarkably precise, without any deviation, akin to the most refined surgical laser, instantly piercing Wang Defa's mouth, which had gaped open in sheer terror, penetrating his thick lips, tongue, and upper jaw, ultimately erupting from the back of his skull in a violent spray of vaporized blood and shattered bone. A charred, circular hole, exuding a pungent odor of burnt protein. appeared just below Wang Defa's forehead, perfectly transparent from front to back. The complex expression of fear, despair, and pleading on Wang Defa's face instantly froze, resembling the most poorly crafted wax figure. The last flicker of light in his eyes quickly extinguished, leaving only a hollow void of silence. The corpulent body, devoid of all bone, slumped languidly and lifelessly backward, crashing heavily into the warm water of the bathtub with a dull splash. Scarlet blood gushed forth like an overturned paint bucket, pouring from the fatal cavity in his forehead and the massive penetrating wound at the back of his head, rapidly diffusing into the murky water of the tub, creating a strikingly vivid and eerie crimson that expanded relentlessly, mingling indistinguishably with the red wine spilled moments before. The private room fell into an oppressive, deathly silence, with only the central air conditioning persistently emitting a faint and monotonous sound of airflow, further accentuating the horror of this stillness. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, the acrid odor of charred protein, and the noxious stench of cheap perfume mingled with excrement from the bathtub, creating a nauseating atmosphere of death. Chu Sheng's expression remained unchanged throughout the ordeal, devoid of the anticipated satisfaction and release following successful vengeance, absent of the fear or discomfort typically accompanying murder, and not a trace of emotion rippled across his countenance. There was only a profound, bottomless coldness akin to the glaciers of the polar regions, and within that indifference, a vague sense of emptiness quietly spread, as if what he had just done was not the termination of a vibrant, albeit sinful, life, but merely the casual disposal of a bag of foul, bothersome refuse. Chu Sheng's gaze flickered slightly, as though emerging from a frigid reverie. He did not cast another glance at the bloated corpse soaking in the bloodied water of the bathtub or the two women who had long since fainted in terror. With a barely perceptible shift of his form, he vanished like a specter through the gaping hole in the private room, instantly melding into the dense night outside, without disturbing a soul, not even stirring the air. In the next moment, he found himself deep within a narrow, dim, damp alley, cluttered with refuse, several blocks away. The chilly night breeze carried the city's characteristic blend of exhaust fumes and distant culinary aromas. Simultaneously, it brought the increasingly clear and jarring sound of sirens from the direction of Jinhai Bay. The flashing red and blue lights, even from several streets away, cast their shifting reflections between the buildings. At that moment, chaos must have reigned supreme at Jinhai Bay, with sirens wailing, crowds in uproar, and panic spreading. Yet, for Chu Sheng, suspended in the shadows of the alley, these disturbances held no significance. He was indifferent. The clamor of the mundane world, its rules and fears, seemed to drift infinitely far from him. Lowering his head, he spread his palm, observing his hands, still pristine in the darkness, yet brimming with the power capable of shaking the very stars. He felt the energy within him surge like a vast, rushing galaxy. A novel and profound sense of solitude, transcending all beings, quietly burgeons alongside an unfathomable indifference. Chapter 5. The Judge Chu Sheng hovered above the frigid night sky of the city. Beneath him lay a brilliant galaxy woven from the lights of countless homes. Far below, the piercing wail of police sirens resembled the faint buzzing of bees, while red and blue lights flickered near Golden Bay, akin to a chaotic wound. He was acutely aware that the authorities were in pursuit of him, seeking justice for the cold body of Wang Defa. In the distance, a glimmer of weak reflection flickered from a high-rise window. A passerby, trembling, aimed their phone camera at the indistinct shadow in the night sky. Chu Sheng could even hear the heavy breaths of that individual and the sound of fingers sliding across the screen to magnify the focus. He had become an urban legend captured through someone else's lens. Where to go? A profound sense of confusion enveloped Chu Sheng. He had taken a life, albeit that of a despicable person, yet the law would not acknowledge such a justification. He was now an outlaw, homeless and with no recourse. Like a meteor that had veered off its path, uncertain of where it would fall. An overwhelming void and solitude gripped him tightly. He closed his eyes, attempting to shut out the chaotic world, but to no avail. His heightened senses surged like an uncontrollable flood, forcefully inundating his mind. The sounds, sights, and scents of the city were vividly apparent, impossible to mask. In an old neighborhood in the West City, a weary middle-aged man pushed open the door to his home. "Back already?" came the equally fatigued voice of his wife from the kitchen. "Yes, utterly exhausted." The man removed his oil-stained coat and tossed it carelessly onto the worn sofa. "Dinner's warming in the pot. Finish your meal, and then wash up for bed." There were no superfluous pleasantries, only the monotony of daily life. The man silently consumed his meal while the television droned on with banal advertisements. Chu Sheng observed, feeling a numbing sense of stability, yet it was not his path. Near the university town, in a rented room, a disheveled young man downed half a can of Red Bull in one go, his eyes fixated on the glowing computer screen, the keyboard clattering under his frantic strikes. Go. Cut to the back line. Where's the mage? Damn it. Can we really lose this round? The furious shouts and complaints of his teammates blared through his headphones. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirit was unusually exhilarated. All night. I must reach the pinnacle. Chu Sheng listened to the intense game sounds and the rapid heartbeat of the young man, sensing a futile expenditure of energy. In the back alley of a secondary school, several girls clad in altered uniforms surrounded a trembling, bespectacled girl. You dared to tell the teacher. How shameless. The sharp sound of a slap echoed, instantly reddening the glasses girl's face. Strip. Then take a picture of her. Post it on social media. Make her famous. Amidst the cacophony of derisive laughter, the blinding flash of a mobile phone illuminated the scene, drowning out the desperate sobs of a bespectacled girl. Chu Sheng's brows furrowed deeply, a wave of intense revulsion surging within him. These scoundrels truly deserve their fate. His fingers twitched slightly, yet ultimately, he remained motionless. In the heart of the city, within an opulent club, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed a dazzling riverscape, while the private room was shrouded in swirling smoke. A corpulent real estate mogul, his face aglow, patted a portly middle-aged man with prominent features. Directorly, a pleasure to collaborate. Those 3 plots of land. Secured. A mere token of appreciation. A hefty briefcase was pushed beneath the table. The official smiled with restrained decorum, taking a sip of the amber liquid in his glass. Mr. Wang, you flatter me. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chu Sheng gazed at the bundles of cash within the briefcase and then at his own empty pockets. An uncontrollable blaze of jealousy raged within him. Why? Why should they, with mere words, claim wealth that ordinary people toil a lifetime to earn? Where did their riches originate? After a while, in the lavish private room, the portly middle-aged man had shed his serious jacket, his tie askew. A broad grin plastered across his face as he embraced several young women clad in various outfits, made costumes, sailor suits, an array of styles. Directorly, have another drink. Your singing was delightful. The girls flattered him, urging him to drink. The middle-aged man appeared quite intimate with them. Ha! Excellent. Drink. Whoever serves me well tonight will become my ambassador next month. It's hers. Chu Sheng's extraordinary vision pierced through the walls, capturing this sordid spectacle in its entirety. Why? Why is it that those in power can trample upon the rules so brazenly, indulging their whims unchecked? Greed, corruption, an utter lack of boundaries. These parasites, these maggots feeding off the lifeblood of ordinary people. Wang Defa pales in comparison to them. Why? Suddenly, Chu Sheng's eyes flew open, a crimson glow flickering wildly in the depths of his pupils, akin to a repressed volcano. Why? He unleashed a silent roar towards the heavens, the intense sound waves reverberating through the clouds, yet no one could hear. He hovered in the night sky, gazing down upon this city, resplendent yet tainted. His chest ablaze with fury, mingled with jealousy, greed, and a loathing for injustice, obliterating the last vestiges of confusion and emptiness within him. Law? Order? Merely shackles binding the weak. He possessed a power formidable enough to shatter all constraints. Given the world's inherent injustice and the impunity of the wicked, it was he who would serve as the judge. He would be the one to cleanse. His first target, the real estate mogul, Mr. Wang, who had just accepted illicit funds, was seen escorting a girl resembling a white-haired cat girl out of the club, heading towards his opulent stretch limousine. The driver respectfully opened the car door. Mr. Wang, take it slow. Before the driver could finish, a crimson beam, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell, descended from the heavens. It struck with precision and silence, piercing through Mr. Wang's gleaming forehead. A charred hole, transparent from front to back. The lewd smile on Mr. Wang's face instantly froze. His corpulent body collapsed onto the cold marble floor like a heavy sack of refuse. A thud echoing through the air. Warm blood and brain matter slowly oozed out, staining the girl's pristine high heels. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the night, causing the driver and the girl to crumple to the ground, paralyzed with terror. The second target, Director Lee, flanked by bodyguards, had just settled into a modest black sedan. As the vehicle merged into the flow of traffic, Director Lee reclined comfortably in the back seat, his face glistening with satisfaction as he reminisced about recent indulgences, a smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. The entire car was crushed as if by an invisible giant hand, instantly transforming into a burning, twisted hulk of metal. The violent blast hurled surrounding vehicles into the air. Flames soared skyward. Dense smoke billowed forth. All within, including the bodyguards and driver, were vaporized in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The shrill wail of sirens resonated throughout the street. Traffic ground to a halt. People fled in panic, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The third target, a fourth figure, Chu Sheng, darted through the night sky of the city like a vengeful specter. With infrared precision, he ignited one target after another. Those he overheard and observed. Wealthy individuals engaging in sordid dealings, officials abusing their power to oppress the weak, and conspirators plotting grander schemes, met death in the most direct and violent manner. Without warning, defenseless and bewildered, panic spread like a plague among certain strata of the city's populace. At the Public Security Bureau, the command center was ablaze with light, the atmosphere heavy with tension akin to lead. On the colossal electronic screen, several locations were distinctly marked: the Jinhai Bay bathhouse, the entrance of the top-tier club, and the explosive street. Report: the deceased Wang Defa was found on the top floor of Jinhai Bay, with the cause of death confirmed as a high-temperature ray penetrating through his body, wielded by an unknown weapon. Report: Wang Haitao, the owner of Hanyuan Real Estate, was murdered at the entrance of the Imperial Club, similarly struck by a high-temperature ray that pierced his skull. The method is consistent. Report: a ferocious explosion occurred on the main road of the Western District, obliterating vehicles entirely. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the remains of Li Guoming, deputy director of the Planning Bureau, and his entourage were found within the vehicle, their remains utterly disintegrated. The cause of the explosion remains undetermined, with no traces of explosives. Report: Zhang Difeng, chairman of the Dingfeng Group in the eastern part of the city, was slain in the study of his private villa, with the walls of the study melted through by a high-temperature ray, resulting in a swift demise. Each dreadful announcement struck the hearts of the leaders like a sledgehammer. Cold sweat trickled down their temples. The director slammed his fist onto the control panel, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse and tinged with an imperceptible tremor. A serial killer. Extremely dangerous. Possessing unknown high-tech weaponry. Or perhaps they are not human at all. The targets are clearly defined: affluent individuals and high-ranking officials. This is premeditated. A blatant provocation. A massacre. He inhaled deeply, nearly shouting, "Immediately. Right now? Activate the highest-level emergency response plan. Mobilize all police forces across the city. Cancel all leaves. Armed police and special forces. All on standby. Contact the military region. Request special support. Seal off all major thoroughfares. Intensify aerial patrols. Investigate. Employ all means necessary. Dig 3 feet into the ground. We must unearth this lawless judge." The entire command center erupted like oil heated in boiling water. The ringing of phones, the clattering of keyboards, and the urgent commands merged into a cacophony of panic. Everyone realized that an unprecedented, terrifying presence had emerged from the shadows, and they were left in utter uncertainty as to whether their adversary was human or ghostly. Chu Sheng hovered atop the tallest building in the city, the chilling wind whipping through the tattered edges of his garments. He gazed indifferently at the chaotic city below, where police lights flickered like frantic fireflies. Chapter 6. No words to speak. Cold raindrops pelted down upon Chu Sheng as he hung precariously at the edge of the city's highest rooftop, his drenched, tattered clothing clinging to his skin. Rainwater streamed down his cheeks, and beneath him lay a tumultuous city, the red and blue lights of police vehicles blending together in the downpour. Having just eliminated a few top-tier nuisances, he was left with an aching void once that fervor dissipated. The thought echoed in his mind: endless. The city's trivial matters seemed insurmountable, let alone the vast world beyond, where the scoundrels hidden in higher echelons were as numerous as ants in a colony. His strength could rend iron and penetrate walls, yet against this thoroughly decayed society, he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. Confusion enveloped him like icy water, tightening its grip around his heart. He sighed, his voice mingling with the rain, fading into nothingness. Raising his gaze, the rain cascaded into his eyes, yet it could not deter him from peering into the distance. A thought gradually illuminated his mind. He was no savior, incapable of remedying the world's myriad woes. Suddenly, a face flashed before him: Lin Xiaoyu. When his mother passed away, he fell into a frozen abyss, and it was Lin Xiaoyu who pulled him out. Her laughter was pure, reminiscent of a radiant sun. Over the years, he had scrimped and saved, sending her money, believing he was securing her a better life. And what was the result? Merely a cash dispenser? A surge of fury ignited from the soles of his feet, scorching its way to the crown of his head. It could not end like this. With a flicker of resolve, his instincts radiated outward like radar, swiftly pinpointing a luxurious international student apartment near the university town. A shadow flickered, merging with the rain like a wisp of smoke, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself suspended outside a floor-to-ceiling window glowing with a pink hue. Rainwater streamed down the glass, yet it did not obscure his vision. The scene within was akin to a searing branding iron, sizzling as it seared into his retinas, embedding itself deep within his very bones. The imagery was grotesque, exaggerated, and utterly shameless. A resounding buzz filled Chu Sheng's mind. The fleeting confusion and the fragile calm he had just grasped were incinerated by the repulsive sight before him. Slow to warm up? Cherish? Pure? Not even allowing a touch? Nonsense. It was all utter nonsense. It was not about being slow to warm up, nor about cherishing or purity. It was simply because he, Chu Sheng, lacked connections, lacked a powerful background, lacked that veneer of intimidation. Before this Kevin, Lin Xiaoyu could degrade herself to such depths. To be the shameless, a wretched spawn. A thunderous roar erupted from his chest. His eyes instantly turned as red as smoldering coals. Crash! The seemingly sturdy floor-to-ceiling window, along with its iron frame, shattered like paper upon his impact. Glass shards and metal fragments flew inward like shrapnel from an explosion. The frigid rain, mingled with wind, rushed into the once cozy room. Lin Xiaoyu, terrified, shrank into a corner, emitting a scream that was more beastly than human. Desperately attempting to shield herself with the sofa, her eyes wide with sheer terror. Kevin, momentarily reveling in his dominance, was startled into jumping from the sofa, his previously confident smirk transforming into a ghostly pallor. His voice faltered as he beheld the figure suspended in the gaping window, drenched, clothes tattered. Yet with eyes blazing like hellfire, his legs weakened, retreating several steps. Rainwater dripped from Chu Sheng, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. His burning red eyes were fixed intently on the petrified Kevin, as if he were gazing upon a lifeless object. An imperceptible yet weighty force descended upon the room, rendering the very air palpable. Kevin felt as if he were plunged into the depths of the ocean, struggling to breathe. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the thick carpet, shattering an expensive bottle of red wine beside him, leaving a crimson pool on the floor. Chu Sheng paid no mind to Lin Xiaoyu. He advanced steadily toward the kneeling Kevin, each step reverberating like a heartbeat in Kevin's chest. His feet crunched upon the shards of glass scattered across the floor, each sound laced with malevolence. Kevin trembled uncontrollably, warmth spreading in his trousers as he lost control. Chu Sheng slowly raised his hand, refraining from using his laser-like gaze. He intended for this scum to feel every ounce of suffering, every second of dread. Like snapping a twig, he methodically shattered Kevin's arms and legs, inch by inch. The sharp cracks of bone echoed, mingling with Kevin's agonizing screams, reverberating through the room as rain lashed against the windows. With each bone-shattering sound, Lin Xiaoyu, huddled in the corner, shuddered violently, gasping as if her throat were being constricted. Kevin's cries resonated within the confines of the room, his body writhing on the carpet like a serpent with a broken spine. Chu Sheng's face bore no expression. His gaze was as frigid as ice, each movement precise and merciless. Grasping Kevin by the hair, he forcefully slammed his head against the floor, producing a dull thud. A large bump instantly formed on Kevin's forehead, blood streaming down through his hair, staining the carpet crimson. Chu Sheng showed no signs of relent, driving his knee fiercely into Kevin's abdomen. Kevin coughed up blood, his body curling into a tight ball. Chu Sheng's fists rained down upon Kevin like a torrential downpour, each punch infused with his long-suppressed fury and disappointment. His fists collided with Kevin's ribs, producing bone-chilling cracks. Kevin's cries gradually weakened. His body had lost the strength to resist, leaving him at the mercy of Chu Sheng's relentless blows. Yet, Chu Sheng's rage only intensified with Kevin's diminishing screams, his actions becoming increasingly frenzied. He seized a nearby chair, violently smashing it against Kevin's back, producing a chilling sound as Kevin's spine fractured. Kevin's body slumped to the ground, devoid of strength, reduced to feeble breaths. Chu Sheng's breathing grew heavy, his eyes ablaze with menace. He did not cease, but continued to mercilessly strike Kevin's body with the chair leg, each blow infused with all his pent-up rage and despair, determined to make this wretch pay the price. Kevin's form was rendered a bloody mess, his cries reduced to low, pitiful moans. Chu Sheng's heart was engulfed by a tempest of anger and disappointment, feeling utterly betrayed. He had once laid bare his soul to Lin Xiaoyu, yet she now displayed such disgraceful behavior before this foreign student. His fury rendered him irrational. All he desired was for this wretch to face consequences. With each strike, his actions grew increasingly ruthless, pouring forth all his wrath and disillusionment. Eventually, Chu Sheng came to a halt, his hands stained with blood and rain, his gaze radiating menace. He looked down upon Kevin, who lay on the ground like a pitiful mass of mud, his body battered and barely clinging to life. Chu Sheng's expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes cold as ice, filled with unrelenting fury and disappointment. He flicked the blood and rain from his hands, his frigid stare like a blade, slicing toward the corner where the woman who had once inspired such vulnerability now repulsed him. Lin Xiaoyu met his gaze, recoiling as if bitten by a venomous snake, clutching herself in fear, stifling her cries. Chapter 7. Wanted raindrops dripped from Chu Sheng's drenched hair, spreading dark stains across the chaotic floor, emitting subtle yet chilling sounds. In the corner, Kevin's form was indistinct, his intermittent, labored breaths barely perceptible. Yet this feeble breath was drowned by the thunderous beat of Chu Sheng's heart and his heavy breaths. Lin Xiaoyu curled up in the crevice between the sofa and the wall, like a frightened chrysalis, helplessly embracing herself. The cold air and overwhelming dread raised goosebumps on her skin. She dared not lift her gaze, her eyes fixed on her knees, her teeth chattering, tears mingling with traces of her disarray, smearing her face. When Chu Sheng's eyes fell upon the glaring black collar around her neck, a molten surge of rage and humiliation obliterated the last remnants of his rationality. The collar, the chains, that sickening term of endearment daddy, pierced his mind like a multitude of searing needles. What was this notion of taking it slow? What was cherishing? What was pure? All mere illusions. All mere facades to deceive him. The fire of his anger ignited his blood, rendering him searingly hot. Lin Xiaoyu barely had time to utter a startled cry before a tremendous force yanked her from the corner. Chu Sheng seized her as one might a discarded object, throwing her harshly onto the cold floor. A few shards of glass left shallow red marks on her skin, yet she felt no pain. Terror consumed her entirely. Chu Sheng, no, please. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. She cried out, her voice hoarse and distorted, her hands flailing in a futile attempt to push away the heavy shadow above her. Wrong? Chu Sheng's voice was a low, hoarse growl, like a trapped beast, each word wrapped in boiling hatred. He easily subdued her desperate struggles, pressing her down against the ground. Now you realize your mistake? It's too late. The voice was low and restrained, yet imbued with an irrevocable resolve. Just moments ago, he had not even permitted her a touch. Chu Sheng gazed down at her contorted features and struck her with fierce blows, the sound echoing sharply. A mere brush against her was akin to an affront to her chastity. She feigned purity and virtue. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head desperately, but only fragmented whimpers escaped her lips. Why was she so shameless before him? His inquiry struck her heart like a heavy hammer. He leaned closer, his heated breath brushing against her cheek, his crimson eyes locking onto her pupils. Look at yourself. Where is your modesty? Your slow warmth? Your innocence? All thrown to the dogs. I was wrong, she cried intermittently, her voice breaking with despair. I was blinded by the illusion that his wealth made him a prince who could provide me with a good life. I was foolish and vain. The flames of his anger intensified. Chu Sheng paused momentarily, then erupted with greater ferocity. A good life? He scoffed, his derision cutting like a shard of ice. You cast yourself into such depths for a few empty promises? Have you no shame left? I truly regret it, she sobbed, her heart wrenched, her body trembling. Regret? Chu Sheng grasped her chin, his red eyes glaring into hers. It's too late, Lin Xiaoyu. You traitor who leapt into the mire of material desire. A wretch who forsook all for vanity. His scathing assessment pierced her soul like an icicle. Her voice trembled like a whisper. Suddenly, Chu Sheng erupted, kicking over a nearby tea table. Amidst the shattering glass, he seized her and hurled her against the wall. Crash! Lin Xiaoyu's back slammed against the surface, sending shockwaves through her entire being. Before she could catch her breath, a resounding slap struck her, accompanied by the rush of wind. This slap is for your pretense of purity. Her head was jerked to the side, blood immediately welling at the corner of her mouth. Chu Sheng yanked her hair, forcing her to look up, then delivered a punch to her abdomen. This punch is for your disgrace. Lin Xiaoyu bent over like a rag doll, but Chu Sheng gripped her throat, lifting her once more. Her feet dangled in the air, flailing, her nails digging into his arm. Let go. Chu Sheng ignored her pleas, dragging her toward the window and abruptly thrusting her upper body outside. The icy rain drenched her, while the wind sliced across her face like a blade. Look at what you've become. Chu Sheng roared in her ear, a wretch who has sacrificed even her face for money. Lin Xiaoyu whimpered in desperation, her entire body shaking with terror. Suddenly, a powerful force yanked her back and threw her to the ground, with Chu Sheng's weight pressing down on her calf. Ah! She cried out in agony. Pain. Chu Sheng sneered, increasing the pressure beneath his foot. It pales in comparison to the knife you plunged into my heart. He leaned down, seizing her collar and dragging her across the floor. Shattered glass lacerated her back, trailing serpentine streaks of blood across the pale floor. I was wrong, truly wrong. Lin Xiaoyu's tears mingled with the crimson liquid flowing down her skin. Chu Sheng abruptly released his grip, allowing her to crash heavily to the ground. He gazed down at her, his eyes colder than the torrential rain outside. Do you know what repulses me the most? He murmured while methodically wiping the blood from his hands. You could have straightforwardly asked for money, yet you chose to feign innocence and manipulate emotions. Chu Sheng's gaze darkened further, embodying malice. Lin Xiaoyu recoiled in terror, but he seized her ankle. Thinking of escaping? He crouched down, gripping her hair to force her to look up. This is merely the beginning. He dragged her to the dining room and hurled her towards the table. Her waist collided painfully with the sharp edge, causing her vision to fade momentarily. Before she could regain her composure, Chu Sheng had already grasped a bottle of red wine from the table. The bottle shattered against the edge, and he approached with the jagged neck poised threateningly. Lin Xiaoyu screamed and crawled backward, only to be yanked back by her ankle. No, please, she implored, but Chu Sheng was deaf to her pleas, pressing the broken bottle against her cheek, leaving a mark. Trembling, Lin Xiaoyu's tears blurred her vision. Unexpectedly, he released her, and the bottle clattered to the floor. He smirked, then seized her wrist, dragging her towards the bathroom. Lin Xiaoyu fought desperately, her nails leaving scratches on the floor. Chu Sheng kicked open the bathroom door, yanking her hair to force her face down towards the toilet. Take a good look at yourself, he bellowed. See how wretched you appear. Lin Xiaoyu's forehead struck the ceramic edge, blood trickling down her cheek. She struggled to rise, but he pressed down hard on the back of her neck. Drink, he commanded. Pressing the flush button, icy water splashing onto her face, washing away your lies. Choking violently, Lin Xiaoyu coughed, droplets of water mingling with blood cascading from her hair. Finally, he released her, watching as she crumpled to the floor, gasping for breath. He spat disdainfully, drink. Such misfortune. Dismissing her entirely, he departed swiftly. The series of incidents weighed heavily upon the desks of the city's Criminal Investigation Division, stirring unprecedented turmoil. The recent case involving an international studentess apartment had dire implications. A foreign exchange student was brutally incapacitated within the premises. The methods employed were merciless. And the scene also involved a woman in a state of psychological collapse. This was no mere criminal case. It represented a severe incident with profound international ramifications. The city leadership was incensed, and the provincial department imposed oversight, the pressure bearing down like a mountain. At the crime scene, technicians donned masks, meticulously extracting every shard of glass that might harbor biological traces, carefully analyzing the bloodstains on the floor. The forensic examination initially revealed Kevin Ocampo, incapacitated and lying in a pool of blood, his limbs grotesquely contorted at unnatural angles, emitting only faint groans. The conclusion was harrowing. He suffered from multiple comminuted fractures, with bone shards piercing through muscle, indicating an extraordinarily brutal assault, beyond the capabilities of any human force. The victim was in a state of complete psychological collapse, unable to provide any coherent testimony. The sole direct witness, Lin Xiaoyu, huddled in a corner wrapped in a blanket, her gaze vacant, her body uncontrollably trembling. Despite the gentle reassurances from the female officer, she could only emit incoherent whimpers and screams, intermittently repeating fragmented phrases. Chu Sheng, demon eyes, red light. Her condition was highly unstable, necessitating her swift transfer to a designated hospital for protection and psychological intervention. However, the name Chu Sheng acted like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly heightening the alertness of the commanding officer on the scene. Chu Sheng, immediate investigation, he commanded. Focus on individuals sharing the same name with social ties to the victim, Lin Xiaoyu. The captain issued orders with unyielding decisiveness. At the municipal command center, the enormous electronic screen displayed divided images. On one side, a close-up of Wang Defa from Jinhai Bay, his skull pierced by a penetrating gaze. On the other, the shattered window of the student dormitory alongside the horrific injury report of Kevin. The analysis results from the technical department resembled a frigid verdict. The residual micro-deformations at various crime scenes matched the destruction pattern of the student dormitory windows, indicating a forceful impact not caused by mechanical tools, likely resulting from immense kinetic energy. It was surmised that the same individual was responsible. Information regarding Chu Sheng was swiftly locked in the database. A 25-year-old male, formerly a worker at Shilong Machinery Factory. He had been dismissed by the workshop director, Wang Defa, due to a work-related dispute, and was suspected to have been maliciously deprived of wages and targeted for retaliation. His social connections revealed that Lin Xiaoyu was indeed his ex-girlfriend, with their breakup occurring shortly after his dismissal. All clues, like scattered pearls, were instantaneously strung together by the name Chu Sheng. A profound silence enveloped the command center, broken only by the hum of machinery and the weighty breaths of the personnel. The director gazed at the mundane, almost wooden identification photo of Chu Sheng on the factory ID, then at the blurred, ominous silhouette hovering in the rain-soaked night sky. An overwhelming sense of absurdity and deeper chill enveloping him. Target confirmed. Chu Sheng. The director's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity and a barely perceptible tremor as he promptly issued the highest-level internal wanted order, codenamed Judicator. Danger level, extremely lethal. Suspected of possessing extraordinary strength and unknown methods of attack. Chapter 8. Eruption of conflict. Armed checkpoints began to be established across various locations, deploying all available technological means, including temporarily allocated military-grade thermal imaging and low-altitude radar to monitor the city skies. Searches radiated from the Shillong factory, Chu Sheng's former residence, and Lin Xiaoyu's areas of activity, encompassing all potential hiding spots such as abandoned factories, unfinished buildings, and underground facilities. The special police and elite armed forces remain on constant standby, equipped with armor-piercing rounds, stun grenades, capture nets, and both non-lethal and lethal weaponry, ready to request military special forces support if necessary. Multiple operational plans have been meticulously devised to address high-speed aerial targets and individuals with formidable defenses. Strict measures are in place to obscure Chu Sheng's true identity and any connections to the series of homicides and international student cases, in order to prevent societal panic. Externally, they declare a pursuit for an extremely dangerous fugitive armed with perilous weapons. An invisible yet impenetrable net is cast over this vast city, swiftly and lethally unfolding beneath the chilling rain. The singular target is clear. Chu Sheng. The undercover detective pried open the dilapidated door. Inside, the space was cramped and rudimentary, lingering with the scent of cheap instant noodles and sweat. A technician, gloved in white, meticulously searched every inch of the surroundings. In the alley outside, they discovered Chu Sheng's luggage. Among the belongings was a notebook, opened to reveal Chu Sheng's hasty handwriting, chronicling his work hours, the struggles of daily expenses. His longing for his mother, his anger towards his father's profligacy, the confusion and disappointment stemming from Lin Xiaoyu's reluctance for intimacy, and a yearning for a blissful family. The final page bore several bold strokes that nearly perforated the paper. Why? On what grounds? The words brimmed with an oppressive despair and an impending fury. The leading detective closed the notebook, his heart heavy with sorrow. This fugitive, a harbinger of terror, had just days ago been an ordinary youth, crushed by life's burdens, filled with grievances and rage. What circumstances had wrought such a transformation? High above, Chu Sheng floated amidst the clouds, the icy raindrops unable to graze him, repelled by an unseen force. His superhuman hearing, akin to the most sophisticated radar, discerned the cacophony of the ground below. The shrill wails of police sirens pierced through multiple zones, and within encrypted communication channels, his name, Chu Sheng, was repeatedly uttered, accompanied by chilling terms such as extreme danger, kill on sight, and aerial targets. Below, he observed squads of heavily armed special police darting between abandoned factories and half-finished buildings, swiftly establishing control. Helicopters, flashing red and blue lights like vigilant hawks, began to circle at low altitudes, their searchlights slicing through the rain, scanning for suspicious activity. Chu Sheng's silhouette resembled a meteor, tearing through the low-hanging leaden clouds, enveloped by frigid raindrops and the piercing sound of air displacement, as he plunged toward the western suburban area of abandoned logistics warehouses, where police lights congregated most densely. His heightened senses had already locked onto the concentrated heartbeats, metallic friction, and encrypted currents, weaving a death net aimed squarely at him. Target acquired. High-speed descent. Bearing 7. Repeat. Target acquired. Altitude rapidly decreasing. The helicopter pilot screamed, as the onboard radar emitted a piercing lock-on beep. On the ground, dozens of fully armed special police and armed forces took cover behind barricades and armored vehicles, their weapons trained on the shadowy figures obscured by the rain. In the distance, a camouflaged wheeled armored vehicle turned its turret, its dark barrel fixated on the sky, just as Chu Sheng descended to a height of less than 100 meters. On the brink of crashing into a steel and explosive trap, a wave of icy solitude permeated his heart. Beneath him lay the land of his birth, surrounded by compatriots. Yet every action he had taken had thrust him into opposition against the world. Had he done so much that society could no longer accommodate him? A sense of self-mockery and desolation surfaced in his mind. His feet gently touched down upon the muddy clearing in the warehouse district, splashing murky water. He looked up, raindrops cascading down the sharp contours of his face. The once fiery gaze in his eyes now only reflected a tranquil abyss, tinged with weariness. As he gazed at the menacing barrels aimed at him. Yet, before he could utter a word, the command rang out, "Fire!" A piercing scream echoed through the loudspeaker, shattering the rain-soaked night. Boom, 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 boom. The 30mm rapid-fire cannon of the wheeled assault vehicle roared, its flames slicing through the curtain of rain, high-explosive armor-piercing shells converging into a torrential downpour of steel, instantly engulfing the area where Chu Sheng stood. The ground erupted into massive craters, concrete fragments, and searing shrapnel scattering in all directions. Whizzing sounds filled the air as armed helicopters unleashed a barrage of rockets. Dozens of trailing fire rockets, like vengeful hornets, surged from multiple angles towards Chu Sheng, their explosions illuminating the night sky. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. On the ground, hundreds of automatic rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles spat fire in unison, tracer rounds weaving a scarlet web of light. Armor-piercing rounds, incendiary shells, and high-voltage shock rounds, modern technology's most devastating energies, poured forth without reservation. Flames, explosions, gunpowder. The earth trembled, the air ignited, and rain evaporated into white mist in an instant. This was a carpet bombing capable of erasing an entire battalion with sheer saturation. Smoke billowed, the fire flickering amidst the rain. All those who fired were fixated on the ravaged ground, hearts pounding like drums, breaths held in suspense. Had they succeeded? Was the monster torn to shreds? However, as the dust began to settle, every pupil constricted to the size of a pinprick. Chu Sheng remained standing in place, his posture unchanged. Were his tattered clothes unscathed? No. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though an impenetrable barrier had unfurled around him. Every bullet collided with an invisible wall mere centimeters from him, the projectiles twisting and flattening, clattering to the ground to form a heap of distorted metal debris. Shells and rockets hung suspended in midair, as if time itself had been paused. Chu Sheng waved his hand casually, as if swatting away a fly. Bang, bang, bang. The shells and rockets rebounded at terrifying speed, striking the surrounding abandoned buildings with precision, reducing them to ruins. The earth shook with a thunderous roar. Soldiers and police were left utterly dumbfounded. Fear cascaded from head to toe, rendering weapons laughable. Some still pulled the trigger, only for bullets to futilely deform and drop. Many more lost their will to fight, gazing blankly at the demonic figure before them. Attacks proved ineffectual. Further gunfire was merely a waste of ammunition. Chu Sheng's gaze calmly swept over the contorted faces, the burning debris, and the falling fireballs. He recognized the frontline commander, holding a megaphone in the shelter, a figure of iron will from the police department's commendation board. They bore him no grudge, merely executing orders. To kill them would be as effortless as breathing, yet it would only shatter more families and breed further hatred. The thrill of slaughter was fleeting, leaving only emptiness and division in its wake. He was weary of it all. He was not a deity, nor did he wish to be a judge. He was merely a mortal imbued with an unwarranted power. Chu Sheng slowly approached the commander's shelter. His steps were deliberate, treading upon the mud and debris, each sound resonating like a drum. With every stride, soldiers' hearts raced, their gun barrels trembling, none daring to fire again. He reached the front of the shelter, disregarding the gaping black mouths of the firearms. "Do not be alarmed," his voice, tranquil amidst the rain, pierced through the chaos. "I will not harm you." He tilted his head, his gaze piercing through the curtain of rain towards the police station, the hospital, the land that had once struggled for survival. Then, he gradually raised his hands, wrists together, extending them towards the edge of the shelter. The motion was effortless, his eyes deep as a placid lake. "I surrender." These 3 words thundered like a storm. The commander's lips parted, his megaphone clattering into the water. He glanced at the calm face, the offered wrists, then at the twisted bullets and burning debris, rendered speechless by the shock. You surrender?" His voice trembled, dry as dust. "Yes," Chu Sheng nodded, his gaze transcending him, directed into the depths of the rain-soaked night. "It is over." The rain continued to pour, washing away gunpowder, bloodstains, and warped metal. The wail of police sirens drew nearer, more vehicles converging. All eyes were fixed on the center of the ruins, that figure calmly extending its hands. An iron cage might confine the body, yet the power capable of rending the stars and the deep, tranquil exhaustion became an indelible, contradictory imprint on the hearts of all witnesses. Chapter 9. Death Sentence. Immediate execution. In this city, there existed a special cell, undetectable by any sensor, forged from several meters of solid high-strength alloy, deeply buried underground. This was where Chu Sheng now resided. Cold metallic shackles, specially crafted, with handcuffs as thick as an infant's arm made of gold titanium alloy, bound his wrists, ankles, and waist. There were no windows. Only the unyielding glare of incandescent lights and omnipresent surveillance cameras. This place was less a prison and more a coffin forged for the inhuman. Outside the door stood soldiers, armed with live ammunition, clad in full-body powered exoskeletons, their eyes filled with tension and vigilance. Their weapons were no longer ordinary firearms, but prototypes of energy weapons, pulsating with a dangerous blue light. The air was thick with the hum of high-voltage electricity and an oppressive silence that weighed heavily upon the atmosphere. Nevertheless, Chu Sheng remained composed, seated on the cold alloy floor, eyes closed in a meditative state. His acute senses penetrated the thick walls, allowing him to overhear the anxious debates of the officers in the command center. They feared him, yet, like scientists dissecting an alien specimen, they sought to analyze him. He found no interest in their scrutiny. The judgment arrived with alarming swiftness, fueled by immense societal pressure and the upper echelon's absolute terror of uncontrollable variables, propelling this national apparatus to operate at peak efficiency. Merely a week into his detention, a trial of high caliber, heavily guarded yet destined to be but a performance of procedural justice, commenced secretly within a specially fortified courtroom of the Supreme Court in the capital. The atmosphere within the courtroom was chillingly oppressive. Seated upon the judge's bench were three stern-faced justices clad in their robes of authority. The prosecutor, a senior attorney from the Supreme Procuratorate, bore an expression of grave concern as he took his place. The gallery was devoid of spectators, save for a few rows of cold surveillance cameras blinking with red lights. The number of court-martials exceeded the norm, each one poised as if facing an imminent threat, weapons trained upon the lone figure of the defendant, Chu Sheng. He remained attired in his prison garb, his hands and feet encumbered by heavy shackles, symbolic chains that bore more significance than actual restraint. Yet, he stood tall, his demeanor calm as a still pond, starkly contrasting with the tense ambience that surrounded him. The palpable sense of oppression rendered the very air within the courtroom nearly stagnant. The prosecutor, employing the most severe language, recited a lengthy indictment, premeditated murder of Wang Defa, Wang Haitao, Li Guoming, Zhang Dingfeng, and over 10 others, intentional infliction of serious bodily harm to Kevin Ocampo, endangerment of public safety, destruction of police equipment, inciting explosions, and illegal possession or use of weapons of mass destruction, each charge carrying the potential for capital punishment. The chain of evidence was unassailably clear: on-site investigations, autopsy reports, technical analyses, and the testimony of key witness Lin Xiaoyu. Throughout the proceedings, Chu Sheng remained silent, neither affirming nor denying the charges, as if he were listening to a tale detached from his own existence. The judge symbolically inquired whether Chu Sheng wished to defend himself or appoint counsel. Chu Sheng intended to shake his head, yet a figure unexpectedly materialized in the defense attorney's seat reserved for him. It was a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in an expensive suit, his hair meticulously styled, and donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. However, his gaze burned with an unusual intensity, glimmering with a near-manic excitement, and his lips curled into a faint, playful smile. He introduced himself as Lawyer Nye, volunteering to defend Chu Sheng. The trial proceeded in an atmosphere that felt strangely surreal. Lawyer Nye's defense was nothing short of unconventional. He wholly disregarded the overwhelming evidence, instead adopting an exceedingly provocative tone to extol the might of Chu Sheng. Your Honor, esteemed members of the court, Lawyer Nye spread his arms wide, his voice resonating with fervor and persuasion. You accuse my client of murder? Of inflicting harm? Of endangering safety? Absurd. What you perceive is not a crime. What you witness is a miracle. He gestured towards Chu Sheng, his gaze fervent. Behold him, undaunted by a hail of bullets. With a mere wave, he reduces torrents of steel to ashes. He is a deity walking among mortals, a higher existence that transcends our comprehension. No one can judge a natural disaster. No one. Esteemed friends, can you condemn an earthquake to death? Can you imprison a typhoon? Utter nonsense. The old rules. The antiquated laws. Mere ropes to bind ants. For a being of his caliber, they are nothing but scraps of paper. The judge repeatedly struck his gavel, warning him to adhere to courtroom decorum. Yet Lawyer Nye remained unfazed, his voice crescendoing, his pace accelerating as he turned directly to Chu Sheng. Mr. Chu Sheng, Lord Chu Sheng, why must you demean yourself by standing here, subjected to the judgments of these mortals? Leaning forward, his eyes, burning like the fires of hell behind his spectacles, spoke in a hushed yet piercing tone, imbued with a chilling allure. You possess the power to alter the very fabric of reality. You are the rule. You are the law. This tainted world, this decaying order, requires you to dismantle and reshape it. Do as you will. No one, absolutely no one, can impede you. You ought to stand upon the clouds, gazing down upon existence, establishing your own laws for a new world, not be shackled here, confined by these ludicrous chains and judgments. Expand your vision. This modest courtroom, this minuscule planet, is merely the inception of your grand journey. Unleash your power. Let the world tremble beneath your feet. Pursue your desires. No one can judge a deity. His unabashed, almost cult-like incitement plunged the courtroom into a suffocating silence. The judge's complexion paled, the prosecutor was left speechless, and even the armed bailiffs felt an inexplicable chill. Chu Sheng observed the seemingly mad lawyer before him, sensing within the depths of his gaze an ineffable, pure chaos and malice that instinctively repulsed him. Bailiffs. The presiding judge finally reached his limit, his voice sharp as he commanded, "Remove this disruptor of courtroom order, this purveyor of sedition, from my sight." Several burly bailiffs surged forward, seizing the still-laughing lawyer Nye, who shouted, "New world, new rules," as they roughly dragged him from the defense stand and out of the courtroom. Just as he was about to be expelled, lawyer Nye abruptly turned back, casting an exceedingly peculiar smile at Chu Sheng, one filled with anticipation and malice. Silently mouthing a few words, "Wait for the chaos you bring." Order was restored in the courtroom, yet the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Chu Sheng displayed no reaction to the earlier disturbance, as though it were merely a farcical interlude. The judge, in a perfunctory manner, inquired if he had any final statements. After a brief silence, Chu Sheng's gaze traversed the courtroom, meeting the eyes of the judge, the prosecutor, and the tense soldiers, before he spoke calmly. His voice resonating clearly throughout the chamber. "I have done what I believe to be right. I accept the consequences. Thus it is. There were no defenses, no regrets. Only a serene acceptance that seemed to settle like dust." Following a brief recess, the panel swiftly rendered their verdict, the outcome devoid of suspense. The defendant, Chu Sheng, was found guilty of intentional homicide, intentional injury, and endangering public safety, with particularly severe circumstances, especially cruel methods, and an extremely detrimental social impact, leading to a sentence of death, accompanied by lifelong deprivation of political rights, to be executed immediately. The chilling pronouncement of the verdict fell like the tolling of a final bell. Court bailiffs stepped forward, preparing to escort Chu Sheng to the execution chamber. The execution room was stark white, as cold as a morgue. Chu Sheng was secured to a specially designed metallic gurney, his limbs, torso, and head tightly bound with high-strength restraints, despite the collective understanding that such measures were futile. Two executioners, clad in protective gear and masks, trembled slightly as they faced a condemned man unlike any in the annals of human history. The vial contained a blend of toxins potent enough to paralyze an elephant instantly and halt its heartbeat. As the lethal solution coursed through the tubing and entered the specially crafted, high-density needle, it struck Chu Sheng's skin with a sound akin to striking the hardest alloy, causing the needle tip to visibly bend. At that moment, the glass tubing unexpectedly shattered with a sharp crack, unleashing a pale yellow venom that splattered across the executioners' masks and suits, compelling them to recoil in alarm. Chu Sheng lay there calmly, not even lifting an eyelid. To him, the needle was but a mere cotton swab against the cells of his iron-clad body. The execution ground was a vast underground firing range. Chu Sheng was instructed to stand with his back to the firing squad, an act of symbolic mercy. A dozen elite marksmen, armed with high-caliber anti-material rifles capable of penetrating armor, aimed their weapons at the center of his back. The commander's palms were slick with sweat as he hoarsely issued the order. "Ready, aim, fire." The deafening cacophony of 12 gunshots erupted almost simultaneously. The tremendous recoil jolted the shooter's shoulders violently. The specially designed armor-piercing rounds, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, tore through the air, unerringly directed toward their target. However, the subsequent scene became an indelible memory for all witnesses. The bullets, capable of piercing through steel plates, halted mere centimeters from Chu Sheng's back, as if striking an invisible and indomitable wall of size. A cacophony of sharp metallic clinks erupted suddenly. Every bullet, without exception, was instantaneously deformed and flattened. The projectiles twisted into grotesque metal discs. Subsequently, they lost all kinetic energy, cascading to the ground like withered leaves swept away by a tempest, clattering against the concrete floor at Chu Sheng's feet, rolling in every direction. Remarkably, not a single hole marred the prison garb on his back. He slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 12 marksmen, frozen in shock and terror, as well as the pale-faced commander in the distance. He slightly lowered his head to observe the scattered, still smoking deformed projectiles at his feet, then raised his hand and casually brushed off non-existent dust from his prison attire. The execution ground fell into an eerie silence akin to a vacuum. Only the sound of bullets striking the ground and the heavy, labored breaths of the marksmen echoed. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and a profound sense of helplessness and despair. The execution was complete. The outcome was ineffective. Even the farce of a mere formality unfolded with such breathtaking intensity and absurdity. Chu Sheng was escorted back to the specially designed underground cell. The heavy alloy door closed slowly behind him with a dull thud, isolating him from the world outside, which remained engulfed in chaos and panic due to his very presence. He sat quietly on the cold floor, as if the 2 executions he had just endured were nothing more than tedious farces. The web of dust could not ensnare him. Chapter 10. I shall soar higher. Chu Sheng lay supine on the frigid alloy floor, his gaze penetrating the specialized glass dome purported to withstand tactical nuclear strikes, fixating on the overcast sky beyond. This opulent cage, designed to confine the most perilous beasts of the world, could not contain a humanoid calamity infused with the might of a supernova. There was no day or night here, only the unchanging artificial light. The sole sound was the low hum of the air circulation system, monotone like the breaths of a dying man. Time lost its meaning in this place, flowing like viscous tar, each heartbeat stretching into an eternity. The fury that once seared his nerves, the thrill of vengeance, even the tension of being hunted, were gradually eroded, settled, and ultimately coalesced into something deeper, more suffocating, and endless, almost all-consuming ennui. Those individuals failed to provide him with internet access, and he felt himself on the verge of madness, deprived of the vivid images shared by his companions. The words of that deranged lawyer echoed incessantly in his mind, seemingly imbued with a semblance of truth. These people merely sought to confine him, preventing him from disturbing the societal order, perhaps even intending to study him if possible. This game held no allure for him. Trapped within these walls, he found himself engulfed in boredom. The process of capital punishment had already been set in motion. Chu Sheng, driven by impulse, had faced the legal repercussions of his actions. Such was sufficient. The past was now to be set aside, and it was time to bid farewell to the life he once knew. He was ready to emerge. A crimson glow ignited in his eyes, a pure and heart-stirring radiance that emanated from within without warning. The beam, as thick as a finger, harbored the destructive energy of a stellar core. It silently pierced through the thick wall ahead, composed of multiple layers of specialized alloys and composite materials, several meters in thickness. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no ear-piercing shriek of twisted metal, only a high-pitched, tooth-grinding hum, akin to a red-hot iron rod plunging into congealed grease. The alloy wall crumbled before the red light. As fragile as butter, Chu Sheng shook his head, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like edge, a straight passage flowing with molten metal. The acrid scent of metallic vapor and ozone quickly permeated the entire cell. The red light persisted for a mere 5 seconds. Emotionless, Chu Sheng propelled himself toward the massive opening he had melted through. The edges of the aperture glowed with a terrifying dark red, emanating waves of scorching heat. He glided forward, his body effortlessly passing through this portal of destruction, escaping the ultimate cage crafted by human ingenuity. Outside the cell, the shrill alarms finally erupted, piercing the deathly silence of the base, the red light flickering wildly like the blood tears of a dying beast. Chu Sheng did not look back. The overwhelming power within him surged like a thawed spring river, roaring with an insatiable desire for release. His legs bent slightly, and the specialized concrete beneath his feet silently fractured and sank. In the next moment, pure force erupted. He shot forth like an arrow released from an invisible giant bow, slicing through the air and crashing directly into the heavy layers of rock and camouflage structures above the base. Rocks, steel reinforcement, and concrete, barriers once deemed unbreakable by humanity, crumbled before him like fragile sheets of paper. There was no finesse, no detour, only the raw, primal force crushing through. Amidst a series of thunderous booms, he smashed through several meters of obstruction, enveloped by a cloud of debris and dust, and surged into the crisp night sky beyond. The frigid winds of the high altitude enveloped him in an instant, infusing his senses with the essence of freedom as it surged violently into his nostrils and mouth. Below lay the vast expanse of mountains and fields, shrouded in darkness, with scattered lights resembling stardust adrift in the night. Above him stretched an infinite tapestry of deep indigo, the Milky Way hanging low, as if within reach. An indescribable impulse seized him. He yearned to soar, to ascend to the limits, to the very edge that even this remade body could scarcely endure. Chu Sheng drew a deep breath, the icy air, imbued with the taste of liberty, flooding his lungs. He subtly adjusted his posture, channeling his intent into the depths of his limbs, awakening the dormant power that belonged to the stars. The force responded instantaneously, a silent roar erupting within him, propelling him forward. Initially, there was acceleration. The wind pressure intensified abruptly, slamming against his body and face, emitting a muffled howl. The city lights below began to blur, elongate, transforming into flowing ribbons of illumination. The speed surged uncontrollably. The critical point arrived in an instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, as if a divine being struck a colossal drum beside his ear. The air before him could no longer glide gently apart under the unimaginable velocity. It was compressed to an extreme, heated, reaching a critical state in an instant. A visibly dense shockwave, semi-transparent with a milky vapor, coalesced into a massive conical form before his body. At the core of the shockwave, the air became ionized, igniting with a dance of azure and pale white flames, producing a piercing crackle. Sonic boom. He had breached the sound barrier. The powerful shockwave radiated from him in perfect circular symmetry, violently expanding outward, shattering the low-hanging clouds like a stone cast into the still surface of a lake, creating visible ripples. The shockwave swept across the distant mountains below, causing the trees to undulate like waves of grain. Yet, at the heart of this destructive shockwave, Chu Sheng felt an extraordinary tranquility. An invisible biological stance, emanating from the very essence of his life, clung to his skin like the most resilient fabric of the cosmos, enveloping even his ordinary prison garb. This stance gently yet powerfully isolated him from the shockwave capable of shredding steel, from the searing plasma that could melt gold, and from the ferocious winds. He sensed not the tearing of air, but rather a warm and vast force cradling and propelling him forward. The speed continued to escalate. 5 Mach, 10 Mach, 27 Mach. The vast earth beneath him lost its details, morphing into a blurred, swiftly receding dark canvas. The continuous mountains transformed into undulating folds, and the winding rivers became glimmering silver threads. The clouds no longer resembled soft cotton. Instead, they transformed into a tumultuous cascade of white fury surging beneath him. Faster, ever faster. Where lies the limit? This singular thought consumed Chu Sheng's mind. He was akin to a meteor liberated from all restraints, trailing a brilliantly luminous plasma tail ignited by the fierce friction of the air, hurtling towards the higher, the farther, the swifter unknown. Each heartbeat pulsed with the power of the stars, and each breath drew in the crispness of the upper atmosphere. The exhilarating dominion bestowed by speed swept away the tedium and numbness accumulated in his confinement, leaving nothing but the pure torrent of strength. It felt as though he had broken free from the chains of gravity, becoming an integral part of the cosmos rhythm. Moments later, Chu Sheng hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air currents around his still form emanating a low, mournful wail. Below, the immense arc of Earth's silhouette stood stark against the profound darkness of the universe. He subtly adjusted his trajectory, and power surged anew. This time, it was not a vertical dash, but a majestic circumferential flight, tracing the grand curvature of the planet. The velocity stabilized within a terrifying, yet manageable range. He transformed into a unique satellite, ensnared by Earth's gravity, yet possessing the might to transcend its orbital confines. An invisible biological mechanism faithfully fulfilled its duty, shielding him from the searing friction of the thin atmosphere and the biting cold of the cosmic void, maintaining the perfect environment required for his life systems. As he commenced this circumferential flight, a more intricate transformation quietly unfolded within him. Suspended above the atmosphere, he was entirely exposed to the sun's unfiltered radiance. No longer was it the warmth filtered through a thick atmosphere, but rather the primal, tempestuous torrents of stellar radiation. Sunlight, particularly the high-energy particle streams invisible to the naked eye yet brimming with boundless energy, surged towards Chu Sheng's body as if it had found its long-sought haven. Every cell within him morphed into a ravenous abyss, efficiently capturing, transforming, and storing this celestial bounty. His muscle fibers densified, the power within them escalating exponentially. The density and strength of his bones evolved towards inhuman realms, subtly glinting with a metallic sheen. His neural response speed reached unfathomable heights. Even the invisible biological mechanism became increasingly refined and resilient, its coverage subtly expanding. Each orbit felt like a profound breath, each basking in the pure sunlight, propelling the essence of his life towards a higher echelon. Power ceased to be a consumable. It transformed into a living river, continuously replenishing and burgeoning. An unprecedented, almost divine sense of fullness replaced the previous exhilaration of mere speed, settling heavily within his core. He felt as though he was transforming into an entity much closer to the sun itself. Chapter 11. Man's struggle as a recluse. Had he escaped? You are telling me he has broken free. Silently, he penetrated through a 6-meter-thick alloy barrier and smashed through 300 meters of mountain. General Li Jinbang's roar nearly threatened to overturn the reinforced ceiling of the underground command center. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his finger jabbed forcefully at the vast holographic tactical map, his fingertips turning pale from exertion. The red dot on the map, indicating Chu Sheng's last known position, was as glaring as a droplet of blood. Surrounding the immense circular conference table were generals adorned with shining epaulets and pale-faced civilian officials. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead, each breath tinged with the metallic taste of rust and despair. On the central large screen, blurry images captured by satellites replayed incessantly, a diminutive figure breaking through the mountainside, soaring skyward, instantly surpassing the sound barrier, leaving behind a conical sonic boom cloud. Every replay struck the hearts of all present like a hammer. Yes, indeed, General. The Major General responsible for base security looked ashen, his voice dry, revealing that the surveillance showed the subject had taken merely 7 seconds, and by the time the alarm was triggered, he was already in the outer atmosphere. Our air defense system could not react in time. The target's speed was too rapid, swiftly exiting all effective ranges and tracking capabilities. His voice dwindled, becoming little more than a whisper. Incompetent, utterly useless. The astronomical cost of constructing that prison now appeared as flimsy as a paper toy before him. Li Jinbang slammed his fist onto the table, the expensive hardwood groaning in agony. Where is he now? In the sky? Or has he already fled to the moon? Tell me. His bloodshot eyes scanned the intelligence chief. The intelligence chief, a middle-aged woman with a cool demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted her spectacles, striving to maintain a steady voice, though a barely perceptible tremor lingered at the end. General, we have deployed all reconnaissance satellites in orbit, deep space detection arrays, and large ground-based phased array radars for joint tracking. The target is currently in low Earth orbit, at an altitude of approximately 350 kilometers. His flight trajectory is exceptionally peculiar. She swiftly manipulated the controls, and the main screen shifted to a dynamic global orbital simulation. A glaring red dot was moving at an astonishing speed along a trajectory perilously close to the Earth's surface, almost flying against the ceiling of the atmosphere. His average speed approached the first cosmic velocity, yet it was not a fixed orbital satellite's elliptical path. It resembled a whimsical flight around the Earth. The satellite captured an extraordinarily brief spectrum and energy signature, indicating the presence of ultra-high-energy plasma reactions on his surface, suspected, that he was continuously absorbing intense solar radiation. She hesitated for a moment before laboriously adding that, according to preliminary estimations based on the energy model, his energy level had potentially increased several-fold since his confinement at the base, and it was still on the rise. Absorbing sunlight? Continuously growing stronger? An elderly official, responsible for strategic research, exclaimed in a sharp voice, "Does this not imply that theoretically he has no limits? We originally hoped for high-energy laser weapons or particle beams." A general overseeing advanced weaponry development interjected with a brief, bitter laugh, interrupting the speaker. He pointed at the rapidly moving red dot on the screen. His eyes filled with frustration. "Look at that speed. Observe that altitude. Our laser beams suffer severe attenuation within the atmosphere. How much energy remains at that altitude? Particle beams require vast ground facilities for targeting and acceleration. He flits about like a cursed fly, moving over 7 kilometers per second. By the time you aim, he has already traversed to the other side of the Earth. Not to mention, he inhaled deeply, with a sense of near-desperate rationality, that mysterious energy field surrounding him. Our existing weapons might not even break his skin. The venue fell into a profound silence. Only the low hum of the central air conditioning system and that red dot representing Chu Sheng, tirelessly circling the Earth like a relentless parasite, mocked humanity's insignificance and impotence. Each flicker of that red dot felt like an invisible slap, ruthlessly striking the faces of everyone present. Fear, like cold tendrils, silently coiled around each individual's heart, tightening evermore. A deep sense of powerlessness, a despair akin to facing a natural disaster, permeated every corner of the command center. General Li Jinbang slumped back into his wide chair, covering his face with his hands. Having traversed the battlefield for decades, he had never felt such utter helplessness. The enemy hovered above, as formidable as a deity, while they could barely muster the courage to gaze upward. What now? This unvoiced question weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet no answers could be found. Chu Sheng was encircling. In the 7th orbit, his speed approached the 3rd cosmic velocity. The dizziness brought on by such velocity had long dissipated, replaced by a peculiar, almost divine perspective. His superhuman vision, fueled by abundant solar energy, attained an unprecedented and terrifying precision. He was no longer merely observing. It was as if his consciousness had merged with the flowing light and shadow information of the entire planet. A subtle thought, and his vision pierced through the thick clouds, focusing on a vast golden grassland within the African continent. A robust lion, its mane trembling in the dry wind, lay in wait amidst the tall grass. Its amber eyes fixated on a herd of zebras grazing nearby. Life and death, predation and survival, unfold in a primal and unadorned manner upon this ancient land, exuding a brutal yet authentic vitality. The perspective abruptly shifts, akin to changing television channels. On the battlefield of the Middle East, in damp and chilling trenches, a mingling scent of gunpowder and rust pervades the air. A young soldier, still bearing the innocence of youth, curls up in a muddy corner. His uniform, besmirched with filth, and his fingers tremble slightly from the cold and fear. By the dim light of a flashlight, he struggles to write something with the stub of a pencil on a crumpled piece of paper. Tears blend with the dirt on his face, leaving soiled traces that drip onto the page, blurring the words. The letter is addressed to his distant mother. A breath of despair nearly escapes the frame. The scene shifts once more, this time to a bright and pristine laboratory, where the vast floor-to-ceiling windows reveal the city's dazzling nightscape, while the interior shines as brilliantly as daylight. An elderly professor, his hair a cascade of white, peers through thick glasses, his age-spotted hands grasping a pen tightly as he diligently calculates complex formulas on a colossal whiteboard, devoted to the pursuit of a unified field theory. Despite his deep-set eye bags and weary countenance, his eyes blaze with a pure and fervent light, as if striving to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Surrounding him are piles of draft papers, and a coffee cup long gone cold. This embodies humanity's relentless quest at the frontier of the unknown. Countless images whirl rapidly in the superlative vista of his consciousness. The bustling crowds of a thriving metropolis, the dimly lit depths of the ocean illuminated by bioluminescent creatures, solitary travelers trekking through the heart of the desert, a mother tenderly kissing her infant's forehead, desperate cries from shadowy corners. The frantic race against time in an operating room, the flickering wonders of the microscopic world in a laboratory. He perceives the entirety of humanity, the humble and the exalted, the savage and the civilized, despair and hope, selfishness and sacrifice, folly and wisdom. All contradictions, all brilliance and all filth, lay bare before his eyes without reservation. This omniscient perspective once instilled within him an illusory sense of transcendent power. Yet at this moment, as the 7th circle concludes, and the myriad joys and sorrows, struggles and endeavors of countless individuals surge into his consciousness like a tidal wave, an unprecedented, frigid emptiness, akin to the deep chill of the cosmos, suddenly seizes him. He floats in this boundless void of darkness, with a vibrant yet scarred planet beneath him. He possesses the strength to tear apart textbooks, yet feels like an exiled soul. Below, the seething sea of life, the intertwined passions and grievances, all the fervor and struggles ignited for a morsel of food, a truth, a glimmer of hope. He observes like a child peering through thick glass at an anthill, seeing everything clearly, yet unable to feel the warmth within. Those aspects that once incited his fury and anguish, that made him feel as though he were but a speck of dust within them, now seemed achingly distant. Power propelled him to the zenith. Yet it also erected an invisible, frigid barrier. This wall proved more formidable and despair-inducing than the molten 6-meter alloy. He had transformed into a solitary observer, a prisoner endowed with divine might, suspended within the confines forged by his own strength. In the frigid void, Chu Sheng's consciousness whispered silently, a profound epiphany akin to a meteorite colliding with his soul. The deepest prison was not the alloy walls. He gazed down upon the twinkling lights of myriad homes on the blue planet, their brilliance once blinding, now emanating a distant, heart-wrenching warmth. A solitude that came from distancing himself from the earthly realm. The expanse of the universe felt overwhelmingly empty. He ventured forth, oblivious to what lay beyond. A fervent yearning, rooted in the essence of life itself, erupted within his chest. He needed to return to that cacophony, that chaos, fraught with suffering yet undeniably real, of the earthly dust. He craved the caress of the wind, the scent of the earth, and the sounds of heartbeats and breaths nearby. Even if it meant once more becoming embroiled in those humble, absurd, yet vibrantly alive conflicts. Yet, he was no longer the mere laborer, vulnerable to having his legs broken at will. He was the son of the sun, walking among men. His very existence was, to the fragile world below, akin to an unstable bomb poised to detonate. I must eliminate the threat. A lucid thought illuminated his consciousness like stars. Return, but first, eliminate the most significant potential danger. Target, global nuclear arsenals. Chapter 12. Addressing the trouble. Chu Sheng's form abruptly halted, suspended above the profound, shadowy depths of the Pacific Ocean. He closed his eyes. His supervision unfurled like an invisible net, centering on him and instantaneously enveloping the globe, penetrating the thick rock layers, the icy seawater, and the sturdy alloy bunkers. Deep within a remote North American desert, intercontinental ballistic missiles, adorned with death insignias, stood silently on their launch pads, their nuclear warheads gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The penetrating power of his supervision disregarded layers of lead and concrete, revealing the intricate structures of the internal detonation mechanisms, high-energy explosive lenses, and fission fusion cores as if they were in the palm of his hand. His gaze fixed upon a missile in the highest state of alert. The thermal vision activated. Two beams of scarlet light, even more concentrated and fervent than those that had melted through prison walls, disregarded all barriers. Akin to two judgment spears from the depths of the cosmos, crossing the expanse in an instant. The beams pierced through the barriers, precisely penetrating the core area of the missile's detonation mechanism. There was no explosion, only a momentary melting and vaporization of specialized alloys and precision electronic components. The beam, akin to the most deft surgical scalpel, traversed its predetermined path, severing detonation circuits, precisely slicing and vaporizing the high-energy explosive lenses, and directly melting the fissile core materials with extreme heat, altering their structure and eliminating critical potential. This entire process unfolded within mere microseconds, transforming a nuclear warhead capable of obliterating a super metropolis into a heap of innocuous, smoke-emitting metallic debris. In the next instant, his superhuman vision swept across the tumultuous depths of the North Atlantic. A colossal ballistic missile submarine, resembling a deep-sea leviathan, silently navigated through the cold darkness. Inside, the duty crew busied themselves at their stations, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Chu Sheng's gaze penetrated hundreds of meters of seawater and the submarine's robust pressure hull, firmly locking onto the dormant submarine-launched nuclear missiles within the vertical launch tubes. With a frosty breath, Chu Sheng approached the submarine, taking a deep inhalation that expanded his chest like an abyss. He expelled the cosmic chill, transformed by biological means and imbued with terrifying power, mixed with his formidable breath, unleashing it forcefully. A visible torrent of icy vapor, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, surged downward, piercing through barriers and striking the submarine in the depths of the sea. The frigid force enveloped the missile launch tube area. Upon contact with the frozen gas, a vast expanse of seawater instantaneously solidified into an incredibly hard super ice mass, sealing the launch tube's mouth tightly. The freezing gas penetrated the hull, causing the internal temperature of the launch tube to plummet close to absolute zero. The precision guidance chips shattered and failed under such extreme cold, while the solid-fuel rocket propellant froze into a stone-like state, becoming exceedingly unstable and poised for self-destruction. The entire missile launch system was instantaneously frozen in a dual state of physical and functional demise. Alarms blared within the submarine, unleashing chaos and a biting cold, rendering everyone into statues of ice. Without a moment's pause, Chu Sheng's figure transformed into a streak of light in the sky, imperceptible to the naked eye. In the depths of the Siberian ice fields, at a heavily guarded nuclear weapons storage base, within the mountains of South Asia where missile silos were hidden, and aboard mobile launch vehicles armed with tactical nuclear weapons, his superhuman vision acted as the most efficient scanner, while thermal vision functioned as the most precise cutting laser, and his freezing breath served as the most thorough freezing agent. Wherever he went, whether buried deep underground or concealed beneath the sea, whether in fixed launch silos or mobile platforms, the devices symbolizing humanity's ultimate destructive power were systematically located and then dismantled in the most direct and physical manner, melting the core, freezing the system, and compromising the structure, completely disarming them and transforming them into heaps of costly, yet harmless scrap metal. This is a silent, unilateral disarmament, executed with such swiftness and efficiency that all human warning systems below have become laughable relics. Until the last known large nuclear device, on high alert, was transformed into an icebound coffin by Chu Sheng's frigid breath, he commenced an assault on the raw materials of nuclear weaponry. Having completed his task, he gradually ceased his movements, hovering within the stratosphere above the eastern expanse of the Asian continent. Below him lay the vast silhouette of a city, aglow with the initial sparks of twilight, resembling a magnificent river of stars embedded in the earth, freed from the lethal threat of nuclear shadows. That radiance seemed to emanate warmth. Chu Sheng gazed deeply at the vibrant sea of light, once suffused with the essence of earthly existence. Shedding the aloofness of a god surveying from above, he adjusted his trajectory, like a meteor drawn by the Earth's gravitational pull, retracting all his extraordinary energy and brilliance, and plunged towards that realm of countless lights, towards the cacophonous yet authentic cage of humanity. The wind, laden with familiar earthly scents, exhaust fumes, savory aromas of food, the freshness of flora, and the ever-present hint of dust, rushed towards him, flooding his nostrils with vigor. Chu Sheng strolled through the bustling city streets at dusk. As neon lights flickered to life, throngs of people surged, the cacophony of car horns, vendors' cries, and shop music intertwining to form a vibrant torrent of life. He deliberately suppressed all inhuman traits, blending in as an ordinary young man clad in a simple jacket and jeans, merging into the unending tide of humanity. Yet, despite his efforts to conceal it, his eyes bore a lingering trace of distance and an ineffable void, remnants of gazing upon the cosmos. He resembled a deity misplaced in the realm of mortals, feeling utterly out of place. By the roadside, an elderly beggar leaning against a dilapidated billboard captured his attention. The beggar, with hair and beard as white as snow and disheveled like wild grass, bore a face etched with deep lines and grime. Yet his eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness, a cunning understanding of the world lurking within their murky depths. Clutching a few soiled coins, his gaze pierced through the crowd and landed squarely upon Chu Sheng. "Hey, young lad, come here." The beggar's voice, hoarse yet resonant, cut through the surrounding clamor with an undeniable streetwise intonation, reaching Chu Sheng's ears with clarity. Halting in surprise, Chu Sheng was taken aback. He was certain this was merely an ordinary elder, yet that gaze seemed to penetrate his heavy disguise. After a moment's hesitation, he approached, crouching down to align his view with that of the old man. "What are you staring at?" The beggar squinted, appraising Chu Sheng from head to toe, his gaze seemingly imbued with light, making Chu Sheng feel uncomfortably exposed, even though he knew such perception was impossible. "TSK, TSK, TSK," the beggar clicked his tongue, shaking his head with an expression of profound dismay. "Young lad, you are quite remarkable, truly remarkable. The astonishing talent in martial arts, a rarity among thousands, a once-in-a-century phenomenon. I observe your celestial brows and square foundation, your bright third eye. What a pity, what a pity." Chapter 13. The time-bomb Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden proclamation, reminiscent of a street fortune-teller, only to find himself in a state of bemusement. Possessing the power to obliterate stars, yet being labeled a martial genius by a decrepit beggar? The stark contrast somewhat alleviated his lingering sense of emptiness. "What a pity," he inquired, feigning curiosity. "What a pity indeed for your eyes." The old beggar leaned in abruptly, a gust of sweat and dust enveloping Chu Sheng. He pointed at Chu Sheng's eyes, exclaiming, bewildered, greatly bewildered. "You possess a mountain of treasures, yet remain oblivious. You wield the strength to create worlds, yet cannot find your way home. Is your heart not aching, as if you have lost a precious gem?" The playful expression on Chu Sheng's face instantly froze. The elder's words pierced through to his innermost feelings with pinpoint accuracy. At the zenith of power, gazing upon the universe, he found himself ensnared by an insatiable void and a disconnect from the earthly realm. "How do you know?" Chu Sheng's voice deepened, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. "Heh, I have roamed the world for 80 years. What manner of person have I not encountered?" The beggar proudly stroked his non-existent beard, his murky eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Your confusion stems from a lost heart. You have forgotten whence you came and where you ought to go. No matter how great your strength, without roots, you are but drifting weeds, a solitary ghost." Chu Sheng fell silent. The elder's coarse words struck at the very core of his being. He indeed felt like a rootless reed. "What should I do?" he found himself asking involuntarily. "Well asked." The beggar clapped his thigh with surprising agility, betraying his appearance as a beggar. He mysteriously retrieved a greasy, tattered cloth bag from his cloak and produced a red-covered book. "Young one, I sense a connection between us. I shall sell you this unparalleled manual for a mere 100 coins. The old beggar thrust the small red book into Chu Sheng's hands, bearing an expression of someone who had struck an incredible bargain. Do not underestimate it. Once mastered, you shall be invincible. More importantly, he lowered his voice, imbued with a persuasive power. It can help you find your heart. Discover the roots of your strength. Chu Sheng accepted the small red book. In a sudden burst of impulse, he kicked the old beggar aside and seized all the coins from the plate before him. How is it that a beggar carries the keys to a Ferrari? He scoffed, spitting disdainfully before departing. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, deep within a heavily guarded military base, Lin Xiaoyu sat anxiously upon a cold metallic chair, her hands clasped tightly over her abdomen. Her complexion appeared pale, and her gaze flickered nervously. Seated opposite were two impeccably uniformed intelligence officers, their expressions grave, alongside a military doctor clad in a white coat, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Miss Lin, the leading officer spoke in a deep voice, imbued with an undeniable air of authority. According to your prior testimony, you and Kevin were studying in your dormitory when Chu Sheng abruptly barged in, stripped you of your clothing, and humiliated you. Is this correct? Lin Xiaoyu's body quivered slightly. Her head bowed even lower, and she responded with a barely audible murmur of assent. Then, the doctor adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer. Can you confirm that the child you carry within you is fathered by Chu Sheng? The air seemed to solidify. Lin Xiaoyu's heart raced, pounding against her chest as if it might burst free. Her mind spiraled into madness, conjuring images of Chu Sheng, wild and unrestrained. She bit down hard on her lip, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palm. Fear, shame, and an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about the future intermingled within her. Ultimately, propelled by the immense pressure and a faint, perhaps subconscious hope that this child might alter her fate, she gave the slightest nod. That nod, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirred immense ripples in the eyes of the officers and the doctor. They exchanged glances laced with a mix of ecstasy and ambition. Excellent, Miss Lin. This is of utmost importance. The officer's voice carried a barely contained excitement. Rest assured, the state will provide you with the finest medical care and protection. Your child possesses immeasurable value. He may inherit certain unique talents from his father. His birth will serve as a significant safeguard for national security. Please focus on nurturing your pregnancy and cooperate with our examinations. They swiftly arranged for Lin Xiaoyu to reside in a luxurious, yet heavily monitored protective suite. Once the door closed behind her, the officer immediately dialed an encrypted phone, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Confirmation. Target, ex-girlfriend Lin Xiaoyu, is pregnant. The father is most likely Chu Sheng. Initiate the seed program at the highest level. This is our singular opportunity to harness the superhuman lineage. We must ensure the safe delivery of the fetus. Simultaneously, commence non-invasive genetic testing and potential capability assessment for the fetus. Thus, the seed program aimed at cultivating and controlling an infant endowed with superhuman genes was officially set in motion. In the deeper, more clandestine biological laboratory of the base, the atmosphere grew even colder and more fervent. Within a vast, sterile isolation chamber, rows of high-tech cultivation tanks glimmered with an eerie blue light, housing embryos or tissue samples in various developmental stages. Humanity's artificial womb technology was nearing maturity, hinting at a future where women might be liberated from the burdens of reproduction. However, at this moment, this technology was being employed for an entirely different purpose. A cadre of researchers, clad in the highest-grade protective gear, was diligently working around a special container, isolated by multiple energy fields and physical barriers. The sample label prominently displays the name and number of Chu Sheng. The implantation of cloned embryo number 37 has been successful, with vital signs remaining stable. A researcher fixates on the intricate holographic data screen, reporting the findings. An anomaly has been detected in the directional enhancement culture of tissue sample number 28, muscle cells, exhibiting a rate of proliferation that far exceeds the anticipated model's energy absorption efficiency. The gene expression profile is currently under analysis. Attention! Attention! Abnormal biological electrical fluctuations have been detected in clone number 15 of the neural stem cells under simulated solar radiation, band 7, suggesting a potential embryonic form of a primary biofield. The project's supervisor, a gray-haired professor with an almost obsessive fervor in his gaze, greedily observes the tiny life forms or tissues writhing in the culture medium through a thick observation window. Into the communicator, his voice hoarse with excitement. He reports, "Report to headquarters. The Prometheus project has achieved a groundbreaking advancement. The target gene exhibits unprecedented stability and expressibility. Its cells demonstrate astonishing vitality and energy affinity under a specific energy field. We are confident that, within a controllable range, we can replicate clones endowed with partial superhuman abilities. They will become humanity's most formidable weapons. The key to controlling that fugitive. The Prometheus Project, utilizing Chu Sheng's genes, is accelerating in the shadows to create a controllable legion of superhuman clones. Chu Sheng walks through the bustling streets, clutching an absurd tome, seeking an anchor for his soul. Lin Xiaoyu caresses her abdomen, ensnared in a web of lies and military protection, while the mixed-race fetus within her is mistakenly regarded as a seed of hope. Meanwhile, deep within the underground, his genes are being frantically replicated, modified, and nurtured in cold culture tanks, birthing terrifying weapons that may one day turn against humanity. A time bomb has already been planted. Chapter 14. You comment, I perform perched on the edge of the highest unfinished building in the city. Chu Sheng dangles his legs 300 meters above the ground. The wind rustles his coat. He retrieves his phone and opens a live streaming app. The screen illuminates, reflecting his expressionless face, beneath which cars appear as small as matchboxes, and the crowd resembles ants. Hello, can you hear me? Chu Sheng speaks into the microphone, his voice slightly scattered by the wind. I am Chu Sheng, the so-called superhuman sentenced to death, but who did not perish. Just days before, he had teased his audience with a preview on his account, expecting curious viewers to tune in. He adjusts his angle to be perpendicular to the wall, with the street below behind him. The comments section begins to roll, albeit at a leisurely pace. Your background looks too fake, not convincing. 5 cents special effects. The host's script is decent. A death sentence superhuman? Is the next step to save the world? Superhuman? So impressive, show us some action. Chu Sheng gazed at the words, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He rose to his feet, positioning his phone camera to capture his upper body. Doubt lingers, does it? Very well. Before his words could fully dissipate, his body shifted slightly, plummeting downward like a stone from the height of the building. The comments section erupted in chaos. Goodness, is he really falling? Where are the police? Surely this is a hoax. The angle suggests special effects. Is the actor out of his mind? Descending several stories, Chu Sheng's body abruptly halted midair, defying gravity with a sudden suspension. Then, like a rocket propelled from its launch pad, he soared not upwards, but sideways, at a velocity nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, crashing through the glass curtain wall of a neighboring derelict office building, only to burst forth from the other side amidst a shower of shattered glass. He navigated through the urban landscape at breakneck speed, the sonic boom shattering windows across several streets, while piercing sirens filled the air. The camera shook violently, capturing only blurred remnants and the panicked throngs below, alongside the chaotic flow of vehicles. The comments section descended into utter madness. What on earth is happening? This is no special effect. I live nearby. The glass is all shattered. Superman. He truly is Superman. The group messages are authentic. Do you realize you are breaking the law? Quick, record this. Hurry. The host is incredible. Go take down the bad guys. Where are the officials? Someone come. As the excitement peaked, the viewer count on the verge of surpassing 1 million. The screen suddenly blacked out. A chilling system notification appeared. This live stream has been shut down for disseminating false information. Chu Sheng hovered in the air, staring at the darkened screen, his expression, which had remained unfazed during the collision, now darkened to an ominous gloom. He tightened his grip on the phone, the cheap plastic casing protesting under the pressure. Moments later, he released his grip, his gaze as cold as ice. That night, a newly minted account named God of the Mortal Realm released a 10-second video across several major platforms. The footage displayed only Chu Sheng's unremarkable yet piercing face. I am Superman. You have 3 days. His voice was unwavering, as if stating an undeniable fact. The top 3 comments, laden with enthusiasm, read, I will make it happen. I will prove to you all if I am real. The video detonated across the internet like a bomb, igniting a firestorm of reactions. Skepticism, insults, fervor, and fear, along with countless onlookers reveling in the spectacle, inundated the comment section like a tsunami. The platform scrambled to delete posts and ban accounts. But the video spread like a virus, unstoppable. The number of likes surged at a terrifying pace. On the afternoon of the second day, Chu Sheng was seated on a park bench, observing a flock of pigeons pecking at the ground. 2 men, dressed in civilian attire, yet standing as straight as arrows, approached him directly. The older of the 2 swiftly produced an identification card, flashing it before him. Comrade Chu Sheng, we need to have a word. The elder's tone carried an undeniable authority. Chu Sheng did not even lift his eyelids, continuing to gaze at the pigeons. About what? He replied dismissively. Your actions have instigated considerable social panic and destruction. The nation requires stability. The elder sat beside him, lowering his voice to a weighty tone of sincerity. Little Chu Sheng, you possess a power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. This power is perilous. If left unchecked, it spells disaster. Think of the innocent lives. Consider the losses you have caused. Return to the appropriate place and accept supervision. That is how you can be accountable to the nation and the people. The state will not treat you unfairly. It will provide you with the best conditions to realize your potential. Chu Sheng is already dead, he interrupted, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, as if discussing someone else's fate. The court has ruled, the death sentence was passed, and the procedure has been followed. You executed it yourselves, remember? The elder fell silent, his prepared speech lodged in his throat. The young officer beside him could not contain himself, speaking with ire. You are merely evading responsibility. You are standing right here, with your abilities. At last, Chu Sheng turned his head, his gaze settling on the young officer. His expression was devoid of feeling, yet a faint red glow emanated from his eyes, causing the officer to swallow his words with trepidation. His back instantly soaked with cold sweat. I shall repeat myself, Chu Sheng enunciated deliberately. I am not Chu Sheng. He rose from his seat. Around the park, those who feigned leisurely walks, read newspapers, or walked their dogs began to stir, subtly forming a surrounding circle, their hands resting on their waists. Chu Sheng paid them no heed, addressing the two officers as if speaking to the air. Do not trouble me again. In the next instant, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked and sank, his form morphing into a blurred afterimage that tore through the air with a piercing shriek, soaring into the clouds above. The powerful gust sent the two officers staggering backward, while the elder's wig was tossed into the air, revealing his bald pate. The encircling individuals rushed forward, only to find a shallow impression of a footprint in the ground and the falling wig. 3 days later, Chu Sheng perched atop an unnamed mountain rock, once again accessing the account of the deity of the mortal realm. The comments section had been cleared by the platform countless times, yet the pinned voting results stubbornly remained visible. The 3 most upvoted comments stood out like bloody daggers. Let us blow up the Yasukuni Shrine. Let those little Japanese know the meaning of retributive justice. Eliminate the Israeli oppressors. Advocate for the innocent victims in Palestine. Eliminate the deceitful gangs in northern Myanmar. They have returned to inflict harm once more. As Chu Sheng gazed upon these 3 lines of text, a semblance of expression finally graced his countenance. It was an exceedingly frigid smile, laced with profound sarcasm and a hint of maniacal delight. As he scrolled further, a 4th comment appeared, garnering exactly 10,000 likes. A mere 80 fewer than the 3rd. Desire to see the host don a bunny girl costume and perform on a pole. Chu Sheng nearly choked on his own blood. Below, another netizen commented, I relish the comments that embarrass the host. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, nearly allowing them to triumph. Chapter 15. The ruthless executor. He procured the latest model of a motion camera, renowned for its exceptional stabilization, and secured it firmly upon his head, aiming the lens forward. He pressed the record button. In the first segment, he addressed the camera, his voice captured with crystal clarity. The scene abruptly soared upwards, the mountains below rapidly diminishing, while clouds surged towards him, only to be cast aside in an instant. Before long, an exotic coastline emerged in the frame, followed by dense urban architecture. Without further ado, Chu Sheng's eyes ignited with blinding crimson light. Tokyo, Yasukuni Shrine. Without warning, a figure hovered ominously above the shrine, causing the guards and visitors below to gaze upwards in terror. The camera atop his head recorded with precision the palatial structures that epitomized the evils of militarism. 2 scorching beams of crimson light erupted from his eyes, without forewarning. Boom! The searing gaze transformed into a destructive beam, unleashing a cacophonous explosion. The wooden and stone edifices crumbled before the heat powerful enough to melt gold and iron, as the roof of the main hall was instantaneously torn away. The massive beams melting, fracturing, and collapsing. Flames surged skyward, billowing smoke enveloped the scene. The terrified screams, cries, and fleeing masses filled the air, while the tablets of worship within the shrine were reduced to ash amidst the inferno. Suspended above the sea of flames, Chu Sheng wielded his scorching gaze like the brush of death, cold and precise, sweeping across the scene, leaving destruction and ruins in its wake. The walls that had inscribed false histories transformed into molten lava. The camera above faithfully documented this hellish spectacle, capturing the grotesque, panic-stricken faces of the priests and right-wing extremists, who usually feigned righteousness but were now reduced to a pitiful state. In the second segment, Chu Sheng's voice remained clear amidst the roaring explosions and blaring alarms. He altered his course, vanishing like a fleeting light into the horizon. In a certain Middle Eastern region, on the periphery of a significant Israeli military base, the camera trembles violently. The piercing sound of air rushing past from high-speed flight fills the audio. Below lies a vast expanse of yellow sand and desolate Gobi, with the imposing silhouette of a heavily fortified base visible in the distance. Tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft missile positions are all clearly discernible. This area remains in a state of war, and Chu Sheng has triggered a response from the air defense radar. Chaos erupts within the base as soldiers frantically rush to their combat positions. Anti-aircraft guns unleash tongues of fire, and missiles soar into the sky, leaving trails of flame in their wake. Chu Sheng's figure weaves through the barrage of missiles like a specter, the expensive ordnance failing to even graze the hem of his attire. He plunges downward, his speed creating a sonic boom in the air. The target, the command center. Bang! Boom! The sturdy reinforced concrete command building collapses, as if struck by the fist of a giant, crumbling layer by layer from the top down. Clouds of smoke and flames rise into the sky. Chu Sheng's silhouette flickers amidst the smoke, his thermal vision sweeping across the scene. The turret of a tank parked on the ground is melted through. Armored vehicles explode like ignited gasoline barrels, and the air defense positions are engulfed in a sea of flames. Soldiers fire futilely, their bullets merely sparking weakly against Chu Sheng, akin to a mere itch. He moves through them like a tiger among sheep, leaving twisted steel and destroyed equipment in his wake. The camera coldly captures the soldiers collapsing in the face of overwhelming power, fleeing, or even kneeling in supplication, documenting the utmost fear and despair reflected in their eyes. He deliberately slows his pace, allowing the lens to capture the scene with greater clarity. Third target. Chu Sheng's voice carries a hint of indifference at the completion of his task as he turns once more. Southeast Asia, northern Myanmar, the infamous Scam Park. The camera hovers from above, revealing high walls and electrified fences surrounded by dense forest, with guard towers looming ominously. Inside the compound, some imprisoned individuals numbly raise their heads, gazing at the figure in the sky that resembles a demonic presence. The guards are paralyzed with terror. Some raise their guns to shoot, while others attempt to flee in vehicles. Chu Sheng descends onto the rooftop of a main building. Instead of utilizing thermal vision, he simply punches through the thick concrete floor. The entire building trembles. He tears through the solid walls with bare hands as if dismantling a toy, ripping apart thick steel rebar. The cells housing the captives are violently breached, and the tortured victims, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, look on in disbelief at the figure emerging through the shattered wall. Chu Sheng pays them no mind. His focus is on the thugs and leaders clad in uniforms and tattoos. The camera follows his every move. As one leader draws a handgun, Chu Sheng, harnessing his kinetic energy, seizes him by the throat from a distance, lifting him effortlessly like a chick. The lens capturing the distorted face of the man contorted in suffocation and fear. Another enforcer, driving a jeep, attempted to collide with him to create chaos. Chu Sheng merely delivered a casual kick, sending the vehicle tumbling several dozen meters before it smashed into the surrounding wall, transforming into a heap of twisted metal. The occupants within remained oblivious to their fate. He moved with the efficiency of a demolition machine, resembling a merciless judge. Wherever he ventured, watchtowers crumbled, high walls shattered, and the guards' weapons were crushed into scrap. Those who dared to resist or flee were effortlessly subdued, treated like refuse, and discarded upon the ground. Within the compound, cries, pleas for mercy, and desperate curses intertwined with the anguished wails and sobs of the victims, erupting from a place of suppressed torment. Subsequently, several districts fell prey to his rampage. Standing amidst the devastation, Chu Sheng faced the camera, with the backdrop of burning vehicles, collapsed buildings, kneeling enforcers begging for mercy, and liberated souls embracing each other in tears. The recording ceased. He removed the helmet camera and executed a few simple commands. Minutes later, the account of the god among men was updated. There was no title, no textual explanation, only 3 unedited segments of nearly an hour of raw footage. The first segment, the Yasukuni Shrine collapsing in flames. The second segment, a military base transformed into a hellish inferno. The third segment, a fraudulent district violently dismantled. The video was successfully uploaded. Chu Sheng then shared it in a group chat using a secondary account before shutting off his phone and gazing at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. He understood that from this moment onward, the world would be irrevocably altered. The cold smirk at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen slightly. The 3 unedited videos by Chu Sheng detonated within the information network of human society like 3 super-nuclear bombs. The resulting impact was not mere ripples, but a tsunami that thoroughly upended prevailing perceptions. In Tokyo, at the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister Saito Sanai was attending a cabinet meeting when she received the news, initially struggling to believe it. The agenda concerned how to respond to the God among men threat and the restoration of the devastated Yasukuni Shrine. The secretary, pale as death, stumbled into the conference room, forgetting to knock, and shakily placed a tablet before the Prime Minister. On the screen was the recently released video from the God Among Men account, depicting the Yasukuni Shrine engulfed in crimson beams, collapsing like a mere piece of paper, while the terrified priests fled in panic, their disgrace captured in high definition. That bastard. Prime Minister Saito leapt to her feet, her eyes bulging as she fixated on the screen. She witnessed the shrine's most sacred hall reduced to ashes under the searing gaze, saw the Yasukuni Museum, a symbol of militaristic glory, crumble in flames. It was a place she felt uneasy about if she did not visit daily. How could it have come to this? And the footage was devoid of special effects. It was real, raw, and irrefutable destruction. How dare they target something so vital to me? The meeting had yet to commence, and having just viewed the video, she was already undone. A wave of a metallic sweetness surged up her throat. The elder woman's body swayed, and before the terrified gaze of all the cabinet members, she collapsed backward with a thud, her head striking the floor heavily, causing her to faint on the spot. The conference room erupted into chaos, filled with screams, shouts, and the frantic clamor of calls for emergency assistance. The entire core of Japan's highest power was paralyzed by a single video. All the right-wing factions in Japan who witnessed the footage were engulfed in despair, their beliefs shattered, as they lamented in anguish across the internet, while the general populace was gripped by an immense fear of the unknown. Chapter 16. International Shock in Washington. Within a war room, the president and the military high command, along with intelligence heads, were intensely analyzing the devastating video of Chu Sheng's first 2 targets. When they witnessed the Yasukuni Shrine being dismantled as if it were a mere toy, a profound silence enveloped the room. Subsequently, the footage displayed an Israeli military base, its fortified command center obliterated as Chu Sheng crashed into it with brute force, while tanks were melted like soda cans under searing heat. And the well-trained soldiers crumbled and cried out like lambs to the slaughter in the face of absolute power. What in the name of God is this monster? The defense secretary, Peter, let his coffee cup shatter on the ground, scalding coffee splattering across the plush carpet, oblivious to it all, his eyes fixed on the screen. His lips trembling. Our aircraft carriers are mere iron coffins before him. He abruptly turned to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, whose complexion was equally as pale. Tell me what weapon can counter him? A nuclear bomb? Can we lock onto him before he takes flight? Even if we do, can an explosion truly kill him? The chairman's Adam's apple bobbed painfully, his voice dry as sandpaper. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, based on current data, conventional weapons are ineffective. The destroyed nuclear arsenal is being rebuilt, and the consequences of using them in densely populated areas are unimaginable. Moreover, we cannot ensure accuracy, let alone guarantee his demise. A chill of despair swept through the war room. The president slumped in his chair, his hands covering his face. Their pride in global military hegemony felt fragile, reduced to a mere jest in the presence of a single individual. What terrified them further was the 3rd video showing the destruction of a scam operation in Myanmar, signifying that Chu Sheng acted without restraint, completely disregarding borders and sovereignty. He could go wherever he pleased. Would the next target be here? In Jerusalem. Within the Israeli Prime Minister's office, Netanyahu watched as the screen displayed the obliteration of his nation's most elite military base, reduced to a fiery ruin under searing heat and sheer violence. The imagery of soldiers being crushed like ants contorted his face into a mask of profound rage and fear. He struck his expensive mahogany desk with a fist, producing a resounding thud, and his knuckles cracked, bleeding. A demon. He is a demon from hell. He roared at the screen, his voice cracking with fervor, declaring, "This is a blatant genocide against the Utai people. A new Nazism." He frantically seized the encrypted phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed. "Connect me to the United States. Connect me to NATO. Connect me to all allies. Immediately. At once. We must unite. We must eradicate this demon at all costs." However, the response on the other end was nothing more than a chorus of fear, devoid of any substantial promises. In the face of absolute might, the so-called alliances appeared utterly feeble. The entire nation of Israel was engulfed in a doomsday-like panic, with air raid sirens wailing incessantly. Citizens frantically stockpiling supplies, and the military entering a state of maximum readiness, all permeated by a sense of feudal grandeur. At the United Nations headquarters in New York, an emergency Security Council meeting descended into chaos. Representatives from the concerned nations hoarsely accused, demanding that Chu Sheng be labeled as a global enemy of humanity, the root of terrorism, and calling for authorization to take all necessary measures. Yet, as the large screen repeatedly displayed the 3 devastating videos, all impassioned accusations seemed hollow and ineffective, particularly when witnessing the heart-wrenching scene of the rescued victims in the Myanmar Northern Park, weeping and kneeling in the direction of Chu Sheng's disappearance. Some delegates fell into silence. Necessary measures? What measures? Murmured a representative from a small nation, his voice barely above a whisper, yet strikingly clear in the hushed assembly. Shall we plow the earth with nuclear bombs? Who can guarantee it will kill him? If it doesn't, who will bear his wrath? This statement fell like icy water, instantly cooling the clamorous chamber. The representatives of the 5 permanent members wore grim expressions, exchanging glances, each seeing profound apprehension and impotence reflected in the other's eyes. Sanctions? What use are they against the Superman? Military action? The videos provided the most compelling answer. Negotiation? The other party might not even deign to meet with a national representative. For the highest authority of humanity, facing an individual for the first time, there was an unprecedented sense of insignificance and helplessness. This feeling of powerlessness suffocated and humiliated the politicians present more than any accusation could. The global network was in a frenzy. Although governments struggled to delete posts, sever connections, and impose media control, video clips and news spread like wildfire through various encrypted channels, proliferating through word of mouth. Is this a new movie trailer? User location, Vietnam. Awesome. It's so damn exhilarating. The shrine of the little sun exploded splendidly. My blood is boiling. Superhero is amazing. User location, China. God has manifested. This is divine retribution for the atrocities of Zionism. Hallelujah. User location, Palestine. Our compatriots in northern Myanmar are saved. Superhero, you are a true deity. The user is located in Myanmar, suspected of circumventing restrictions. Madman, Butcher, he is destroying the order of human civilization. Who will be next? The user is located in the USA. You, Saint upstairs, roll away. Those scammers deserve it. Israel deserves it. The little Japan deserves it even more. Superman did splendidly. The user's location is unknown. This person is actually one of us Koreans. Surprised, aren't you? Haha. The user is located in South Korea. Breaking news. The Japanese Prime Minister fainted. Ha ha ha. The user is located in India. Urgent sale of a second-hand bunker in Los Santos. Price negotiable. Serious inquiries only. The user's location is unknown. The internet has been set ablaze. A cacophony of fear, fervor, adulation, hatred, mockery, and despair, all colliding and fermenting with extreme intensity. The fanbase of Chu Sheng's account, God of 34, continues to experience exponential growth despite the platform's frantic censorship, with countless individuals flocking to the comments section to leave new, even more fervent 34 wishes. Traditional authorities and order teeter precariously in the face of absolute displays of power and the ensuing global chaos. For the first time, ordinary people feel as though there is a master looming over them. This upheaval not only breeds fear, but also a clandestine, liberating, ineffable sense of exhilaration that burgeons within the hearts of countless oppressed individuals. The scientific community is stirred into a frenzy. As global politicians grapple with crises and the populace descends into fervor and panic, a relatively calm, yet equally shocking hypothesis emerges during an emergency, closed-door meeting of leading scientists. Professor Hopkins, an astrophysical authority from Cambridge University, pointed to a slow-motion video of Chu Sheng's first live stream, where he collided with a building, alongside monitoring data of a supernova explosion. His voice trembled with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, observe this time frame. According to our undercover intelligence regarding the moment Chu Sheng acquired his abilities, it aligns remarkably with the time of the gamma-ray burst from supernova 202-50901 striking Earth, within a margin of error of no more than 12 hours. He displayed a complex energy spectrum. The energy flow peak of 202-50901 far exceeds any observations we've recorded before. The unknown high-energy particles it carries resemble an invisible superflood, washing over the entire biosphere of our planet. We previously focused solely on its destructive impact on communications and satellites, neglecting the unimaginable catalytic or mutative effects it may have on living organisms. The conference room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. An elderly geneticist, his hair a cascade of silver, spoke haltingly. Are you suggesting that Chu Sheng's abilities are a product of this natural disaster? That those high-energy particles have rewritten his genes? Or activated some unknown potential within him? This is currently the only logical conjecture. Professor Hopkins's gaze was a mix of fervor and dread. Consider this. Why him? Why at that particular moment? Why does his ability so blatantly defy the laws of physics? This is not something achievable through mere cultivation or technology. This is a divine selection, or perhaps an unforeseen radiation incident on a cosmic scale. He slammed his fist onto the table with fervor, declaring, "We must immediately initiate global biological monitoring. We need to seek other potential awakeners. Chu Sheng may not be the only one." This conjecture was akin to dousing boiling oil with ice water. If Chu Sheng's power stems from that global supernova particle stream, what implications does that hold? It suggests that there may be more latent superhumans concealed within the populace. It implies that the trajectory of human evolution has been irrevocably rewritten by a violent force from the depths of the cosmos. In this moment, the hallowed halls of scientific rationality felt the chilling grip of an unknown power. This chill instilled a deeper sense of helplessness and fear in the so-called elites, more profound than that felt by politicians. In a certain top-secret military base in Huaxia, a massive screen was fixated on the moment Chu Sheng obliterated 3 targets. The conference room was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere thick with tension. An elderly officer, adorned with the insignia of a general, the very one who attempted to persuade Chu Sheng in the park, now wore a pallid expression, fixated intently on Chu Sheng's emotionless eyes on the screen. With a resounding crash, a younger officer, the same one who had been intimidated by Chu Sheng's mere glance, could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist onto the alloy table, producing a dull thud, causing the skin on the back of his hand to split open. "Scoundrel! Lawless! Who does he think he is? A god?" The elder slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Is anger effective? Is your fist harder than his?" The young officer, as though grasped by an invisible hand around his throat, flushed with rage and sat down despondently. The elder inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his voice low and chilling. "Chu Sheng is dead. That is the line he has drawn. We may have overstepped." He surveyed all the senior generals and intelligence officers present. Conventional methods are ineffective against him. Moral coercion? He understands the dirtiness of this world far better than we do. Negotiation? He holds it in contempt. He paused, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Initiate the Huta plan. Priority: locate the anchor points. He did not emerge from the cracks of stone. That gambling father wants to see him alive or dead. Furthermore, contact all leading domestic biological and physics teams involved in the supernova particle stream research. I need to ascertain whether this accident could have a second or third occurrence. His fingers struck heavily upon the indistinct, aged photograph of Chu Sheng's father. Find him. This may be our sole opportunity to seize the elusive 39 line. Ideally, we could leverage his father to bring him to our side. Chapter 17. Servant of God? Chu Sheng perched upon the rooftop of a derelict factory at the city's fringes, observing as the setting sun bathed the rusted steel in a deep crimson hue. Out of sheer boredom, he had just melted a heap of discarded automobile wreckage with his searing gaze. His phone vibrated, revealing an unfamiliar encrypted message containing merely a coordinate and a time. 8 p.m. tomorrow evening, Coastal City, Guanlon Villa. He raised an eyebrow. Guanlon Villa? He was aware of its reputation as the premier private club in Coastal City, with membership fees said to be astronomical, a true gathering place for the elite. It was unlikely to be a military affair. An invitation to find him? Intriguing. He was eager to discover who would dare seek out this mortal deity. The following evening, precisely at 8 p.m., Guanlon Villa lay hidden within a meticulously maintained forest on the outskirts of Coastal City, exuding an understated opulence. Chu Sheng chose not to fly, but approached like an ordinary individual, clad in a faded old jacket and jeans. Making his way to the imposing entrance, an estate gate forged entirely from solid brass. There were no guards present, only an impeccably dressed butler with a meticulously combed hairstyle waiting quietly. "Mr. Chu, we have been expecting you." The butler inclined slightly, his demeanor respectful yet devoid of sycophancy, with a hint of barely perceptible reverence in his gaze. He stepped aside, and the heavy gate silently slid open, revealing a scene illuminated by dazzling lights, reminiscent of a royal garden. The impeccably manicured lawns, priceless sculptures, and an outdoor swimming pool shimmering with an ethereal blue glow filled the air with the fragrant essence of wealth and power, meticulously crafted. With an expression of indifference, Chu Sheng entered. The butler fell back a step to guide him through the corridor, arriving before the main building, a grand villa that harmoniously blended classical and modern styles. At the entrance, a red carpet unfurled, flanked by two neat rows of individuals. Each was attired differently, yet all radiated an aura of authority. From the silver-haired elder with keen eyes to the composed, commanding middle-aged figures and the astute young successors. At that moment, all eyes converged upon Chu Sheng, brimming with scrutiny, curiosity, apprehension, and an almost fervent anticipation. As he took his first step onto the red carpet, these titans, capable of causing tremors in their respective fields, bowed deeply in unison, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. "Welcome, Mr. Chu." Their voices, though not loud, carried a weighty significance, resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. Chu Sheng's footsteps did not falter, nor did his gaze linger on them for even a fleeting second as he strode directly towards the villa's grand entrance. Such a scene evoked not a single ripple of emotion within him since he had acquired his power. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. The interior of the villa exuded opulence, with the soft glow of crystal chandeliers cascading over the polished marble floor, while priceless artworks adorned the walls, and the air resonated with soothing classical melodies. In the vast expanse of the living room, a discreet yet luxurious ensemble of sofas was the only furnishing. Seated upon them was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a well-tailored dark Zhongshan suit. His demeanor was refined, yet his gaze was profound, as if it could penetrate the depths of the human soul. He was none other than Shun Mo, the architect and de facto leader of the New Humanity Alliance, a shadowy titan orchestrating a vast commercial empire and an extensive network of connections. Upon noticing Chu Sheng's entrance, Shun Mo rose, his face adorned with a perfectly measured smile that exuded genuine respect as he stepped forward and extended his hand. "Mr. Chu, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Shun Mo, and I humbly extend my invitation, hoping for your understanding." His demeanor was notably humble, devoid of the arrogance often exhibited by the elite. Chu Sheng refrained from shaking his hand, merely regarding him with a cool expression. "What is it?" Shun Mo withdrew his hand naturally, showing no sign of embarrassment, his smile remaining warm. "Mr. Chu, you are direct and forthright. Please, have a seat." He guided Chu Sheng to the sofa and personally poured him a cup of tea, its fragrant steam wafting invitingly. "Your power, Mr. Chu, is nothing short of earth-shattering and widely recognized," Shun Mo began, his tone imbued with authentic admiration. "You have shattered the old rules, torn away the veil of hypocrisy, revealing to the world what true power looks like. Though your methods may be fierce, the outcome has instilled hope and provided unprecedented relief to countless individuals who have been oppressed, deceived, and harmed." Observing Chu Sheng's unresponsive demeanor, he continued, "However, Mr. Chu, you are but one man. The world is vast and intricate, while you possess the strength to dismantle. Reconstructing order and steering the future necessitates even greater resources and intricate operations. Those corrupt bureaucrats, avaricious capitalists, and duplicitous politicians may fear you, but they are covertly uniting, attempting to conspire through their accustomed means, manipulation, public opinion, and perhaps even leveraging your past to bind you and diminish your influence." Leaning slightly forward, his gaze turned earnest and fervent. "Our New Humanity Alliance gathers the elite from various fields. We possess wealth, connections, information, and a shared vision for the future. We are weary of the decay and injustice of the old world and yearn for a new order led by true strength. Mr. Chu, you are that leader. You are the dawn of a new epoch." He paused momentarily, his voice imbued with an alluring power. "We invite you not to constrain you, but to become an extension of your will. Your strength, coupled with our resources, shall forge a brand new world together. A world governed by rules defined by you. Here, you will be the supreme being. We shall spare no effort in fulfilling your every desire, allowing you to indulge in the utmost glory and pleasure this world has to offer. You need only to become our banner, our deity." As Shun Mo concluded, a profound silence enveloped the living room, with only the gentle strains of music flowing in the background. The allies behind him held their breath, anxiously awaiting Chu Sheng's response. This was their meticulously orchestrated invitation, promising the finest material indulgences, the loftiest status, and the grandest vision of the future, all in an attempt to sway this young man endowed with divine power. Chu Sheng lifted the cup of tea, not to drink, but to gaze into the verdant brew. He remained silent for a few seconds before raising his eyes to meet Shun Mo's, a subtly playful and slightly mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "The New Humanity Alliance? It seems you aspire to be the servants of the divine?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Shun Mo's eyes as he immediately bowed lower, adopting an even humbler demeanor. "To serve you is our greatest honor." Chu Sheng set the teacup down, reclining into the soft embrace of the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the breath-held elites, finally resting back on Shinmo's face. His tone calm and unruffled. Very well. Let us see. He did not explicitly agree to join, nor did he refuse. But the mere notion of let us see was already a monumental success for Shinmo and his companions. It signified opportunity. Delight could scarcely be contained on Shinmo's face as he exclaimed, Mr. Chu, please allow us to arrange your forthcoming itinerary, so you may experience the sincerity of our alliance. Chapter 18. Embracing life. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, within a clandestine military base, a colossal screen displayed footage relayed by satellites and secret channels. Chu Sheng strolling towards the Guanlan Manor, the crowd bowing along the crimson carpet, and the scene of his entrance into the villa. Although sound was absent, the imagery conveyed enough shock. Report. The target has entered the core stronghold of the New Humanity Alliance, Guanlan Manor. Shinmo is personally receiving him. The intelligence officer's voice was grave. Humph. A group of opportunists, seeking to cling to the coattails of a superhuman? The young officer, codenamed Thunder Eagle, glared at Chu Sheng's figure on the screen, filled with rage and disdain. Did they truly believe they could buy a god with wealth and women? While they may not succeed in buying him, they can certainly erode and numb him, remarked the elder general, codenamed Rock, his voice low and foreboding. He retrieved another file, revealing a photograph of a pure and beautiful girl, her gaze imbued with a hint of stubbornness. Adjacent to her image were her detailed credentials. Su Jin, 22 years old. Dual master's degrees in psychology and behavioral analysis, proficient in martial arts, marksmanship, multiple languages, and possessing a refined background in art appreciation. Her parents had sacrificed for the nation, and she hailed from an impeccable lineage. They intended to deploy her. The psychological weakness analysis report on the target had been prepared. General Panshir pointed at the cold lines of text on the screen, indicating extreme emotional neglect stemming from a repressive, impoverished upbringing that had fostered deep-seated insecurities. The obsession with Lin Xiaoyu was fundamentally a fervent yearning for love and recognition. This desire, upon acquiring power, had not dissipated. Rather, it had the potential to intensify due to the void created by a dramatic shift in status. The material pleasures and status accolades provided by the New Humanity Alliance could only satiate superficial vanity, failing to address the profound emotional emptiness within. He turned to a poised, sharp-eyed middle-aged woman, a psychological warfare and special operations expert, codenamed Nightingale. Nightingale, the Dreamweaver project is under your full responsibility. Has Su Jin completed her final training? Nightingale stood at attention, her voice clear. Report. The Dreamweaver has completed all adaptive training and background implantations. The comprehension of the target's psychological weaknesses and corresponding strategies has become instinctive. She is the perfect key. Excellent. General Panshir's gaze once again fell upon the screen, where Chu Sheng was depicted within a lavish villa, his expression cold and resolute. Shinmo and his associates could only attempt to fill the void with superficiality and wealth. They did not understand that what could truly ensnare such a divine figure was only the purest and most authentic semblance of love. Prepare the Dreamweaver to approach the target when he departs from that opulent realm of materialism, at the moment when his spirit is most likely to reveal a fissure. Guolan Mountain Villa. In the ensuing days, Chu Sheng experienced what true imperial indulgence entailed. He resided in the innermost part of the villa, sequestered in a premier suite perched atop a cliff overlooking the sea, awakening each day to the breathtaking spectacle of the ocean sunrise. Shinmo accompanied him personally, their itinerary arranged with understated opulence, traveling in one of the world's 3 limited-edition ultra-luxury bulletproof cars, flanked by silent escort vehicles as they entered a private cinema, accessible only to a privileged few. On a private island owned by the Alliance members, he savored delicacies prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. With ingredients airlifted from around the globe, the cost of a single meal would leave an ordinary person astounded. Adorned in bikinis, models and young stars, each a paragon of beauty, served as exquisite embellishments by the poolside and beach, their laughter light and alluring, casting furtive glances toward Chu Sheng, unreservedly expressing admiration and temptation. They had been explicitly informed that if they could catch even a fleeting glance from this divine figure, or perhaps merely have their names remembered, they would gain access to unimaginable resources. As night fell, within an upscale restaurant, they dined while enjoying an exclusive, intimate concert performed by a world-class orchestra. Shinmo and the other core members cautiously lingered nearby, keenly observing Chu Sheng's demeanor. The moment he exhibited even a hint of interest or boredom, a fresh spectacle would promptly emerge. Money, gourmet cuisine, art, and beauty, the pinnacle of sensory indulgence that humanity could conceive and create, washed over Chu Sheng like gentle waves. attempting to engulf and soften him. Yet, Chu Sheng's demeanor remained consistently aloof. He relished the extravagance, akin to a mere spectator. He sampled the exquisite dishes, which were indeed delightful, yet left him unsatisfied. Dining felt akin to a performance for his mother. He admired the artworks, some of which were intriguing, yet ultimately served no purpose, far less engaging than playing with electronic toys. He observed the stunning women surrounding him, each exerting their utmost efforts to capture his attention. Their beauty was undeniable, and the desires and calculations in their gazes were starkly apparent. As another evening unfolded, a girl renowned for her pure and innocent image, now clad in a nearly transparent gauzy gown, approached him with a shy yet audacious smile, attempting to cozy up and pour him a drink. Suddenly, Chu Sheng spoke, his voice low yet resonant enough to silence the raucous pool party. "Not my type," he stated flatly, rejecting her outright. The girl's smile froze instantly, a flicker of confusion and helplessness flashing in her eyes as she turned to Shun Mo for assistance. Shun Mo felt a heaviness in his heart, but maintained a composed exterior, quickly interjecting with a smile. "What type does Mr. Chu prefer? We can prepare it right away." "No need," Chu Sheng replied, rising to his feet. His gaze swept across the suddenly reserved crowd, finally resting on the distant, profound sea, his tone inscrutable. "Is this all you offer?" A bead of sweat appeared on Shun Mo's forehead as he realized that the allure of wealth and beauty had seemingly failed to penetrate the heart of this enigmatic figure. He hastily replied, "Mr. Chu, this is merely the beginning. The power of our alliance extends far beyond this. Should you have any needs or thoughts, we will be at your service." Chu Sheng interrupted him, uttering no further words as he turned to stride toward his suite, leaving Shun Mo and the other alliance members exchanging glances filled with unease. The meticulously prepared enticements seemed to have missed their mark. As Chu Sheng turned away, a fleeting glimmer of weariness crossed his eyes, so subtle that even he remained oblivious to it. The accumulation of opulence, the contrived flattery, and the eyes brimming with desire reminded him of the cold machines in a factory, merely cloaked in a more resplendent guise. As he departed from the clamor of the party, walking alone toward the cliff by the sea, he gazed into the pitch-black waters, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from the Guanlan villa, on a secluded beach, a figure dressed in a simple white dress and barefoot cradled a guitar, sitting upon the rocks and softly singing to the sea. On that day, the squid hesitated, its voice clear and ethereal, carrying a tinge of melancholy. Drifting in with the sea breeze, elusive yet palpable, her silhouette, bathed in moonlight, appeared exceptionally pure and solitary. The nightingale's voice resonated in Su Jin's ears through the miniature earphones. The target has disengaged from the crowd, exhibiting emotional fluctuations. Weaver of dreams, the stage is set. It is your time to shine. Remember, you are the wandering singer drawn in by the sea breeze, and your name is Xiaoya. Chapter 19. The bait Chu Sheng stood on the observation deck of the seaside cliff at Guanlan Villa, the night wind carrying a briny scent that brushed against his faded, worn jacket. The distant music and laughter emanating from the villa felt as though they were separated by a thick layer of glass, remote and indistinct. The luxury provided by Shun Mo and his associates resembled candy wrapped in gold leaf, initially dazzling, but, upon further indulgence, leaving only a hollow sweetness. He recalled the girl in the sheer fabric, her heavy perfume causing an itch in his nose. Lin Xiaoyu never donned such strong fragrances. She always bore a subtle scent, reminiscent of sun-kissed orange peels. As this thought surfaced, he forcefully extinguished it. Why think of her? A deceiver, a traitor, a wretch. At that moment, a faint melody floated in with the sea breeze. The sound was light and pure, akin to the crystalline waters of a mountain spring, imbued with an indescribable sadness and ethereality, starkly contrasting with the deliberately cultivated decadent sounds behind him. Chu Sheng's extraordinary hearing allowed him to easily capture this thread of song, and instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source. Several kilometers away, on a secluded rocky beach, far from the villa's lights, the moonlight outlined a slender figure. She sat barefoot on a massive black rock, cradling a wooden guitar, softly singing to the inky sea. "Do not hesitate, do not give up, follow your heart." The sea breeze tousled her long hair, and the white hem of her dress fluttered gently, resembling a wild lily blooming in solitude under the moonlight. Chu Sheng's heart felt as if it were gently stirred by some unseen force. This sense of purity and loneliness formed a glaring contrast to the opulence surrounding him at that moment. Without much thought, his body instinctively lifted off the ground, silently gliding toward the rocky beach. An officially sent wife, why not seize the opportunity? Guanlan Villa, monitoring room. Shen Mo and several core members were intently focused on the screen, which displayed an empty view outside Chu Sheng's room. Where is he? Shin Mo's expression shifted. Report. The target has just flown away from the cliff. The speed is too fast. The satellite only captured a blurred trajectory, heading northeast toward the rocky beach. The operator's voice trembled with alarm. The rocky beach? What is he doing there? One member inquired, perplexed. Shin Mo's eyes flickered as he promptly accessed the surveillance footage near the rocky beach. When the image of a girl in a white dress, cradling a guitar and singing, appeared on the screen, his brow furrowed tightly. Who is she? What is she doing there? Investigate immediately. Also, send someone over, but do not approach. Observe from a distance. On the rocky beach, Su Jin, or rather, at this moment, Xiaoya, was fully immersed in her song. Her voice was clear, imbued with a touch of well-placed huskiness, and the lyrics were her own composition, reflecting themes of wandering, seeking, and the unspoken loneliness that resided deep within her heart. She could perceive the breath of the nightingale in her earpiece, aware that her target was drawing near. She had to perform flawlessly. Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her. The song abruptly ceased as she clutched her guitar, turning around in a startled manner, akin to a frightened fawn. In the moonlight stood a tall young man clad in an old jacket, having approached her unnoticed, quietly observing her from a few meters away. It was him, Chu Sheng. He appeared even more ordinary and elusive than he did in photographs and videos. His eyes, particularly deep in the night, seemed capable of penetrating the soul. Su Jin's heart raced instantaneously, yet her formidable mental fortitude and training allowed her to suppress her anxiety. Presenting an expression of just the right amount of surprise and a hint of caution. Who are you? What are you doing here? Her voice trembled slightly. A perfectly natural reaction for a solitary girl encountering a stranger. Chu Sheng regarded the girl before him. In the moonlight, her face was unadorned, free of heavy makeup, with clear eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and defiance. This demeanor momentarily conjured an indistinct shadow from his past. He averted his gaze to the dark expanse of the sea, his voice somewhat stiff, just passing by. You sing quite well. He endeavored to sound casual, yet the words came out dry, inadvertently conveying an air of forced critique. Su Jin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, though her grip on the guitar remained firm as she softly replied, Thank you. I was just casually singing a song I wrote. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow under her eyes, rendering her particularly vulnerable. An awkward silence enveloped them. Chu Sheng was not adept at initiating conversation. Previously lacking the confidence, he now found himself devoid of interest. He stood there, gazing at the sea, unsure of what to say. Su Jin, embodying the role of an introverted, slightly timid wandering singer, was even less inclined to break the silence. Clearing his throat, Chu Sheng attempted to shatter the stillness. Aren't you afraid to be here alone? Immediately regretting the question, he found it utterly foolish. With his current perception, there wasn't even a shadow of a ghost within several kilometers. Su Jin lifted her head and glanced at him, her eyes imbued with a hint of helplessness and self-mockery. Afraid? I've grown accustomed to it. After all, there's really nothing left to lose. Though she uttered these words lightly, they bore an undeniable weight of authenticity. This was the poignant background story meticulously crafted by the nightingale, a solitary soul pursuing a musical dream, repeatedly thwarted by the harshness of reality. Her words inexplicably struck a chord deep within Chu Sheng. The sentiment of having nothing to lose was one he had once shared. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the guitar cradled in her arms, and he sought to change the subject. That guitar looks like it has seen better days. Yes, it was left to me by my father. Su Jin gently caressed the instrument's body, her eyes soft yet tinged with nostalgia. He loved to sing when he was alive, even though he wasn't particularly good at it. A faint, bittersweet smile curved her lips. Chu Sheng observed her profile, the moonlight casting gentle contours upon her features. This subtle, melancholic reminiscence reminded him of the only legacy left by his own gambling father, a mountain of insurmountable debt and a shattered home. A delicate feeling began to blossom within him, and the awkwardness he had felt began to dissipate. Could you sing another song? Chu Sheng's voice lowered slightly, laced with an unintentional plea. It had been ages since he had listened to someone sing with such tranquility. Surprised, Su Jin glanced at him and then nodded, softly plucking the strings. This time, she sang a more soothing melody, imbued with warmth and hope. Her voice flowed across the tranquil seaside, as the moonlight bathed the two of them, creating an atmosphere that was serene yet surreal. In the distance, within a vehicle disguised as a construction truck, the nightingale monitored everything through high-powered binoculars and directional microphones. A cold smile gracing her lips. Excellent. The Dreamweaver performed flawlessly. The target's emotions show significant fluctuation, Initial contact successful. Record. The target reacts noticeably to keywords such as loneliness, loss, and parental relics. There is a preference for unembellished authenticity. Chapter 20. The Enigma of the Wealthy at the Qilin Mountain Villa. Shun Imo listened to the real-time report from his subordinates, his expression dark enough to draw rain. A wandering musician? Singing on the rocky shore? She managed to divert Chu Sheng's attention. Their meticulously prepared banquet had been disrupted by a wild girl emerging from nowhere. He immediately realized this could very well be the work of a competitor or an official maneuver. Investigate. I want to know everything about that woman. Now. Immediately. Shun Imo bellowed, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Also tomorrow. Bring out those prized individuals from the collection. I refuse to believe that a rustic wandering singer can compete with our carefully trained beauties. The next day, Shun Imo decided to pull out all the stops. He invited Chu Sheng to partake in an elite pastime reserved for the affluent, attending an exceedingly exclusive modern art auction. This auction took place in a subterranean space, transformed from a century-old bank vault, exuding a cold metallic ambience and a futuristic aesthetic. The attendees were few in number, yet each held a distinguished status, either wealthy or noble. Dressed in a handcrafted suit prepared by Shun Imo, valued at several $100,000, Chu Sheng felt utterly uncomfortable. The fabric was slick and constricting around his neck, making him feel as though he were a monkey clad in an extravagant costume. The atmosphere in the auction room was solemn, with lights illuminating the bizarre, vividly colored artworks. A white elderly gentleman, sporting a goatee and clad in a flamboyant suit, stood upon the stage, passionately presenting in heavily accented English. Next up, we have a masterpiece from the avant-garde artist, Shadow of the Void, titled The Paradox of Existence. Observe the twisted metallic lines, the tension-filled structure, the profound black coating. It perfectly epitomizes the rift and struggle of the human spirit in the post-industrial era. The starting bid is $1,200,000. Under the spotlight, an abstract creation, assembled from several rusty pipes and coated in black paint, was solemnly displayed on the podium. Chu Sheng gazed at the heap of scrap metal, his brows knitting together in confusion. Was this thing truly worth $1,200,000? In his hometown, such pipes were sold by weight at the scrapyard for mere cents per pound. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned towards Shun Imo and whispered, "Does anyone actually buy this? I can't fathom how you wealthy folks operate. Is this for money laundering?" Though he lowered his voice, it was still remarkably clear. In an instant, the solemn auction hall fell silent. All the impeccably dressed millionaires, collectors, and art brokers turned their astonished, disdainful, and somewhat amused gazes towards Chu Sheng, their expressions tinged with a hint of condescension. Shen Mo's smile froze, a vein on his forehead visibly twitching. He wished he could vanish into the ground. Struggling to suppress his embarrassment, he leaned closer to Chu Sheng and, with gritted teeth, said in a tone only they could hear, "Mr. Chu, this is art. It's a concept. Look at these lines, this concept." Chu Sheng, even more perplexed, pointed at the pile of pipes, his voice unintentionally rising slightly. "Is the concept to sell scrap metal at gold prices? Had I known you bought scrap metal at such high prices, I would have brought some along." His inquiry stemmed from the straightforward perspective of a former factory worker, reflecting a profound bewilderment. In a corner of the venue, someone could not suppress a soft snicker, only to quickly stifle it thereafter. The elderly man with the goatee on the auction stage appeared pale, his hand trembling as he clutched the gavel. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. Shinmo's face oscillated between crimson and pallor. Feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation, he hastily grasped Chu Sheng's arm, almost coercively leading him away from the auction block to a nearby lounge, repeatedly apologizing, "Mr. Chu, my sincerest apologies. I failed to consider that this artistic form might be rather avant-garde and not quite to your taste. Let us relocate, shall we?" Chu Sheng, realizing he had unwittingly become the subject of ridicule, felt a tinge of embarrassment and merely responded with a muted mm. He sensed that he was utterly out of place in this dazzling realm. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a private message from the account of the deity of the mortal realm, featuring a single unfamiliar photo. The image was captured in a dimly lit, yet vibrant little CAF. The subject of the photo was none other than the girl in the white dress who had sung on the rocky beach the previous night, Xiaoya. She was intently writing in a thick notebook, her profile gentle, with a half-drunk cup of coffee and her old guitar on the table. Accompanying the photo was a simple message: "Thank you for listening to my song last night. Today, I am writing a new one at the Shiguang CAF. Their sea salt caramel latte is exquisite." Xiaoya. There was no overt invitation, no sycophantic flattery, just a sincere and humble sharing of a moment from her life. as Chu Sheng gazed at the girl's focused profile and the seemingly ordinary cup of coffee. Contrasting it with the exorbitantly priced scrap metal and the disingenuous gazes surrounding him at the auction, an overwhelming sense of disparity surged within him. He suddenly felt suffocated by the opulent world filled with wealth, beauty, and incomprehensible art. He tucked his phone away and informed the still trying to comfort Shin Imo. "I need to step outside for some fresh air." Shin Imo watched Chu Sheng stride away, his expression dark and turbulent. After a while, he took out his phone and dialed a number, his voice icy. "The woman named Xiaoya is at the Shiguang CAF. Regardless of her affiliations, ensure she disappears. Act swiftly and cleanly." He would not permit an unexpected weed to disrupt the divine garden he had meticulously cultivated. At the Shiguang CAF, Su Jin sat by the window, seemingly penning a song, yet her full attention was fixated on the entrance. She sensed that the fish were about to take the bait. Concurrently, she received a warning from Nightingale through a secure channel. "Caution, Shinmo's people may have you in their sights. The target is approaching. Proceed as planned, remain natural. And to avoid detection, I will cease directives from my end." The CAF door swung open. Dressed in an expensive suit, yet feeling utterly uncomfortable, Chu Sheng stepped inside. His gaze immediately fell upon Xiaoya by the window, where sunlight cascaded upon her. She lifted her head, and upon seeing Chu Sheng, a fleeting look of genuine surprise crossed her face, swiftly replaced by a clean, slightly bashful smile, reminiscent of a flower adorned with morning dew. As Chu Sheng beheld this smile, the serene sensation from the previous night returned. He took a seat opposite her, for the first time initiating a conversation. His voice inadvertently laced with a hint of ease. "Is that latte any good?" Chapter 21. Twin Lotus. Inside the Shiguang CAF, the brief tranquility was abruptly shattered. Just as Chu Sheng and Su Jin were exchanging a few words about music and coffee, the atmosphere developing into a subtle yet tender rapport. The CAF door was violently flung open. 3 burly men clad in black jackets, their eyes fierce, stormed in, making a beeline for Su Jin. The leader, a bald man, reached out and seized her arm with a brutal grip. "Come with us." Su Jin gasped, clutching her guitar tightly and recoiling, fear etched across her face. Chu Sheng's brow furrowed sharply. In an instant, as the assailants moved, he had raised his hand, effortlessly gripping the bald man's wrist. "Get lost." His voice, though not raised, was chilling and commanding. The bald man, racked with pain, broke into a cold sweat, his expression shifting from fierce to horrified. 2 accomplices lunged forward in anger. Chu Sheng, without rising, used the bald man's wrist as leverage, flinging him with a swift motion. The 200-pound man flew through the air like a rag, crashing violently into his companions. Bang! Crash! The trio collided, toppling the coffee table, shattering cups and plates, coffee and milk splattering across the floor. The 3 men fell, groaning in agony, unable to rise. The CAF fell into a deathly silence, patrons retreating to corners. Su Jin, clutching her guitar, paled, her body trembling. Her eyes filled with a blend of fear and an indescribable dependence on Chu Sheng. He stood, approaching the 3 men with an imposing presence. His gaze frosty. "Who sent you?" The bald man grimaced in pain, meeting Chu Sheng's emotionless eyes, a chill racing down his spine. He had no doubt that if he dared to lie, his bones would be crushed in the next moment. Shivering, he cried out, "It's Boss Shun. Boss Shun from Guanlan Villa. He said to make this woman disappear." "Shinimo?" Chu Sheng's eyes turned icy, glancing back at the still shaken Xiaoya, then surveying the wreckage of the CAF. He addressed the bartender. "Count the damages to my tab." He then turned to Su Jin, his tone softening. "This place is not safe. I will escort you out of Binhai City." Su Jin raised her gaze, tears brimming yet defiantly shaking her head. "No. I've finally found a quiet place to write my songs." She clutched her guitar tightly, as if it were her only anchor, continuing to embody the principled, unyielding girl unwilling to flee. Chu Sheng observed the intertwining of her stubbornness and fragility in her eyes, remaining silent for a few moments. He recalled the helplessness he had experienced when oppressed. Taking out his phone, he directly dialed Shun Mo's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Shun Mo's voice was deliberately enthusiastic, yet tinged with an imperceptible tension. "Mr. Chu? This is Shun Mo." Chu Sheng interrupted coldly. "The CAF incident, was it your doing?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by Shun Mo's astonished anger. "The CAF? Has Mr. Chu encountered trouble? I was completely unaware. It must have been my subordinates acting on their own. I will investigate immediately. I shall not spare anyone who dares to trouble you." He pushed the matter aside. "I don't care whose idea it was." Chu Sheng's tone remained unruffled. "Don't stir up trouble, understand?" On the other end of the line, Shinmo's breath hitched. The tension and fear palpable even through the phone. After a few seconds, he managed to respond. Yes, yes. Mr. Chu, rest assured. I will not disturb Miss Xiaoyao again. He had no doubt that Chu Sheng would follow through on his words. Chu Sheng hung up and turned to Su Jin. He won't dare any longer. You can relax. With that, he turned and left, not casting her another glance, as if his earlier defense had been merely a casual gesture. Su Jin watched his retreating figure, her hands clutching the guitar tightening slightly, her knuckles turning white. In the distance, the nightingale remained composed, the protective actions toward the target aligned with expectations. However, vigilance persists, and deeper contact has not been established. The dream weaver must maintain distance, solidifying the persona of an independent and stubborn individual, awaiting the next chance encounter. We intercepted Shun Mo's people, and having someone else perform this act should have tarnished his goodwill considerably. Little Shun Mo thinks he can thwart us. In the study of Guolan Villa, Shun Mo slammed his phone down onto the mahogany desk, his face ashen, his chest heaving. Shame. Unprecedented. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He bellowed at his subordinates, who stood with their heads bowed. 3 of you couldn't even bring back 1 woman. And you let Chu Sheng catch you in the act. Are you pigs? His subordinates fell silent, frozen in fear. Shin Mo gasped for breath, his expression venomous. If brute force won't work, then let us employ a more subtle approach. If that fails, we'll unleash the ultimate weapon. A brash youth. Untested in the ways of temptation, can he withstand a temptation so profound it gnaws at the soul? Go. Summon the Shuangxing Lian. Tell them. Tonight, only success is permissible. Failure is not. Bring out all their skills to attend to that gentleman like a deity. Ensure he completely forgets that wild girl. That evening, in the seaside suite of Guolan Villa, Chu Sheng, having finished his soak in the hot tub, donned a loosely fitting bathrobe, his mood irritable. The CAF incident deepened his disdain for Shun Mo. Xiaoya's tear-filled, defiant gaze lingered in his mind. These people harbored ulterior motives. He wished to remain uninvolved. Yet could they not act with some decorum? At that moment, the gilded door of the suite slid open silently. 2 girls stood at the entrance, their almost identical faces resembling the most perfect replicas crafted by the divine. 2 young women, one with short hair and the other with long, each exuding their own distinct charm. They appeared to be no more than 18 or 19, their features exquisitely refined, reminiscent of top-tier animated models. Their skin, pale to the point of translucence, glimmered with a pearlescent sheen under the soft glow of the lights. Yet, what captivated the gaze most were their eyes and demeanor. One possessed a gaze as clear as water, imbued with an innocent purity and a hint of bashful timidity, akin to a lily adorned with morning dew. The other, with a seductive allure, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting charm, reminiscent of a bewitching rose blooming in the night. Innocence and seduction, 2 utterly contrasting traits, melded seamlessly on their identical faces, creating a lethal allure capable of driving any man to madness. They were the ultimate weapons of Shun Mo, the twin lotus flowers. Qingyi and Meiying, nurtured in secrecy at great expense. Not only did they possess beauty that could turn the world upside down, but they were also masters of various arts. From music and chess to literature and the intimate arts, they had been cultivated specifically to conquer the hearts of the elite, desensitized to ordinary beauty. Their first mission brought them face to face with Chu Sheng. Mr. Chu, Qingyi's voice flowed like a mountain spring, laced with a tremor of shyness as she gracefully curtsied, the curves beneath her sheer fabric subtly undulating with emotion. Master, Meiying's voice resonated like the richest of wines, infused with a languorous rasp and unabashed allure as she approached, her gaze bold and unwavering, meeting Chu Sheng's with a captivating smile that curved her crimson lips. Chu Sheng's mind buzzed, momentarily blank. Having lived over 20 years, he had never even held a girl's hand properly, let alone witnessed such a spectacle. The visual and psychological impact of these twins far surpassed that of all the deliberately flattering beauties he had encountered before. The intoxicating blend of pure innocence and extreme temptation emanating from them detonated like a bomb, shattering his meager emotional experience and primal instincts into fragments. Chapter 22, Joyous Times in the Distance. Within the military base's monitoring room, a vast screen displayed a blurry thermal image, barely penetrating the villa's shielding through special processing. Thunderous fists struck the control panel as Laying seethed, shameless, despicable. That old fox, Shinmo, resorting to such underhanded tactics. General Poncher's expression was grave, his brow furrowed in deep concern. We underestimated Shun Mo's bottom line and the target's vulnerability to desire. Nightingale clenched her jaw, fixated on the entangled red shapes on the screen, her face devoid of color. Her hands balled into fists at her sides, nails digging painfully into her palms. Yet this pain was trivial compared to the tempest of rage and an indescribable bitterness and frustration that threatened to tear her apart. Through the imagery on the screen, she beheld Chu Sheng's eager response, witnessing his complete surrender. The delicate xiaoya, meticulously crafted by her, a wandering minstrel adorned with pure moonlight and a subtle sorrow. A stubborn girl in need of protection, appeared utterly feeble and laughable in the presence of the twin lotuses, a harmonious blend of purity and allure. Masters of all seductive techniques. She, the nightingale, was the elite agent of the military, proficient in combat, firearms, disguise, and psychological warfare. She could effortlessly incapacitate a burly man, calmly orchestrate a coup, and face the trials of life and death with unwavering composure. Yet, she found herself incapable of this. She could not wield her body as a weapon, employing the most blatant seduction to entice a man, as the twin lotuses did. Her pride, her training, the essence of her being filled her with an overwhelming sense of disgust and shame towards such tactics. Has the Dreamweaver plan failed? The voice of Thunder Hawk resonated with reluctance. No. The nightingale abruptly lifted her head, an icy flame igniting in her eyes. A fierce wrath born from utter provocation and desperation. It is not over. What Shin-Mo can offer him is merely the descent into carnal desires. What we shall provide him is the illusion of love, something that can fill the void within his soul. Carnal pleasure may grow tiresome and hollow, but the poison of love, once sown, is not easily eradicated. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure, her voice resolute. Prepares Su-Jin. When he awakens from this realm of indulgence and experiences the profound emptiness following such extreme ecstasy, it shall be the perfect moment for Xiaoya to re-emerge, implanting the virus of true love. I shall make him understand that those women can offer him only their bodies, while Xiaoya can grant him his very soul. Though the term soul evoked a wave of intense self-loathing within the nightingale, she had no alternative at this moment. Thunderhawk shook his head. In truth, I find this approach questionable. If we send someone over, it will inevitably seem contrived. He may have already seen through it, merely toying with us. General Stone remarked that there was no other choice. They must strive for control. This Chu Sheng must be regulated. If force proved ineffective, they would have to resort to subtler means. The Nightingale suggested that as long as Su-Jin took the initiative to engage more frequently, arranging meetings with him, it could still enhance their opportunities for communication, subtly influencing him. Thunderhawk sighed. In a certain sense, what we are doing is not dissimilar to Shinmo's tactics. General Stone asserted that this was merely a matter of choices. One cannot capture a wolf without relinquishing a shoe. Chapter 23. You have 3 days. Chu Sheng awakened amidst an indescribable sensation of soreness and a faint ache in his lower back. He felt as though he had been crushed back and forth by 10 heavy trucks, fatigue permeating every crevice of his bones. The memories of the previous night were like a fogged glass, blurred yet imbued with searing fragments, an experience to reminisce endlessly. The sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, prompting him to squint. Ah, the sun, my son. Revived. He propped himself up, feeling a twinge of soreness in his back, yet could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Lowering his gaze, he found himself remarkably refreshed and clean, adorned in a new bathrobe. A clear indication that the pair of sisters had tidied up after their indulgence. Chu Sheng swung his legs over the side of the bed, twisting his waist and reflecting on the extraordinary nature of the two sisters. TSK, 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 there are no worn-out fields, only exhausted oxen. The room was deserted, leaving behind only the lingering sense of expensive perfume and a hint of intimacy. The extreme hedonism of the previous night had yielded not only physical fatigue, but also an overwhelming sense of emptiness. It was akin to a famished individual gorging on delicacies, momentarily transcending reality, only to awaken with a heavy stomach and a hollow heart. He shook his head to dispel the discomfort. Habitually, he retrieved his phone and accessed his account on the social platform, the latest update still showcasing a video of a melted heap of scrap cars from days prior. The comments section already ablaze with hundreds of thousands of messages. Chu Sheng scrolled through, encountering a majority of fervent adoration and praise, interspersed with expressions of terror, doubt, and vitriol. He felt no inclination to engage until he came across a comment that had garnered exceptional attention, with an astounding number of likes. From a user named Old Lee the Bricklayer. God Chu, please help. We, the laborers, hope our bosses will pay our wages on time, rather than constantly delaying and withholding. My child is waiting for tuition, and my mother needs money for medicine. I implore you, God Chu, to bring retribution upon those unscrupulous employers. Beneath this comment lay a multitude of resonant voices from the grassroots. Yes, our factory has also delayed wages for 3 months. Delivery workers are left in tears from platform deductions. Street vendors are perpetually chased by urban management. If they cannot pay protection fees, their stalls are overturned. God Chu, please take notice of us, ordinary people. These voices pierced through the illusionary bubble that had enveloped Chu Sheng in wealth and beauty, drawing him back to a reality he once knew all too well, filled with sweat and hardship. He recalled his days in the factory, toiling for a meager overtime wage, feeling like a dog, and remembered the harsh faces of management, as well as the despair of unpaid wages. A wave of inexplicable irritation and an unarticulated sense of responsibility surged within him. Now endowed with the power to reshape the world, did he truly deserve to remain confined within Shun Mo's exquisite cage, his body drained by the whims of 2 beautiful maidens? Or to be mocked as a bumpkin, as he had been at yesterday's auction? He gazed out at the opulent estate beyond the window, then glanced down at his phone, where the blood-stained comments awaited. A singular thought crystallized. It was high time to test this so-called new human alliance that professed to establish a new order. Chu Sheng promptly dialed Shun Mo's number. His tone neutral, devoid of emotion. Shun Mo, come to my room. Shun Mo soon arrived, his expression a delicate blend of respect and a barely perceptible tension. Mr. Chu, are you satisfied with the service of Qing Qi and Meiying? They will be your dedicated maids from now on. Do not hesitate to command them as needed. Chu Sheng did not engage with his remark, but instead thrust his phone screen towards Shun Mo, displaying a highly praised comment from Old Lee, the bricklayer at the construction site. Have you seen this? Shun Mo cast a quick glance, his brow furrowing slightly before a smile of understanding emerged. Oh, the grievances of the common folk. Mr. Chu, your concern for the populace is admirable. Rest assured, our alliance is committed to improving livelihoods. Such matters of unpaid wages are merely trifles. Trifles? Chu Sheng interjected, his tone growing colder. To you, perhaps. To them, it is a matter of survival. He fixed his gaze upon Shun Mo's eyes. Isn't the New Humanity Alliance meant to establish a new order? Aren't you to be an extension of my will? Very well. I shall assign your first task. He pointed at the phone screen. Within 3 days, I expect to see every penny of the wages maliciously withheld from the workers in Binhai City delivered in full. All platforms and underworld forces that exploit delivery workers and small vendors must either return the money or vanish. He paused, adding, do not attempt to deceive me. I will be watching. Furthermore, I permit you to act in my name, but do not overstep. The smile faded from Shun Mo's face, cold sweat breaking out along his back. 3 days? To rectify all unpaid wages and eliminate the underworld in Binhai City? This is utterly fantastical. How many intricate interest groups are involved? How many illicit transactions? This is not a problem solvable by mere finances. Chu Sheng's seemingly casual remark felt like a scalding potato thrown into Shun Mo's hands, a ticking time bomb ready to explode. Mr. Chu, is this 3-day period something I should strive for? Just 3 days. Chu Sheng's tone brooked no argument. Failure to meet this deadline would reveal that your so-called strength and resources are nothing more than a beautiful facade. In that case, this alliance would be rendered unnecessary. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Now get to work. Shun Mo's expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he could only bow his head deeply, gritting his teeth as he replied, Yes, Mr. Chu, we will do our utmost. He nearly stumbled out of the room, feeling as though the sky were about to collapse upon him. This was not a mere test. It was a matter of life and death. In a top-secret military base, within a biological laboratory, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Behind the enormous observation window, rows of nutrient tanks housed dozens of humanoid bodies immersed in liquid. At this moment, the bodies, which had been catalyzed to a critical stage, were undergoing horrifying transformations at a visibly alarming rate. The skin rapidly lost its luster, becoming ashen and withered. Muscle tissue collapsed like melted wax, bones shattered and twisted. Clones, cultivated with astronomical resources and cutting-edge biotechnology, transformed into pools of lifeless, foul-smelling organic sludge before the despairing eyes of the researchers. The 5th batch had completely failed. The chief biologist's voice was hoarse, laden with profound fatigue and dread, as cellular activity experienced an exponential and irreversible collapse. All gene stabilizers and energy replenishment protocols proved ineffective, as if some fundamental element sustaining their existence was absent from their cells. A cornerstone element? General Rockstone gazed at the repulsive scene within the observation window, his face ashen. Was it some unknown radiation? Or perhaps a unique substance in his own blood? Or an energy field beyond our comprehension? General Rockstone slammed his fist onto the control panel, producing a resounding thud. The chief biologist continued, "However, we still have one experimental subject in a stable condition. This subject differs from the others in that it was grown under simulated sunlight, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. While the other subjects could be accelerated with catalysts, this one seems to reject the catalyst, rendering it ineffective." The general sighed, indicating there was still hope. The cloning initiative, this Prometheus project filled with high expectations, was progressing slowly. Report. The voice of the intelligence officer shattered the oppressive atmosphere. "The American envoy, codenamed Dove, has arrived and requests a meeting with you regarding the target." Chu Sheng. In the base's reception room, the American envoy, known as Dove, appeared to be a well-groomed man in his 40s, dressed in a well-tailored suit, his face adorned with a polished, professional smile. Without any pleasantries, he directly addressed the matter. "General, our government is highly concerned about the movements of the superhuman Chu Sheng within your borders. His power is both awe-inspiring and worrisome." Dove's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight. "We understand the challenges your nation faces. Our president has authorized me to convey our position to you and to Mr. Chu Sheng himself." He slid a document across the table. "First, we are willing to offer a sum substantial enough to entice any individual or organization to be provided as a peace fund to Mr. Chu Sheng, ensuring that he does not use his powers to interfere in the internal affairs and governance of the United States and its allies. We respect his divine status among mortals, but hope he will honor the existing international order and national sovereignty." Secondly, Dove leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharpening. "We have noticed that your side seems to be exploring certain biotechnological avenues. We express our serious concerns regarding this. This uncontrollable replication behavior may precipitate a global catastrophe. We strongly urge your esteemed party to cease such perilous experiments. Otherwise, our nation and its allies will be compelled to contemplate necessary countermeasures." General Panshir listened impassively, a cold smile flickering within as he pondered which traitor had leaked confidential information. The United States calculated astutely. On one hand, they sought to placate Chu Sheng with financial incentives, creating a sphere of non-interference. On the other, they exerted pressure to obstruct Huaxiao from acquiring potential superhuman capabilities. The so-called peace fund was merely a toll for Chu Sheng, simultaneously acting as a wedge, insinuating that he could reap benefits from both sides. "I shall convey the words of the special envoy," General Panshir declared with a steady voice. "Chu Sheng's actions were beyond the control of any nation. As for our research endeavors, they fall within the realm of national sovereignty. Your country need not concern itself. We acknowledge your nation's suggestions and concerns." The Dove seemed to anticipate such a reaction, maintaining a smile. "Certainly, we respect your nation's sovereignty. However, please believe that global concerns regarding superhumans are unanimous. We hope your esteemed party will deliberate carefully and engage in candid communication with us." He left the document behind, rising gracefully to take his leave. After bidding farewell to the Dove, General Panshir gazed at the document, his eyes icy. The involvement of the United States complicated the situation further. At Guang'an Villa, Shenmo's office resembled a battlefield command center. The ringing of telephones, shouts, and the clatter of keyboards echoed incessantly. Shenmo's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed into the phone. "I don't care what methods you employ. Bribery, intimidation, or direct action. 3 days. Only 3 days. All overdue wages in Binhai City must be settled. All local tyrants and fraudulent platforms exploiting the underprivileged must either cough up the money or vanish forever. Short on manpower? Short on funds? Provide whatever is necessary. Utilize all connections, all covert channels. Remember, this is not business. This is a matter of life and death." He hung up the phone and slumped wearily into his chair. Chu Sheng's maneuver was ruthless. This was not merely a test of capability. It forced Shen Mo into the role of the butcher who disrupts the old order and offends countless individuals. Yet, to preserve the new humanity alliance and maintain the tenuous connection he had forged with the divine, he had no alternative. A storm of debt recovery driven by money and violence, sweeping through the entire gray area of Binhai City, commenced with a chilling swiftness, ignited by Chu Sheng's seemingly casual remark. Chapter 24. Su Jin, still making her presence felt. At the most upscale restaurant in Binhai City, Eye of the Cloud. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the city's nightscape, sprawling like a diamond-studded galaxy. Within the restaurant, gentle strains of jazz flowed, and the crystal chandelier refracted a mesmerizing halo of light. This evening, the establishment catered solely to 3 patrons: Chu Sheng, flanked by the enchanting twins, Qing Yi and Mei Ying. Dressed in an exquisite custom suit prepared by Shen Mo, Chu Sheng felt somewhat constricted, yet he had grown accustomed to it since his first experience. More significantly, the presence of these ethereal twins greatly satisfied his masculine vanity. Qing Yi donned a pure white lace gown, radiating innocence akin to that of an angel, delicately savoring exquisite desserts while occasionally lifting her doe-like eyes to gaze at Chu Sheng with admiration. Mei Ying, clad in dark Gothic attire that accentuated her breathtaking curves, reclined against Chu Sheng, her lithe fingers playfully holding a strawberry dusted with powdered sugar, giggling as she offered it to him. "Master, do try this. It's delightful," she urged. Chu Sheng opened his mouth to receive the strawberry, its sweetness mingling with the alluring fragrance of Mei Ying's fingertips, causing his heart to flutter. With one arm wrapped around Mei Ying's waist and the other hand beneath the table, gently clasped by Qing Yi's cool, smooth fingers, he reveled in the intoxicating sensation of being enveloped by such exquisite beauty, allowing him to momentarily forget his worries and the dull ache in his back. He basked in the mixed gazes of astonishment, envy, and disdain from the surrounding diners. This attention was an addictive elixir, intoxicating in its own right. "Mr. Chu, the night view here is stunning," Qing Yi timidly pointed out, her voice as soft as a feather brushing against the heart. "Yet, none can compare to the beauty of my Qing Yi and Mei Ying." Chu Sheng, with rare eloquence, uttered a poetic compliment, eliciting peals of laughter from the sisters, who drew even closer. He felt like an emperor, basking in the adoration of his realm. Just then, a slight commotion stirred at the restaurant's entrance. A figure clad in a simple white shirt and a plaid skirt, carrying an old guitar, appeared, Su Jin, an incongruous sight amidst the opulence. She seemed equally surprised to encounter Chu Sheng, her face momentarily revealing genuine astonishment before her gaze fell upon the breathtaking twins beside him. Instantly, her expression dimmed, akin to a candle extinguished by the wind, reflecting a palpable sense of hurt and disappointment. Instinctively clutching her guitar tighter, she lowered her head and turned to leave. "Xiaoya?" Chu Sheng's voice rang out, imbued with an unexpected hint of emotion he himself did not fully comprehend. Observing her fleetingly dulled eyes and her intent to depart, he pondered how she had come to be here. Qing Yi and Mei Ying instinctively tightened their hold on his arm. A glimmer of icy hostility flickered in the depths of Mei Ying's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a more beguiling smile. She deliberately leaned her head on Chu Sheng's shoulder and, directing her words towards Su Jin in a tone just audible enough for her to hear, playfully inquired, "Who is this dear sister of yours, master? Carrying a tattered guitar, is she here to serenade us at the restaurant? Why is she in such a hurry?" Qing Yi timidly echoed her sentiment. "Mr. Chu, she seems rather unhappy, doesn't she? Could it be because she saw us?" Su Jin turned to glare at Chu Sheng, her body momentarily stiffening, shoulders trembling slightly. Rather than responding like a shrew, she refrained from tears. Yet her silent and stubborn vulnerability was magnified under Mei Ying's deliberate display and Qing Yi's seemingly innocent jibe. Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, breaking free from the grasp of the two sisters. He rose and approached Su Jin. "What brings you here?" he asked, his tone softer than usual. Only then did Su Jin slowly turn around, lifting her head. Her eyes were slightly reddened, though she valiantly held back her tears, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. I came to deliver a score to a reserved guest. He might have changed the location at the last minute." Her voice was hoarse, tinged with suppressed sobs. "I'm sorry to interrupt your date. I shall take my leave." As she spoke, she retrieved a music score wrapped in brown paper from her canvas bag and placed it on the nearby service counter. Then, she turned once more and hurried toward the elevator, her silhouette slender and anxious. In that fleeting moment, a shell charm tumbled from her canvas bag, rolling onto the carpet. Chu Sheng watched her retreating figure vanish at the elevator, then glanced down at the inconspicuous shell charm on the floor. He recalled how she had picked it up playfully from the beach while singing that day at the rocky shore, not realizing it would become a charm. What was the purpose of dropping such a trinket for him? Was she playing Cinderella? "Master," Mei Ying had already sidled up again, her form pliant as if boneless, her voice sweetly chiming. "Shall we return to our meal? Qing Yi is still waiting for you." Her gaze swept over the shell, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as the pointed tip of her high heel inadvertently crushed the delicate shell, producing a faint crackling sound. Chu Sheng observed the shattered shell and then gazed at Mei Ying's exquisite yet somewhat acerbic countenance, recalling Su Jin's earlier frantic retreat. For the first time, he felt a twinge of discontent toward the two captivating women. They were undeniably beautiful and skilled in their servitude, yet their world seemed solely occupied with pleasure and possession, leaving no room for anything else. "I have lost my appetite." Chu Sheng's voice turned frigid. "Return to the villa." Mei Ying's smile froze. and Qing stood timidly in place, at a loss. They sensed the shift in Chu Sheng's mood, a sense of trepidation washing over them. Inside the luxurious, elongated vehicle heading back to the villa, the atmosphere grew tense. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Qingyi and Meiying cautiously observed Chu Sheng's expression, attempting to salvage the situation with their most adept charm and gentleness. In the future, refrain from playing tricks in my presence or engaging in actions that might provoke my ire, Chu Sheng stated coldly. I apologize, Meiying's gaze darted away. But that woman is clearly problematic. It's evident she desires to play hard to get. You must not instigate trouble. Chu Sheng shot her a glare. I won't dare again. Qingyi gently massaged Chu Sheng's temples, her touch tender. Meiying nestled against him, whispering sweetly in his ear, expressing her affection in the most alluring manner. Chu Sheng closed his eyes, relishing this exquisite service. The fatigue of his body and the earlier displeasure seemed to dissipate under the skilled ministrations of the sisterly duo. Ultimately, he found himself unable to resist the allure of such intoxicating tenderness. Chapter 25. The uprising of the experiment subjects. In the midst of his busyness, Chu Sheng paused his contemplation. Habitually, he picked up his phone and accessed the account of the god of humanity. Private messages and comments were still overflowing. As he perused them casually, a few new comments, brimming with genuine excitement and incredulity, caught his eye. Old Lee from the construction site. The god has manifested. He has indeed manifested. The boss personally delivered the wages owed this afternoon. Not a penny short. He even added 500 as compensation. My child's tuition is secured. Long live the god. Long live the New Humanity Alliance. Delivery guy Aqiang. The platform refunded all the deducted money. They even apologized. God, you are our savior. Aunt Wong, the street vendor, the thugs who collect protection fees didn't show up today. I heard they were dealt with. Thank you, God. Thank you, New Humanity Alliance. Similar comments sprouted like mushrooms after rain, filled with the joy of survival and fervent admiration for Chu Sheng and the New Humanity Alliance. These voices, emerging from the most marginalized and genuine segments of society, flowed warmly into Chu Sheng's heart, which had been consumed by desire and emptiness. For the first time, he distinctly felt that his power could bring about tangible change beyond mere destruction and indulgence. Observing those heartfelt expressions of gratitude, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and accomplishment surged within him, eclipsing even his physical fatigue. He casually tapped a like and replied with a simple, well, as long as you received it, beneath Old Lee's comment. This unassuming phrase ignited an explosion in the comments section. Countless individuals excitedly responded and shared, amplifying the miracles and benevolence of the God of humanity to new heights. Watching the rapidly increasing number of followers and the fervent messages, a subtle smile crept across Chu Sheng's lips. This sensation of being genuinely embraced by the masses seemed even more addictive than being attended to by two enchanting women. In a top-secret military base, within the biological laboratory, the atmosphere was tense to the utmost degree. In the vast observation chamber, only the final nutrient pod remained, nestled within a specially designed environment. Inside, a clone, in the late stages of embryonic development and exhibiting a remarkable 98.8 similarity to the Chu Sheng genome, floated serenely. The preceding failures had depleted nearly all resources and samples, rendering this the last flicker of hope. The chief biologist, drenched in sweat and with bloodshot eyes, shouted into the communicator, General, all conventional methods have failed. I believe we must introduce external stimuli. We should simulate the high-energy radiation environment emitted by the sun. This may be our opportunity to activate the foundational elements. General Panshur, standing outside the observation window, wore a grave expression. He gazed at the quietly suspended embryo within the nutrient pod, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his eyes. The cloning pathway represented the hope for harnessing controllable superhuman strength. Yet the experiment before them was akin to a gamble of monumental proportions. Execute. General Panshur's voice resonated with unwavering resolve, imbued with a sense of desperation as he initiated the Corona Protocol. All personnel, maximum protection level. The piercing alarm blared. The laboratory's heavy protective doors descended in succession. The observation window was sealed with reinforced lead alloy panels. Operators at the remote control console, their fingers trembling, pressed the activation button. A beam of mixed radiation, simulating the violent activity of the sun's core, struck the last nutrient pod with deadly precision. The culture medium inside boiled instantly, emitting a sharp hissing sound. The embryo convulsed violently. Data on the monitoring instruments surged chaotically, triggering shrill alarms. Cellular activity soared. My God! Exponential growth. One researcher screamed, his voice laced with ecstasy. Energy readings have surpassed the threshold. It's still rising. Nutrient pod pressure is critical. Another voice, filled with dread, cried out, "Quick! Inject stabilizers. Suppress the energy." The chief biologist bellowed. Yet, it was too late. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The specially designed nutrient pod, capable of withstanding the impact of a small nuclear explosion, was obliterated. The hardened alloy walls twisted and warped, torn apart by an indescribable force. Scalding, foul-smelling culture liquid and metallic debris erupted like a torrential downpour, crashing violently against the heavy lead alloy panels with a resounding impact. The observation window behind the panel was instantaneously shrouded in filth. Yet, on the monitoring instruments, a signal representing vital signs surged forth with terrifying intensity. It's still alive. The signal source is moving. Within the laboratory, the operator's voice trembled with overwhelming fear. Activate the internal surveillance. Now, General Panshir commanded sharply. On the main screen, the night vision footage of the laboratory's interior flickers to life. Amidst the chaotic ruins, a grotesque figure slowly rises. It can no longer be deemed human. With a humanoid silhouette, its form has grotesquely swelled to nearly double its original size, skin taking on a sickly, translucent gray hue, beneath which writhing dark red veins and indistinct tissues pulsate. Its limbs are disproportionate, joints twisted and contorted. One arm ends in a massive, scythe-like bony blade, while the other is grotesquely swollen, covered in constantly opening and closing, mucus-dripping orifices. Its head is disproportionately large, facial features obscured, save for a gaping maw, split to the roots of its ears, lined with fine, jagged teeth, emitting an unintelligible, metallic screech. Most disquieting are its eyes, devoid of pupils, replaced by two glowing orbs of eerie green fire, burning with insatiable hunger and a thirst for destruction. A vague yet terrifying thought wave, imbued with a sense of dread, penetrates the thick protective layers, erupting in the minds of all researchers and General Rock. The creature unleashes an earth-shattering roar, its eyes emitting green beams that slice through layers of lead alloy barriers. It has emerged, with a casual sweep of its scythe-like blade. A precision instrument weighing several tons is cleaved in two as if made of paper. Its arm, adorned with orifices, stretches forth suddenly, ensnaring a researcher who, paralyzed with fear due to a malfunctioning security door, fails to escape in time. No. Help. The piercing scream lasts but half a second before being drowned out by the ghastly crunching sound of flesh and bone being ground and devoured. The surveillance footage is instantly stained crimson with splattered blood. The laboratory has transformed into a sanguinary slaughterhouse. A horrific beast, birthed by the military, merging superhuman genes with the ferocious rays of the sun, has broken free from its confines and commenced its gluttonous feast. Catastrophe has befallen. Chapter 26. The fierce battle time passes. The once proud bastion of humanity's cutting-edge technology and stringent order has now devolved into a hellscape woven of flesh and steel. The shrill red rotating alarm lights have long been overshadowed by more terrifying sounds. High-strength alloy gates are torn asunder like tinfoil. Several meter-thick reinforced concrete support columns crumble under the force of titanic blows. The most piercing, blood-curdling sounds emanate from human soldiers, their desperate cries often cut short, leaving only half-formed syllables hanging in the air. Hunger. This is not the roar of a beast, but a whisper laced with viscous malice, resonating on a psychic level, accompanied by a physical roar of terror. The creation known as codenamed aberration, a grotesque amalgamation of superhuman genes and frenzied solar radiation, rampages through the labyrinthine corridors of the base at an incomprehensible velocity. Its colossal form nearly fills the expansive main passageway, where its skin, resembling rough, grayish rock, is adorned with several pairs of bizarrely shaped limbs that flail wildly. Most terrifying are the enormous scythe-like bone blades. Each swing produces a chilling sound that rends the air. The alloy blast door, reputed to withstand direct hits from tank cannons, is sliced through effortlessly by these bone blades, disintegrating into shards that drip with molten metal as if it were butter beneath a hot knife. On the opposite side, a massive arm, its end split into a maw teeming with writhing, layered appendages, resembles the predatory tentacles of the abyss, ready to ensnare with a casual sweep. A resounding crunch echoes as a soldier clad in heavy exoskeletal power armor, wielding a large-caliber electromagnetic rifle, is crushed along with his million-dollar gear, twisted, compressed, and obliterated into a dark red pulp of mingled metal shards. The insatiable maw inhales him with a swift motion, followed by a cacophony of grotesque chewing that sends waves of nausea through any witness. Its disproportionately large head houses two hollow eyes, ablaze with eerie green flames. Any living being caught in the gaze of this green light is engulfed by a profound and chilling terror that wells up from the depths of their soul. Fire! Fire! All units. Pin it down in Corridor 7. Unleash indiscriminate heavy fire. Iron Wall Squad, advance. Thunder God Squad, saturate the target. Now, the base's supreme commander, codenamed Rock, an esteemed general known for his iron will, bellows through the encrypted communication channel, his voice laced with unprecedented panic and a frenzied resolve to fight to the death. His bloodshot eyes are fixed on the central screen, which streams the hellish scenes unfolding at the front lines. In an instant, Corridor 7 transforms into a hell's cape of erupting flames. The first wave of firepower is unleashed as the automated defense turret hive system on either side of the passage springs into action, unleashing thousands of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds per minute, creating a metallic maelstrom so dense that gaps are nearly invisible. The deafening roar of gunfire merges into a cacophony. The second wave, high-explosive baptism. Soldiers from the Crusher Squad, stationed in the rear bunkers, heft shoulder-fired rocket launchers and recoilless rifles, aiming for the beast's torso and jointed limbs. The explosive warheads detonate upon impact, erupting into vibrant orange fireballs, the shockwaves sending debris and smoke spiraling outward. The third wave, energy incineration. The Purifier energy weapon array, concealed within the upper corridors, activates, unleashing blinding blue-white beams of high-energy particles, akin to divine spears of retribution. The resonant sound of sizzling echoed as it precisely struck the monster's eerie green eye sockets and the base of its flailing bone blades. The air became ionized, releasing a sharp, acrid scent of ozone. Simultaneously, a battalion of towering, 3-meter-tall soldiers, clad in robust composite armor and wielding massive tower shields, formed an impenetrable wall, bravely standing their ground against the monstrous foe. Jets on their shoulders expelled searing jets of air, while their colossal mechanical limbs embedded deeply into the alloy floor, striving to halt the creature's advance through sheer physical might. Stand firm. For the base. The captain's roar was drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Flames, smoke, energy beams, and a storm of shrapnel and metal fragments instantaneously engulfed the monstrous aberration's colossal, distorted silhouette. The entire corridor of Sector 7 trembled violently under the onslaught of ferocious firepower. The surveillance screens rendered into a chaotic blur of static and blinding light. In the command room, a profound silence enveloped the air as everyone held their breath, fixated on the monitors, fervently hoping that this concentrated barrage of the base's elite firepower would prove effective. Yet, the smoke was swiftly dissipated by the creature's own bizarre force field and the gale generated by its rapid movements. That twisted figure merely swayed slightly. Its grayish-white skin was riddled with numerous scorched craters and marks of energy burns, some areas even exposing the dark red muscle tissue beneath, oozing a viscous liquid that glowed with an eerie luminescence. But then, an utterly despairing sound resonated. Those ghastly wounds, muscle, and skin seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing and proliferating with abandon. The charred epidermis rapidly sloughed off, replaced at a visible pace by new, more resilient grayish-white tissue. The craters were filled, the burn marks vanished. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds. Aside from the remnants of stains and glowing fluids on its surface, the monster appeared to have only endured a trivial sandstorm. Damn it, this wretched creature. How did it come to be like this? Even energy weapons could only leave superficial marks. A young tactical analyst, observing the real-time data, slammed his fist on the control panel in despair. Roar! The aberration seemed utterly enraged by this wave of attack. It abruptly lifted its head, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with green flames, suddenly erupting with a blinding radiance. An invisible yet violently intense psychic shockwave surged outward from it like a tsunami. Ah! My head. Thud. The soldiers of the Iron Wall Squad, despite their heavy armor and mental protective lining, were struck as though by an invisible hammer to the head. The foremost among them froze instantly, their heavy tower shields clattering to the ground, followed by blood spewing from their mouths and noses, their bodies, encased in heavy armor, crumpling to the floor, lifeless and unresponsive. The soldiers in the rear, overwhelmed by their torment, fell to their knees, clutching their heads and emitting chilling cries of despair. Further away, those operating the weaponry succumbed to the horror, many of them rolling their eyes back in unconsciousness, while some experienced blood seeping from their eardrums and nostrils. The psychological shockwaves penetrated the command room's shielding, leaving the officers inside dizzy, pale, and disoriented. Seizing this moment of chaos, The abomination quickly locked onto the source of its most intense irritation, the heavy machine gun nest, still defiantly roaring and spewing depleted uranium rounds. Its colossal form erupted with an alarming speed, entirely incongruous with its size, the scythe-like bone blades cutting through the air with a piercing shriek. With a swift motion, a cold green light flashed, cleaving the sturdy alloy turret and the half-meter-thick concrete bunker behind it as though sliced by a laser, triggering an ammunition detonation that sparked a minor secondary explosion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Its massive, sucker-lined arm abruptly rose, the multitude of open suction cups writhing with ferocity. The arm did not strike at the soldiers, but instead plunged violently into the thick concrete wall of the adjacent corridor, reinforced with high-strength alloy mesh. Rock and metal were forcibly torn apart, the sound of crushing resonating through the air. The suction cup apparatus on the giant arm gnawed at the solid material like the most fearsome drill, sending debris and dust cascading down like a waterfall. Within seconds, a gaping maw, jagged and tooth-like, was forcibly ripped open, large enough for its immense body to pass through. The frigid night breeze, infused with the scent of mountain flora, rushed into the corridor thick with smoke and the stench of blood. Beyond the breach lay an inky black sky and the shadowy silhouettes of distant rolling hills. It sought to escape, block its path, at any cost. General Poncher's eyes bulged with fury, bloodshot and nearly bursting from their sockets. Yet it was too late. The abomination's eyes, burning with an eerie green flame, seemed to pierce through layers of walls, honing in on the myriad scents of living prey in the vastness outside. It let out a long howl, echoing with insatiable hunger and a sense of liberation. Hungry. Its massive form surged forth with an even more terrifying velocity than before, akin to a projectile launched from an electromagnetic cannon, exuding an unstoppable force that obliterated all in its path. With a thunderous crash, it shattered the remaining rebar and debris at the mouth of the breach, its immense shadow merging into the cold, boundless night outside the base, vanishing without a trace. All that remained within the base was a scene of apocalyptic devastation, twisted, burning metal wreckage, collapsed concrete structures, and the ground strewn with dark red blood mingled with phosphorescent slime, alongside unidentifiable severed limbs. The air was thick with the acrid scents of gunpowder, blood, ozone, and an indescribable, chilling stench that belonged to the abomination. The surviving soldiers collapsed amid the ruins, their gazes vacant, burdened by the weight of survival, yet ensnared in a deeper terror, their heavy and desperate breaths echoing in the silence. The alarm had long ceased, leaving only the crackling of flames and the faint groans of the wounded reverberating through the stillness. In the command room, the central monitor displayed a large red dot, representing the life signal of the aberrant entity, which flickered briefly after breaching the physical boundaries of the base before vanishing beyond the limits of detection. General Pancher appeared to be drained of all vitality in an instant. His calloused hand slid helplessly from the control panel, and his towering frame slightly hunched, his complexion as pale as freshly painted walls. The residual image on the screen resembled a gaping, mocking maw. The aide, a middle-aged officer renowned for his composure, bore a similarly grave expression. He swiftly brought up the energy readings and force field waveforms during the aberrant's resistance to firepower, along with physiological monitoring data, displayed side by side before the general. General, the data comparison is complete. The aide's voice was dry and heavy as he pointed to two energy waveforms on the screen that exhibited irregular high-frequency oscillations and bore striking similarities. This aberrant's force field defense mode, covering its exterior, bears a similarity of 987 to Chu Sheng's biological force field waveform. Although there are differences in intensity and nature, the core mechanisms share a common origin. This conclusion struck General Pancher like a final, crushing blow to his heart. A monster, amalgamating superhuman genes and ferocious solar radiation, possessed of terrifying regenerative abilities, physical destructive power, mental assaults, and biological stance, had escaped into an unguarded, densely populated world, driven by an insatiable hunger and contempt for life energy. Chapter 27. The rising sun in the coastal city, on the eve of dawn, after a tumultuous struggle. I will take you to witness the sunrise, Chu Sheng said, a wicked smile curling at his lips. Before the two sisters could respond, an invisible and powerful biological force field enveloped the three of them in an instant. The next moment, they soared past the enormous floor-to-ceiling window of the suite. The trio was lifted as if by an unseen giant hand, bursting forth from the room and shooting toward the darkest night sky before dawn. Ah! Chingy gasped in a brief exclamation, instinctively clinging tightly to Chu Sheng's neck, burying her face in his embrace, her body trembling slightly. Although Mei experienced a moment of panic, it was quickly replaced by exhilaration. She squealed in excitement, reveling in the rush of air from their rapid flight, her hair dancing wildly in the wind. Chu Sheng savored their reliance and exclamations, his vanity immensely gratified. He deliberately slowed their speed, maintaining a height of several hundred meters, gazing down like a deity upon the slumbering city beneath. The lights twinkled like scattered stars, and the distant horizon began to glow with a faint hint of dawn. How does it feel to fly? Chu Sheng inquired. The master is truly remarkable. Qingyi raised her head, gazing at Chu Sheng's sharply defined profile illuminated by the soft morning light. Splendid, master. Go faster. Mei Ying exclaimed excitedly, her body pressed closely against Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng chuckled, not accelerating, but rather hovering in midair. The cool morning breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering sensuality of the previous night. He looked at the pair of sisters in his arms, one pure as dew, the other seductive as fire, and a flicker of curiosity arose within him. Have you two made served others in this manner before? Chu Sheng's tone was casual, yet his gaze bore a hint of inquiry. The atmosphere momentarily became subtly tense. Qingyi's body stiffened imperceptibly, her eyes flickering as she lowered her head, her long lashes concealing her emotions. Mei Ying's excitement also diminished slightly. She pressed her crimson lips together before breaking into a charming smile. Though her voice carried an almost imperceptible chill, is the master beginning to find us displeasing? Just a question. Chu Sheng gently pinched Mei Ying's chin, applying neither too much nor too little pressure. He felt no significant aversion towards the sisters. After all, he had just secured first blood in League of Legends. At that moment, Mei Ying looked into Chu Sheng's eyes, where she found no disdain, only a curiosity and possessiveness characteristic of a superior. She remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing her words, before finally speaking in a self-mocking, languid tone. We are treasures of Boss Shun. Previously, we were intended as gifts for a significant individual. However, that esteemed figure never had the chance to partake, and you appeared instead. Her casual words belied a cruel reality. Qingyi's voice was faint, trembling as she added, we originally bore the surname Yao. Our father was once Boss Shin's greatest competitor in Southeast Asia. Later, the company went bankrupt, and our father jumped to his death, leading to our adoption by Boss Shin. Her fragmented speech painted a gruesome picture of a brutal business defeat. Chu Sheng's gaze shifted slightly. He was not surprised by Shinmo's methods. He simply had not anticipated such a backstory behind the sisters. Being nurtured by one's enemy, molded into tools, this experience seemed even darker and more twisted than the hardships he had endured in the factory. Observing them, he felt little sympathy. Instead, a more intense desire for control surged within him. The beauties, meticulously cultivated by Shun Mo, possibly even daughters of his adversaries, now resided in his embrace, subject to his whims. This, in itself, was a testament to power. Did Shen Mo give you any special instructions upon sending you here? Tell me, Chu Sheng inquired directly. It was intended to instill a sense of belonging to the New Humanity Alliance, Qingyi timidly admitted. Boss Shin said that as long as the master is willing, the New Humanity Alliance shall be the master's most loyal servants. Chu Sheng chuckled softly, not averse to the attention. He reveled in their servitude, as well as in Shun Mo's flattery and the unwavering loyalty of his allies. This feeling of being revered and worshipped by all was precisely the intoxicating elixir he craved at that moment. As for the cost, who could compel a deity of the mortal realm to pay a price? He tightened his embrace around them, savoring their softness and submission. And what about you? Do you wish to please me? Indeed. The sisters responded almost in unison, their voices laced with ingrained obedience and a hint of complex survival instinct. At that moment, the first golden rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, painting the sky in resplendent hues. The magnificent sunrise commenced. Chu Sheng held the two sisters close, suspended among the clouds, akin to a true deity admiring his creations. Qingyi and Mei Ying nestled against him, awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. Momentarily forgetting their origins and missions, their eyes reflecting the golden glow. However, this sacred and enchanting tableau was suddenly rent asunder by the chaos and flames erupting from the edge of the city below. Chu Sheng's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, immediately fixing on the source of the disturbance, an older residential area at the city's periphery. Thick smoke billowed upwards, accompanied by explosions and a chilling, inhuman roar unlike any ordinary fire. Then, a massive, twisted figure, exuding an ominous aura, crashed through a six-story building, revealing its grotesque outline amidst the flying debris and dust. It wielded scythe-like bone blades, effortlessly slicing through nearby structures, while its enormous arms, covered in suction-like appendages, ensnared fleeing figures, shoving them into its cavernous maw. Subsequently, its body began to mutate anew. That creature was none other than the aberration that had escaped from the military base. Its eyes burned with an eerie green flame, seemingly connecting with Chu Sheng, suspended in the sky at a distance. A surge of destructive and ravenous fury crashed upon him like a cold tide. The languor and desire etched on Chu Sheng's face instantly solidified, replaced by a chilling intent to kill and a flicker of offended wrath. Chapter 28. The battle with the aberration. Chu Sheng placed Qing Yi and Mei Ying back in the villa. Wait for my triumphant return. His voice was low, yet his gaze was already locked on the rampaging aberration in the distance. Qing Yi clutched his sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Master, be careful. It may possess powers akin to yours. Mei Ying, on the other hand, licked her crimson lips, her eyes glinting with excitement. Tear it apart, my God. A slight smile graced Chu Sheng's lips, and in the next instant, boom. He launched himself forward. 3 seconds later, the sonic boom erupted. Wherever he passed, the air warped, carving a vacuum trail in his wake. The monstrous entity launched its assault on humanity, devouring its victims with a ferocity that was both terrifying and insatiable. Upon catching sight of Chu Sheng, it unleashed a roar that seemed to rend the very heavens. This sound was unlike any earthly noise. Imbued with the primal greed and brutality of nascent life, accompanied by an ominous warning and threat. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the nauseating sweetness of a grotesquely overgrown, decaying organism, all swirling within the chilling morning breeze. The ever-mutating beast fixed its hostile gaze upon Chu Sheng. Countless tentacles, as robust as battering rams, emerged from the grotesque tumors on its back, their ends splitting open to reveal layers of glimmering, emerald-hued fangs. Its movements were wild and brutal, a single tentacle thrust violently into the ground, embedding itself deep into the concrete, and with that point as its fulcrum, the colossal body swung with a piercing shriek, like a cannonball, towards the nearest 5-story residential building. With a thunderous crash, the solid brick and concrete structure crumbled as if it were mere biscuits crushed by a child. The load-bearing walls groaned and fractured, collapsing under the pressure. Dust and debris mingled with the panicked screams, rising into the air. The monster writhed, greedily engulfing the remnants of humanity into its gaping maw, accompanied by a spine-chilling cacophony of grinding and slurping. It feasted upon the fragmented genes of humankind, assimilating them to stabilize its grotesque form. Birthed from Chu Sheng's essence and the potent radiation of an artificial sun, with another primal roar echoing through the night, filled with an insatiable hunger. Its eyes ignited with an otherworldly, emerald glow, like eyes opening from the depths of hell, fixating intently on the minuscule figure that approached. A visceral hatred and a thirst for slaughter pierced through the distance, striking at Chu Sheng's very nerves like an icy spear. Abomination, Chu Sheng declared, his voice slicing through the night air with startling clarity. The ground beneath his feet groaned, unable to bear the weight of his presence, crumbling inward, twisting, and tearing as he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he surged forward, propelled by a piercing scream that split the sky, akin to a falling meteor, hurtling towards the grotesque mass that was consuming the remnants of the building. The air around him compressed violently, forming a visible white shockwave that trailed behind him. Back away. His fist, imbued with the resolve to shatter mountains, struck with ferocity into the writhing crimson tumor. The impact was visceral, his fist sinking deep into the viscous, resilient flesh, producing a dull, nauseating sound. A tremendous force erupted from the core of his fist. The massive flesh mound was struck as if by an invisible hammer, propelled backward by the sheer potency of that unadulterated power. Beneath it, the remnants of a building that had yet to completely collapse were utterly shattered by the force of the impact. Fragments of stone and broken beams erupted like a volcanic eruption, scattering in all directions. This strike sent it soaring beyond the residential area, landing near an abandoned industrial park nestled in the wilderness. The monster emitted a harrowing blend of pain and fury, countless tentacles lined with razor-sharp teeth writhing frantically around, instantly engulfing Chu Sheng. These gnashing teeth gnawed at his biofield, producing a jarring screech that ignited a cascade of brilliant, yet lethal sparks of energy, akin to myriad tiny lightning bolts flickering in the darkness. Roll! Chu Sheng bellowed, thrusting his arms outward with tremendous force. With a swift sound, the thickest of the tentacles coiling around him were severed as if by an invisible blade. Dark crimson, putrid blood gushed forth like a high-pressure water jet, splattering against the crumbling walls and cold pavement, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion and rising clouds of foul-smelling white smoke. The severed tentacles writhed on the ground like a giant python deprived of water. The excruciating pain incited the monster's wrath. Its eyes blazed with an intense, eerie green light, resembling two diminutive suns brimming with a will to annihilate. With a hum, two meticulously concentrated green beams of light, imbued with a searing heat that could scorch the soul and a breath of destruction, were unleashed. Where the beams passed, the air twisted violently, boiling, and even the light seemed consumed, leaving only two pure green trails that embodied death. Chu Sheng's pupils constricted sharply. He did not confront the attack head-on. In a fraction of a second, his body reacted, darting to the side like a wraith. The green beams grazed the edges of his form, striking with immense force against the rear of an abandoned boiler room. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disheartening perforation. A half-meter-thick wall of reinforced concrete silently melted away upon contact with the beam, vaporizing and revealing the stout steel beams within, which also succumbed to the searing intensity. The beam's momentum unabated, they sliced through the boiler room before cleaving a nearby cooling tower, standing over 20 meters tall, in half. The upper section of the tower, amidst the deafening groans of tortured metal, toppled slowly, crashing down and producing a thunderous roar that stirred a massive cloud of dust. The green beams of death, akin to two frenzied venomous dragons, pursued Chu Sheng's evading figure, slicing through the steel forest of the abandoned industrial district with reckless abandon. Towering smokestacks were severed at their base, immense gas tanks were effortlessly breached, and the escaping gas ignited instantaneously due to the high temperature, transforming into colossal fireballs that shot skyward. Thick steam pipes melted apart, unleashing scalding high-pressure steam that wailed like a dying beast, madly surging forth and engulfing the area in a searing, white hellscape. You insufferable beast, your arrogance surpasses even mine. Amidst the tumultuous waves of destruction, Chu Sheng's silhouette darted through the chaos, moving with such swiftness that only fleeting shadows remained. Time and again, he narrowly evaded the lethal green beams, as the ground beneath him silently melted into deep chasms, releasing plumes of acrid smoke. With each evasive maneuver, he gathered strength, seeking the opportune moment for a counterattack. The aberration unleashed mental waves of aggression, causing Chu Sheng to furrow his brow, irritation mounting within him. At last, as the creature's head swayed and the beams swept across an open expanse, a fleeting moment presented itself, an opportunity. With a powerful thrust, Chu Sheng propelled himself off the ground. The solid concrete beneath him exploded as if struck by cannon fire, creating a deep crater several meters wide. His body transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the air, breaking the sound barrier, and generating a halo of milky white sonic clouds. His target, the creature's haunting emerald eyes. Once more, his fist coalesced with the might to shake mountains, the air compressing before his strike, producing a resonant roar. Chapter 29, Evolution of the Aberration. Just as this thunderous blow was poised to make contact, a thick, formidable tentacle, shrouded in dark red scales and barbs, erupted from the ground with eerie precision. This was a stealthy assault, emerging from behind the creature, burrowing underground to deceive. With a piercing shriek that cleaved the air, it lunged towards Chu Sheng's midsection with deadly accuracy. This strike embodied the creature's full cunning and ferocity. Too swift, too close. In midair, Chu Sheng found himself caught between the old force expended and the new yet to be born. His pupils reflected the rapidly enlarging, barbed shadow of the horrific whip. Bang! A thunderous roar resounded. Chu Sheng's body was struck as if by a massive vessel hurtling through the sea, instantly altering his trajectory as he was sent flying, crashing into the solid concrete below like a cannonball. Boom! The earth trembled violently, centered on Chu Sheng's impact point. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters buckled, cracked, and collapsed as though struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Gigantic fissures, resembling a spider's web, spread frantically, consuming half of the adjacent asphalt road and an abandoned bus stop. Shattered concrete and twisted rebar were ejected into the air like a fountain, only to rain down like hail. A massive pit emerged, smoke swirling at its base, debris cascading down. At the bottom of the pit, Chu Sheng knelt, one hand deeply embedded in the rock to steady himself. He slowly lifted his head, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this wretched creature possesses some strength. The fabric of his left arm had been shredded to tatters by that terrifying lash, revealing skin that was slightly reddened yet unbroken beneath. The radiance of the biological force field coursed over the surface of his skin, counteracting the majority of the impact. Yet, that sheer physical force, exceeding 1,000 tons, still jolted him, causing his blood to surge and his internal organs to quiver ever so slightly. Pain surged through his nerves like a current, igniting a more ferocious flame within his eyes. This was not the timidity of a wounded creature, but rather the wrath of a beast thoroughly provoked. He had the ability to perceive the monster's tentacles buried in the ground moments prior, yet he chose to disregard them, never expecting the creature's strength to be so formidable. It seemed that the adversary possessed its own biological stance, capable of neutralizing his, and subsequently undermining his defenses to a certain extent. If necessary, he resolved to employ his wits to outmaneuver it. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his voice low yet imbued with a disquieting calmness. A roar erupted from the monster, triumphant in its timbre, as its core glowed with a resplendent green light, clearly perceiving Chu Sheng's injury as its undeniable advantage. Its colossal form surged over the ruins, countless tentacles thrashing wildly, again lunging toward Chu Sheng in the pit, intent on utterly shredding and consuming this resilient prey. Chu Sheng retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the creature flying once more, the shockwave carving a wide path through the debris. At that moment, a faint, almost imperceptible golden light quietly pierced through the heavy clouds on the eastern horizon. Like a drop of molten gold dissolving in thick ink, it spread rapidly. Sunlight, without warning, descended upon the scene amid the most brutal of clashes. That first pure ray, imbued with the essence of rebirth, fell directly upon the monster. Suddenly, the creature's massive body froze, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. The ominous green glow in its eyes, filled with a sense of devastation, flickered chaotically like a faulty light bulb. It emitted an unprecedented, distorted shriek, a sound no longer merely brutal, but infused with anguish and a peculiar transformation. The morning light acted as a catalyst, fiercely engaging with the massive fragments of genetic material within it, fragments that had been forcefully absorbed yet had yet to merge seamlessly. The chaotic and disparate life signals from various human entities began a furious, irreversible fusion and reorganization under the purifying energy of sunlight. A chilling sound emanated densely from within the monster. Its grotesque tumor-like form began to convulse violently, collapsing and distorting. The dark red, slimy exterior, continuously secreting mucus, seemed to be pulled inward by an invisible force, rapidly hardening and changing color to exhibit a texture reminiscent of white porcelain, enhanced with a metallic sheen. Countless thrashing tentacles wildly retracted, merging and transforming into robust arms and leg outlines. In the sarcoma center, a humanoid cranial structure is being swiftly sculpted by an invisible chisel. The nascent features flickering amidst the writhing flesh and blood, contorted like a manifestation of a nightmare. The metamorphosis occurs at an unimaginable pace. In mere moments, the indescribable monstrosity vanishes. In its place stands a naked, bald woman. Deep within her pupils, two concentrated green flames seem to burn, filled with boundless rage, a desire for annihilation, and a newly awakened, frigid intelligence. She gazes down at her newly formed dexterous hands, then slowly clenches them. Crack, crack. The joints emit a sound akin to metal grinding, as if harboring the strength to crush diamonds. She raises her head, and those burning green eyes instantly fixate on Chu Sheng, who has just risen from the deep pit. A vast and cruel smile stretches across her lips, revealing a set of jagged, white teeth. There are no roars, no howls, only a silent, palpable dread, pressing down like a tangible force. It is the absolute confidence and murderous intent born from a complete transformation of power, now stabilized. Chu Sheng's pupils constrict sharply, his heart gripped as if by a cold, immense hand. The aberration before him exudes a presence that is more than twice as formidable as before. The pure, oppressive aura, solidified in the air, instinctively activates his entire biological field, producing a subtle hum. This is no longer a beast, but a combat weapon imbued with terrifying power and nascent intelligence. In the next moment, the aberration moves. Without warning, without any build-up, the ground beneath her feet erupts. The colossal figure vanishes in an instant. Chu Sheng's supersenses detect the shriek of air, capturing the terrifying speed that tears through space. Without hesitation, he crosses his arms defensively in front of him, pushing his biological field to its utmost limits, the radiance beneath his skin becoming almost corporeal. Boom! A sound tenfold heavier and 100-fold more thunderous than before. It is as though two iron mountains collide at supersonic speeds. Chu Sheng feels an indescribable, overwhelming force crash violently against his defensive stance. The impact surges like an uncontrollable locomotive. His crossed arms ache as if they might shatter. and his body is uncontrollably thrust backwards. Whoosh! The hard concrete and asphalt beneath his feet yield like soft tofu, carving two terrifying trenches half a meter deep and dozens of meters long. Fragments of stone and broken rebar shoot outwards like bullets. He is forcibly propelled out of the vast pit, crashing through a still-standing, thick brick wall of a factory that has yet to fully collapse. Boom! The brick wall shatters. The silhouette of Chu Sheng surged forward, relentlessly crashing into two sturdy concrete pillars that supported the factory roof. Massive blocks of reinforced concrete, accompanied by fractured steel bars, cascaded down with a thunderous roar, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. He finally came to a halt amidst a heap of twisted, abandoned machinery, barely managing to regain his composure. The cacophony of metal distortion and fracture echoed incessantly. Rising from the debris, Chu Sheng shook his slightly numbed arms, revealing clear, faintly reddened marks where he had previously blocked the blow. For the first time, a grave expression flickered in his eyes. The creature's strength and speed had undergone a qualitative leap since its evolution into a humanoid form. That recent punch undoubtedly exceeded 50,000 tons of force. Even Ultraman would be sent flying. In the distance, the aberration maintained its punching stance, slowly retracting its fist. A flicker of anthropomorphic, brutally sadistic delight glimmered in its burning green eyes. It grinned, seemingly mocking him in silence. Without granting Chu Sheng a moment's respite, it launched itself again, each footfall causing the ground to tremble, leaving deep imprints in its wake. It resembled a frenzied primeval giant, exuding an overwhelming momentum to crush everything in its path. Charging once more at Chu Sheng. Simultaneously, its fiery green eyes blazed intensely, unleashing two more refined and scorching green laser beams. Slicing through the air like the scythe of death, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes. He resolved not to meet it head-on. He suddenly crouched low, akin to a poised cheetah, and as the laser beams approached, he catapulted forward, skimming the ground with astonishing speed, leaving behind an almost solid afterimage. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two lethal green beams tore through his afterimage, sweeping across the ground and carving out two bottomless trenches that glimmered with a dark red, molten sheen. Chu Sheng's true form materialized at the side of the aberration's charge path. Opting not for a punch, he executed a swift, battle-axe-like roundhouse kick, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed at the relatively vulnerable outer side of the aberration's knee joint. Thud! A muffled sound resonated, akin to a heavy hammer striking a resilient rubber tire. The aberration staggered slightly, its skin merely marked by a faint white imprint. It retaliated with a punch, accompanied by a terrifying gust of wind aimed at Chu Sheng. He deftly withdrew, propelling himself backward with a lightness akin to weightlessness, narrowly avoiding a blow powerful enough to shatter mountains. Boom! The fist struck the ground instead, creating yet another massive crater. Chu Sheng's eyes gleamed as he observed the creature being pushed back several meters by the shockwave, yet it bore no evident injuries, merely reddened skin. Soon, it steadied itself, green lasers igniting in its eyes as it exchanged fire with Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng then unleashed his freezing breath, only to find that his opponent immediately mirrored the action, engaging in a fierce exchange. Was this creature truly capable of imitation? The moment of testing had come to an end, and a weight settled heavily in Chu Sheng's heart. Impact? Blunt force? Against this monstrosity, endowed with terrifying defensive abilities and biological resilience, such tactics proved utterly futile. Where could its weakness lie? Or did it possess any discernible vulnerability at all? Chapter 30. Twisting the neck before long. The battle plunged into a brutal and frenzied melee. Two figures collided at high speed on the desolate battlefield as dawn broke, separating and re-engaging with relentless ferocity. Each encounter erupted with thunderous roars and devastating shockwaves. Chu Sheng's fists, akin to a tempest, struck with supersonic blasts against the aberration's body, the chest, the throat, the temples, beneath the ribs. At the joints, each blow potent enough to reduce a main battle tank to scrap. The aberration emitted a deep, guttural roar, retaliating with equally ferocious punches, its burning green eyes intermittently unleashing lethal lasers that forced Chu Sheng into a swift dance of evasion. Despite Chu Sheng's relentless strikes, the majority of his force was absorbed and dispersed by the creature's formidable biological field, leaving only shallow craters and pale imprints. On the rare occasion that a punch grazed Chu Sheng, the sheer force was enough to send him careening like a mere ball, crashing through wall after wall of debris. Boom! A single punch sent Chu Sheng flying sideways, crashing into a dilapidated three-story building, its skeletal remains collapsing around him like a torrential waterfall. In the next moment, The pile of rubble erupted, and he emerged unscathed, propelled by an indomitable spirit. With a fierce elbow strike, he drove into the side of the aberration's thick neck. Thud! The creature's head jerked violently, skin around its neck splitting open and oozing a dark red, almost black, viscous blood. It howled in pain, its burning green gaze locking onto the now close Chu Sheng. Two searing beams of light erupted at point-blank range. In a split second, Chu Sheng instinctively turned his head. Hiss! The green death rays grazed his cheek and neck, the intense heat causing a stinging sensation on his skin, singeing the tips of several strands of hair. The beams severed a massive, abandoned industrial smokestack behind him with ease. Dust filled the air as collapsing walls and ruins crumbled, shattered, and melted under the onslaught of their titanic clash and the laser barrage. The expanse of 10 city blocks had already been reduced to scorched earth, the ground marred by gaping craters, molten ravines, and the remnants of fallen structures, creating a hellish panorama. The atmosphere was thick with dust, the acrid scent of charred materials. Blood and ozone. Time and again, they collided with brute force, each encounter a new test of their limits. Chu Sheng's gaze resembled the most sophisticated scanner, meticulously locking onto every subtle reaction of the aberrant creature's body amidst the frantic chaos of life and death combat. This creature, too, could bleed. Thus, it could be slain. He keenly observed that every time his strikes landed on the creature's relatively vulnerable neck, the junction of its waist and abdomen, or along its spine, an almost imperceptible sensation of obstruction, akin to disrupted energy flow, coursed through its body. Its burning green eyes exhibited barely detectable fluctuations. Particularly, the structural disturbance at the neck was most pronounced at the moment of his elbow strike. A daring thought swiftly crystallized in Chu Sheng's mind. To obliterate it, he must utterly dismantle its central control of bodily functions. Employing pure physical strangulation, he aimed to tear apart its biological force field and shatter its bones. Blunt force was insufficient. Thus, he resolved to use locks and constriction. At that instant of determination, the aberrant creature seemingly sensed the impending peril. It unleashed a deafening roar, its massive form erupting with unprecedented speed, the brilliance of its burning green eyes reaching a fever pitch. Two colossal beams of destructive energy, multiple times larger than before, descended like swords of divine retribution, crossing in a lethal embrace, bearing down on Chu Sheng with an annihilative force, effectively sealing off his escape. The specter of death loomed ever closer. Yet, a resolute glint ignited in Chu Sheng's eyes. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. His feet shattered the ground beneath him as he crouched low, akin to an arrow poised for flight. Charging directly into the dual streams of intersecting green light that signified death, slipping through a narrow gap of less than half a meter. The searing heat nearly scorched his back. In that fleeting moment of traversing the laser net, Chu Sheng's body recoiled like a spring compressed to its utmost limit, propelling him upward with tremendous force. His target was the aberrant creature, momentarily hindered by the full exertion of its laser attack. Swiftly, he transcended his limits. Chu Sheng transformed into a blurred streak of light, instantaneously appearing above the massive creature's back. His movements were precise, rapid, and devoid of embellishment, as if rehearsed a million times. His right arm, as resilient as the toughest alloy chain, darted lightning fast around the creature's neck from behind. The left arm surged from below, both hands firmly gripping the creature's throat. The naked strangulation was complete. His legs locked around its waist, his entire being clinging to the vital point of the aberrant creature's back. The creature emitted a furious roar, akin to a beast ensnared by the grip of death. It thrashed violently, its burning green eyes flickering wildly, attempting to twist its head to sever Chu Sheng from behind with its laser. However, Chu Sheng's arms felt as if they had been welded to its neck, the lethal constricting force erupting instantaneously, restricting the angle of its head's movement with unyielding ferocity. The green laser futilely pierced the sky, slicing through the dawn. Its arms flailed wildly, thrashing, attempting to tear Chu Sheng asunder. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy palms crashed mercilessly upon Chu Sheng's head and ribs. Each blow produced a sonic boom. Chu Sheng's body quaked violently, a metallic taste of blood surging in his throat. The biological force field mitigated the terrifying impact, yet his insides churned tumultuously, his bones groaning under the relentless strain. Clenching his teeth, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, but the constricting strength in his arms and legs surged anew amidst the agony, like a hydraulic clamp tightening incessantly. The distorted creature gasped desperately from its locked throat, its breath akin to a wheezing bellows. It sensed a mortal threat. An unprecedented fear and fury engulfed its nascent consciousness. It began to thrash, leap, and roll with reckless abandon. Boom, boom, boom. The two entwined horrors, akin to uncontrolled meteors, rolled wildly across the battlefield, now scorched earth, colliding. Each tumble tremored like an earthquake, flattening remnants of ruins, crashing through the last vestiges of walls, carving immense, gaping pits into the shattered ground. Dust and debris surged skyward like a sandstorm, obscuring the newly brightening morning light. Chu Sheng, like a steadfast rock amidst tumultuous waves, clung tenaciously to the creature's back, straining with all his might. No matter how violently it struggled, no matter how fiercely those heavy fists rained upon him, his arms remained unwavering, the grip of his legs tightening evermore. Every ounce of his will, every shred of his strength, poured into this lethal stranglehold. The muscles in his arms swelled to their utmost limits, like steel cables, emitting a fierce sound of compression. Crack! That was the sound of the creature's spine succumbing to the extreme pressure, beginning to fracture. Ugh! The creature emitted a piercing wail, distorted by excruciating pain. A cry born from the destruction of its very essence. Its struggling power momentarily faltered. Now was the moment. Bloodlight erupted in Chu Sheng's eyes. He inhaled sharply, his chest swelling like a bellows. All the strength of his body, muscles, bones, blood, and even the energy ignited deep within his soul by a supernova, erupted without reservation at that instant, converging upon his arms and legs. Die! A roar imbued with boundless murderous intent erupted like thunder. The arms constricting the neck, the legs strangling the waist. Power surged to an apex beyond all limits. Crack! 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 A series of horrifying bone-cracking sounds erupted from within the distorted creature, as if beans were popping, spreading rapidly downward. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a sonic explosion. The cervical vertebrae of the aberrant creature shattered with a resounding crack under the devastating constriction of its arms. Simultaneously, the force field assaulted it, twisting and deforming its entire spine, fracturing it inch by inch. The creature's struggle was akin to that of a lifeless mass, suddenly collapsing as if stripped of all bones. Its eyes, ablaze with a fierce green flame, flickered like a candle in the wind, the destructive will and brutal essence rapidly ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving only an emptiness, a void of silence. Ultimately, it was extinguished, transforming into two pools of solid, lifeless dark green glass beads. Its massive head tilted at an unnaturally grotesque angle, barely held together by torn muscles and skin at the neck. The body lost all support and crashed forward, heavily striking the cold, shattered earth, stirring up a cloud of murky dust, never to move again. Chu Sheng remained firmly locked onto its back, like the most merciless executioner. He gasped for air, each breath tearing through him with excruciating pain, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his forehead. His arms and legs trembled slightly from overexertion, muscles ablaze with agony. Silence enveloped the battlefield, now reduced to rubble. 10 streets turned to ruins. Only the morning breeze stirred the dust and the acrid scent of charred remnants, weeping as it passed by. I must deliver the final blow. Chu Sheng ascended into the sky, absorbing the sun's energy, gradually restoring his body. He then descended, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. The semi-conscious aberration's defenses plummeted, and under the searing intensity of his heat vision, it swiftly transformed into a puddle of black carbon dust upon the ground. Chapter 31. The Art of Evasion. Chu Sheng's face bore no expression, only a cold scrutiny. Instead of delight at having eliminated a threat, a profound confusion welled up within him. What exactly is this creature? Where did it come from? Chu Sheng keenly sensed that its abilities bore a striking resemblance to his own, as if there existed an inexplicable connection between them, a fleeting sensation that set off alarm bells in his mind. Soon, a multitude of police vehicles and personnel clad in specialized protective gear arrived, swiftly sealing off the residential area. The loudspeakers broadcast official reassurances and warnings. Citizens, please remain calm. Do not panic. Do not spread unverified information. The danger has been neutralized. Please cooperate with the police and evacuate in an orderly manner. Chu Sheng coldly observed the scene. The authorities' response was swift, yet their deliberate attempt to cool tensions and impose a lockdown only reinforced his conviction that this monster did not simply materialize from thin air. There must undoubtedly be a source behind it. His gaze penetrated through layers of buildings and mountains, instantly locking onto a location in the distant outskirts of the city. A massive structure, meticulously disguised and hidden within the mountain's embrace. The clandestine military base from which he had previously escaped. Humph! Chu Sheng let out a cold snort, disregarding the chaos of the crowd and the officials' farce. He soared once more, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the military base. Inside the command center of the top-secret military base, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the eerie silence before a tempest. A colossal screen replayed terrifying footage captured by satellites, depicting Chu Sheng vaporizing a distorted entity with his thermal vision. Every detail was magnified and played in slow motion. The two crimson beams of destructive power instilling a chill that coursed through the spines of all the officers and researchers present. He has arrived. The radar operator's voice trembled uncontrollably. General Poncher's face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly embedded themselves into his flesh. The very thing he had feared most had come to fruition. The monster had been detected as soon as it entered the city, and now Chu Sheng had annihilated it in such a shocking manner. Now, this god among mortals had come directly to confront them. Boom! The alloy gate of the base, thick enough to withstand a nuclear blast, was struck as if by an invisible hammer, producing a deafening roar. The entire mountain seemed to tremble. The sturdy door buckled inward, warping, and ultimately, with a piercing sound of tearing metal, a vast, irregular breach was forcibly created. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Chu Sheng's figure emerged like a demigod, slowly stepping through the opening. Invisible biological entities surrounded him, nullifying all attempts to target him with weaponry and detection. General Poncher, accompanied by a fully armed squad of soldiers, appeared at the end of the corridor, prepared for battle. He suppressed the tumultuous waves of anxiety within himself, striving to maintain a facade of composure. Mr. Chu Sheng, what is your intention? Chu Sheng halted, his gaze piercing like a cold probe, directed squarely at General Poncher. What is that monster? Where did it come from? His voice was not loud, yet it carried a soul-piercing sense of pressure that echoed through the vast corridor. General Poncher's heart contracted sharply. The soldiers behind him felt their breath catch, their palms slick with cold sweat as they gripped their firearms. We are also investigating. General Poncher responded immediately, his tone imbued with official gravity and a hint of confusion. Preliminary assessments suggest it may be a genetically mutated organism caused by the particle flow from a supernova explosion. Its emergence indicates that this world is not solely inhabited by your singular existence. This could represent a new and unknown threat. He deftly sidestepped the core issues, attributing the phenomenon to the supernova and genetic mutation, deliberately omitting any mention of cloning experiments and the catalyzing effect of solar radiation. He needed time. Time is required to address the disarray within the base, to study the power of Chu Sheng, and, more importantly, to discover a means to control or eliminate him. At present, it is imperative not to provoke him, nor to reveal the truth. A supernova? Genetic mutation? Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, a flicker of crimson light shimmering in his eyes, the overwhelming pressure nearly causing General Poncher to falter. Are you suggesting that there may be others in this world akin to me? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. General Poncher asserted firmly, his tone laced with concern. Mr. Chu Sheng, your power is unparalleled. However, the cosmos is vast and replete with the unknown. The emergence of this monster serves as a perilous omen. Our military is also diligently researching in hopes of formulating a response to safeguard the public. Chu Sheng fixed his gaze intently on General Poncher, scrutinizing his ability to feign composure. The general's resolve was remarkably steadfast, and the notion of an unknown threat, while not entirely implausible, cast a shadow of unease in Chu Sheng's mind. The thought that there might indeed be others, uncontrollable and potentially malevolent, unsettled him. It would be best if that were not the case. The crimson light in Chu Sheng's eyes gradually dimmed, yet his tone remained frigid. Should I discover such entities again, or learn that you have concealed information? He did not finish his sentence, but the chilling intent transformed the temperature of the corridor, seemingly lowering it by several degrees. The chaotic scenes from that deeper place lingered in his mind, but they no longer held significance. He chose not to linger, turning to soar through the gaping door, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Watching the direction in which Chu Sheng had disappeared, General Poncher's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Though his military uniform was already soaked with cold sweat, he wiped the perspiration from his brow, his gaze becoming exceedingly sinister. Immediately, erase all traces of the experiments. Initiate the highest level of information lockdown. Not a word of today's events is to be disclosed. Furthermore, accelerate the Dreamweaver project. We require a key capable of truly influencing, or even controlling him. The adjutant beside him also wiped the sweat from his forehead, grateful for the general's masterful performance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. General Poncher sighed. Perhaps we can exploit this incident to win him over, ideally to bring him under our banner. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Sheng was fully aware of their schemes, yet regarded them with disdain. At the headquarters of the New Humanity Alliance, atop the terrace of the Guanlan Mountain Villa, Chu Sheng reclined in a comfortable chair, his brow furrowed as he gazed distantly at the bustling city, though he appeared somewhat preoccupied. General Poncher's words pricked at his heart like a thorn. Supernova particles, genetic mutations, other extraordinary beings, these terms swirled in his mind. This latent, unknown sense of threat left him feeling profoundly uneasy. Qingyi and Meiying nestled beside him like docile kittens, acutely aware of Chu Sheng's discontent. Was their master still preoccupied with that monstrosity? Qingyi's voice, gentle and laced with timid concern, caressed Chu Sheng's clenched fist with her cool hand. Meiying, bolder in demeanor, lifted a glass of chilled golden champagne to her crimson lips, savoring a sip before offering it to Chu Sheng. He instinctively responded to her gesture. With a captivating smile, Meiying withdrew her lips from his, dismissing the notion of monsters or mutations. Before you, aren't they all mere dust? You are indeed the true deity of this realm. Her fingers lightly traced Chu Sheng's chest. Qingyi leaned closer, whispering in her uniquely pure yet alluring tone, "Indeed, master. With you here, we fear nothing. Look, the workers receiving their wages, the residents you have saved, they sing your praises. You are their hope, the light of this world." She deftly picked up Chu Sheng's phone, showcasing the flood of grateful and adoring comments on the account of the deity of the mortal realm. As Chu Sheng's gaze swept over the fervent messages, the doubts and unease in his heart dissipated like mist under the sun. Yes, he was unparalleled. He was the deity of this world. What were supernova particles or genetic mutations in the face of his absolute power but mere trifles? You are right. Chu Sheng's brow unfurled, and the arc of his mouth once again bore the semblance of omnipotence. He drew Meiying into his embrace. Worries, anxieties, in the presence of absolute power and the exquisite softness at his fingertips, what did they matter? He leaned down and kissed Qingyi's slightly parted cherry lips. On the terrace, joyful laughter soon echoed once more. Chapter 32. The invitation to the banquet. In the vast expanse of the digital world, turbulent currents swirled. An anonymous account with vague registration information and an address traversed through multiple redirects quietly uploaded a video. The title was provocative: Secret Military Creation of Terrifying Monsters Out of Control. The deity of the mortal realm, Chu Sheng, annihilates them. Irrefutable evidence. The video displayed the shocking scene of Chu Sheng hovering above a residential area, his eyes emitting a crimson, scorching gaze that reduced the aberration to mere carbon dust. Although the shooting angle was somewhat shaky and blurred, Chu Sheng's iconic levitating stance, his devastating glare, and the horrifying effect of the monster's complete obliteration were vividly evident. The video, deliberately edited in previous gruesome clips of the creature wreaking havoc and devouring humans, ultimately freezing on the image of Chu Sheng suspended above the ruins, coldly gazing down like a deity. A stone creates 1,000 ripples. This video, akin to a splash of cold water in a seething cauldron of oil, instantaneously ignited a fervent uproar across the global internet. Particularly among the vibrant and unique voices represented by the YouTube 5 families, it incited a tsunami of discussions. Indian netizens exclaimed, "This special effect pales in comparison to our Bollywood by 100-fold. Yet it must be fake. How could the Celestial Empire possibly create such an extraordinary creature? They can't even fix their toilets." Others retorted, "Awaken. This is clearly real. That Chu Sheng is a deity. We too have our gods. Lord Shiva shall bless us. The Celestial Empire's monsters threaten the world. Sanctions are imperative. India should lead Asian security affairs." Korean netizens chimed in. "It's merely a generated video, yet so many believe it. What fools abound. Alas, this monster is evidently a variant of our lost ancient beast. The Yan, stolen by the Celestial Empire for experimentation. We demand reparations for our cultural heritage. Chu Sheng Appa is so handsome, such strength, such gaze. He must belong to our Dahan Minguk. The Celestial Empire is too dangerous, conducting such experiments in residential areas. We must immediately fortify our border defenses." Vietnamese netizens remarked, "Huh? The Celestial Empire is again playing with fire. Haven't they learned from past lessons? What if this monster runs amok in Vietnam? We strongly condemn this." Chu Sheng. That name sounds like our Vietnamese surname Chu. He might be our Vietnamese superhero, touring in the Celestial Empire. They must publicly disclose all experimental data and apologize to the world, offering reparations. Polish netizens expressed, "Oh my God, this is more terrifying than our historical partitions. What is the Celestial Empire creating? New weapons for a world war?" Chu Sheng appears as a cold dictator. His annihilation of the monster is merely a display of power. Beware the red threat. Where is NATO? Where is America? We need protection. Immediately deploy more missiles in Poland. Beyond the YouTube 5 families. Netizens from other nations joined in. Western and European users. A multitude of conspiracy theories emerged, ranging from the Celestial Empire's secret superhuman program to the Alliance manipulating Chu Sheng, and even extraterrestrial technology leaks, showcasing wild imaginations. While doubts about the video's authenticity were voiced, the shocking imagery of the monster's vaporization led many to lean towards belief. Netizens from the Celestial Empire commented, "Fighting a mere monster is so exhausting. Perhaps we should restart. What kind of superhuman are you? If even more formidable foes appear later. If it doesn't tee in swiftly, how many structures are destroyed? Who will bear the losses? Pure amateurs. If I, an athlete, faced it, a mere glare would cause it to explode." Netizens from other Asian, African, and Latin American countries mostly remained in a state of shock and curiosity. Their perceptions of the Celestial Empire's technology profoundly altered. In a clandestine office located in Langley, several senior operatives gazed at the viral video and the surging public discourse on the screen, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Their objective was unequivocal: to exploit this undeniable incident to thoroughly tarnish the reputation of Huaxia. They aimed to construct an image of a reckless and perilous nation, inciting international isolation and panic, while simultaneously placing Chu Sheng, an uncontrollable variable, at the center of global scrutiny, thereby laying the groundwork for potential subsequent actions. At Guanlan Villa, in the study, a massive floor-to-ceiling screen was partitioned into dozens of segments, displaying in real time the explosive discussions across major global social media platforms and news websites regarding the monstrous video. Comments in various languages cascaded like a waterfall, replete with scornful allegations against Huaxia, fears of Chu Sheng's power, and a myriad of absurd conspiracy theories. Shun Imo stood before the screen, impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression grave. He turned to face Chu Sheng, who was seated comfortably on a spacious sofa. In Chu Sheng's arms, Qing Qi was delicately peeling grapes for him, while Mei Ying knelt beside him, using her enchanting hands to massage his thigh. Chu Sheng himself watched the eclectic array of comments on the screen with keen interest, a hint of a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Master," Shun Imo said, slightly bowing, his tone laden with a sense of inquiry. "The public discourse is exceedingly detrimental to both us and Huaxia, particularly those malicious and slanderous remarks aimed at you and the nation. Should we resort to technical measures to delete the original video and eliminate those unfriendly comments? The power of our alliance could achieve this." As Chu Sheng opened his mouth, Qing Qi swiftly placed a perfectly peeled, glistening grape into it. He chewed leisurely, his gaze still fixed on several derogatory comments on the screen. "Delete?" Chu Sheng scoffed, swallowing the grape before languidly responding, "Why should we delete?" Shinamo was momentarily taken aback. Chu Sheng extended a finger, casually tapping on the screen where the vitriolic and ignorant comments resided. "Let them speak. They are merely jesters. It is precisely what I wish to see. What countenances these masses possess behind their keyboards." His tone conveyed an air of condescension, akin to a deity surveying ants below. "Fear, envy, ignorance, and invective, such is the essence of mortals. No matter how fiercely they bark, what can they do to me?" He reveled in Qing Qi's attentive service, savored the pressure of Mei Ying's fingertips, and observed the global panic and debate ignited by his presence, a sensation of omnipotence and detachment washing over him. In the face of his absolute power, this clamor was but a trivial noise. A flicker of understanding crossed Shinmo's eyes, and he promptly praised, "Master, your grandeur is unparalleled, viewing all as mere chaff. It is we who are foolish." At that moment, Shinmo's encrypted communicator vibrated. He cast a fleeting glance, his brow furrowing imperceptibly before he reported to Chu Sheng, "Master, there is another matter. Due to our previous unconventional measures, we compelled the entire city to delay wages, cut compensations, and oppress various factions and companies at the grassroots level. In a remarkably brief span, these entities exhibited a sudden awakening of conscience, fully or even excessively dispersing the owed amounts and addressing the responsible parties. These videos have circulated widely among the common populace, bestowing upon us and the New Humanity Alliance immense prestige and public support." He paused, his tone growing cold. "However, this thunderous approach has thoroughly provoked several entrenched old powers in Binhai City, primarily the 4 prominent families led by the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li clans. They have operated in Binhai for generations, their roots deep and connections extensive across political, business, and military realms. Our prior actions were akin to overturning the table beneath their very noses, disturbing their tacitly accepted, if not participatory, share of the spoils. Oh, Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Seemingly intrigued, he pushed aside the hand of the shadow and sat up straight, while Qing Yi wisely ceased her movements. They jointly sent an invitation, and Shun Mo presented a gilded invitation exuding an old-world fragrance. You are cordially invited to attend an exchange banquet at the Cloud Peak Palace tonight. Ostensibly, it is to discuss strategies for the harmonious development of Binhai City, yet in reality, it is likely a trap. They wish to gauge your foundation, perhaps even exert pressure. Chu Sheng accepted the invitation, barely glancing at it, with a slight pressure from his fingers. The rigid gilded cover along with the paper within instantaneously transformed into a fine powder, cascading through his fingers. He rose to his feet, an invisible force naturally urging Qing Yi and the shadow to step back. A smile surfaced on Chu Sheng's face, a blend of coldness, disdain, and a hint of anticipation. The four prominent families? Chu Sheng's voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling undertone, as if molten lava flowed within his gaze. I shall see who dares to oppose me. Prepare the vehicle, he commanded Shin Mo, his tone brooking no argument. To Cloud Peak Palace. Shin Mo immediately bowed. Yes, master. A flicker of excitement and bloodlust sparkled in the shadow's eyes, while Qing Yi exhibited a trace of concern, yet predominantly held unwavering confidence in Chu Sheng. They understood that tonight at Cloud Peak Palace would undoubtedly be far from tranquil. Their master, this god among men, was poised to once again unveil to the world the essence of true power and majesty. Chapter 33. The Banquet of Intrigue. Cloud Peak Palace. The most esteemed private club in Binhai City and the entire southeastern coastal region is perched atop the city, overlooking a sea of lights. This night, it radiated brilliance, adorned with elegance and allure. The grand crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, illuminating the hall, which was dressed in Persian handmade carpets, as if it were midday. The air was thick with the mingling scents of premium cigars, vintage champagne, and exquisite perfumes, while the melodious strains of a string quartet flowed through every corner. In the coastal city, the true power core comprising influential political and business figures, alongside their meticulously adorned heirs, akin to peacocks displaying their plumage, gathered in unison. The gentlemen donned impeccably tailored bespoke suits, their wristwatches glimmering subtly yet astonishingly under the lights. The ladies wore haute couture gowns, adorned with priceless jewels. Every glance and every toast was imbued with a calculated elegance and a sense of aloofness. When Chu Sheng entered this resplendent hall, an instantaneous hush fell over the entire space. He was not clad in formal attire. Instead, he wore what appeared to be an ordinary black casual outfit, crafted from special materials that accentuated his tall and powerful physique. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he ambled forward at a leisurely pace, his expression marked by a languid indifference. Qing Yi and Mei Ying flanked him, a step behind, dressed in impeccably tailored kipeos, one radiating a fiery allure, the other exuding a serene elegance. Their exquisite beauty and demure demeanor rendered them the most devoted attendants beside Chu Sheng, starkly contrasting with the surrounding elite, who held themselves with an air of superiority, ever mindful of their poise. Chu Sheng's nonchalance felt out of place here, even bearing an unspoken affront. Humph, does this rustic bumpkin truly believe this is a marketplace? How did Shen Mo find such a boorish fellow? Look at those two beauties beside him. Does he even deserve them? TSK, I'd love to play cards with them. Whispers, laced with condescension and a sense of superiority, rippled through the crowd as the young masters and ladies cast their eyes upon Chu Sheng, their gazes brimming with unabashed disdain and curiosity. They were accustomed to delineating class through wealth, status, and so-called refinement. Chu Sheng's presence was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering their meticulously maintained facade of nobility. Following Chu Sheng, Shen Mo maintained a calm demeanor, yet a hint of coldness lingered in his eyes. He understood that the true tempest had yet to begin. The stewards of the four illustrious families, the venerable Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, all over 50 and exuding a composed demeanor, approached the gathering core figures. Their faces bore the hallmark of formulaic, impeccable smiles. Mr. Chu, your presence graces us. It is indeed an honor. The patriarch of the Zhao family, an elder with hair as white as snow and eyes sharp as an eagle-ass, was the first to speak, his voice resonant and imbued with the authority of long-held power. I am Zhao Shana. These esteemed gentlemen are Qian Wanjun, Sun Shui, and Li Hongtu. The other three patriarchs nodded in acknowledgement, their smiles seemingly warm, yet the depths of their eyes revealed a chill and scrutiny. In response, Chu Sheng merely acknowledged them with a faint nod, his gaze sweeping over the four as if they were inconsequential trinkets. His attention strayed not towards them for long, but rather wandered with keen interest to the grand fresco adorning the dome of the hall, reputedly an authentic piece from the Renaissance. The dismissive attitude caused the smiles on the faces of the four family heads to falter slightly. "Mr. Chu, this way please. The banquet is about to commence." Qian Wanjun, a slightly portly elder with a warm smile, gestured invitingly, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. The banquet began amidst an illusion of harmony, with exquisite delicacies flowing forth and toasts exchanged amid laughter and conversation. Yet, an invisible undercurrent pulsed through the gathering. The younger generation of the four prominent families, those carefully nurtured young masters and ladies, occasionally cast sidelong glances at Chu Sheng, their eyes brimming with a mix of jealousy, curiosity, and a hint of provocation. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere reached a subtle climax, Zhao Shanha set down his glass, his smile dimming as he assumed a more serious demeanor. "Mr. Chu, let us speak candidly. Your recent maneuvers with the New Humanity Alliance in Binhai have been quite conspicuous, particularly your rather forceful methods in handling internal affairs. This has raised concerns among us elder statesmen." "Oh, concerns about what?" Chu Sheng nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his movements as casual as if dining at a roadside stall. "Concerns about order," Sun Shui interjected, his voice low. "Binhai has its own rules. Your thunderous tactics may bring swift retribution, but they also risk inciting unnecessary turmoil. Our four families have been entrenched here for generations, seeking nothing more than stability. And so?" Chu Sheng reclined slightly in his chair, his gaze calm as he regarded them. "Thus, Li Hongtu began slowly, a glimmer of intensity flickering in his eyes. "We hope that Mr. Chu understands that Binhai is not a place governed by a single individual's will. Strength manifests in various forms." As he finished speaking, he lightly applauded. Suddenly, force fields unfolded in an orderly manner among the crowd, establishing a binding constraint. An invisible pressure enveloped the core area of the banquet hall in an instant. The music ceased abruptly, and the lights dimmed slightly. Guests were stunned to find themselves seemingly ensnared in a viscous substance, their movements drastically slowed. Even breathing became a laborious task. Shortly thereafter, four youthful figures rose slowly from the seats of the four families, approaching Chu Sheng's table. Their faces bore unabashed pride and confidence, radiating waves of power. Zhao Tianlin, the scion of the Zhao family, towered above others, his gaze piercing. He raised his hand, palm up, and a blazing sphere of fire materialized, radiating terrifying heat that warped the surrounding air. Ability, pyrokinesis. Qian Feifei, the beautiful daughter of the Qian family, exuded a frosty demeanor. Beneath her feet, the marble floor silently spread a layer of frost, exuding a chilling aura that instantly coated nearby goblets in white frost. Ability, cryokinesis. Young Master Sun Hao of the Sun family, though somewhat slender in stature, possessed a gaze as piercing as lightning. The space around him subtly distorted, rendering his figure indistinct, as though he could seamlessly merge into the shadows. His ability, the Shadow Realm, traversing through darkness. Miss Li Sisi of the Li family radiated a gentle demeanor, yet her eyes harbored an unsettling mental disturbance. As she directed her gaze towards Chu Sheng, an invisible mental onslaught erupted like a spear, striking directly at his mind. Her ability, mental shock, psyche interference. "Mr. Chu," Zhao Tianlin toyed with a fireball in his hand, his voice laced with provocation. "The times have changed. Superpowers are no longer your exclusive domain. The four of us are the true guardians of Binhai. Your strength is formidable, but not invincible." Qian Feifei interjected coldly. "The reason we summoned you tonight is to make you confront reality. Surrender the secrets of your power and accept our oversight. Only then can Binhai achieve genuine stability." Sun Hao's figure flickered in and out of the shadows, his voice ethereal. "Resistance is futile. Within the domain we have established, the speed and strength you take pride in will be suppressed." Li Sisi's mental assault persisted relentlessly, seeking to destabilize Chu Sheng's will. "Surrender your defiance, Chu Sheng. Your secrets hold immense value for us. Compliance is your sole option." The four family heads observed their awakened heirs with expressions of assured triumph. This was their confidence in confronting, even controlling, the formidable card that was Chu Sheng. The guests surrounding them found themselves immobilized by the oppressive force, their faces alight with shock and terror. For the first time, they witnessed superhumans wielding their powers up close. Not merely any superhumans, but the heirs of the four great families. This shattered their perceptions. Their gazes towards Chu Sheng were filled with both sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. No matter how strong he was, he remained but a superhuman. Could he truly withstand the combined might of four peculiarly gifted individuals? Chapter 34, Deliver Me Beside Him. Shenmo's expression shifted as he attempted to move, only to be subdued by an even stronger mental interference, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Qing Yi and Mei Ying paled further, their bodies trembling slightly under the weight of the combined extraordinary powers. The grand banquet hall had transformed into a meticulously crafted cage by the four families, with Chu Sheng trapped within, like a beast ensnared. Zhao Shanhe gazed upon Chu Sheng, ensnared by the four symbols array, locked in by mental shocks, and encircled by flames and ice, his face finally revealing unabashed pride and greed. Mr. Chu, now we can have a proper conversation. For instance, we are quite interested in your body, your organs, and your genes. I hope you will comply. I advise against being obstinate and taking unnecessary actions, lest things turn dire for you. The other three family heads shared expressions of relief and impending exhilaration. As they watched Chu Sheng squint in disbelief, Qian Feifei let out a cold laugh. Dare you glare at me? Humph. I have heard that before you acquired your extraordinary abilities, you were merely a lowly individual without a car, a home, or savings. Let me tell you, once a lowly person, always a lowly person. Were it not for your usefulness, would you even be allowed to set foot in this place? Zhao Tianlin echoed, advising you to cooperate honestly to suffer less. Once we have exhausted your utility, perhaps we might even show you mercy and grant you a high-paying job. Sun Hao retorted with displeasure, questioning the look in their eyes, warning them not to attempt any tricks, for you are already ensnared by us. Just as they believed the situation was firmly in their grasp, ready to relish the fruits of victory, even envisioning the dissection of Chu Sheng to obtain superhuman genes. Chu Sheng, surrounded by flames, ice, shadows, and mental force, merely shook his head. On his face, there was none of the anticipated anger, panic, or struggle. Instead, he wore an expression of profound boredom, even yawning listlessly. Then, amidst the incredulous gazes of all four families and the suppressed guests, Chu Sheng slightly furrowed his brow. With a tone reminiscent of someone inquiring about wilted vegetables at a market, tinged with a hint of impatience, he asked, "Is this it? Is there nothing more?" In that very instant, a force of indescribable and irresistible terror, as vast as the cosmos itself, erupted with Chu Sheng at its center. The formidable four symbols array, devised by the four superhumans to suppress an army of 100, shattered like a fragile soap bubble, unable to withstand even a second, instantly torn to pieces. The crowd was left in shock, jaws agape. Chu Sheng spat at Zhao Tianlin. The flames in Zhao Tianlin's hand were extinguished as if snuffed out by an invisible hand, leaving not even a spark. He himself was struck as if by a heavy blow, groaning as he spewed blood and was hurled backward, crashing into a massive vase. Chu Sheng shot a heated glare at Qian Feifei. The frost beneath her feet vaporized instantaneously, her once proud chill now rebounded by an even more dominant and fervent aura. She felt as if she had fallen into a furnace, her skin turning crimson as she emitted a piercing scream and collapsed, rolling in agony on the ground. Chu Sheng unleashed his force field, stamping his foot. Sun Hao's figure was forcibly dragged from the shadows, as if bound by invisible chains, crashing to the ground with his bones groaning under the unbearable weight, rendering him immobile. Chu Sheng fixed his gaze upon Li Sisi. Suddenly, she felt a mental shock akin to colliding with a star, instantly crushed. She let out a sharp, anguished scream, blood oozing from her orifices. As she clutched her head and writhed in torment upon the ground, her mental realm in utter chaos. All this transpired with merely a few simple gestures. The four esteemed families, having invested immense effort and harboring high hopes for their heirs endowed with extraordinary abilities, were akin to four flies casually swatted away, instantaneously stripped of all combat prowess, gravely injured, and on the brink of death. Thud, 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 thud. Zhao Shanhe, Qian Wanjun, Sun Shui, and Li Hongtu. These four patriarchs who had once brimmed with confidence and certainty, now resembled marionettes devoid of strings, their faces as pale as gilded parchment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Unable to maintain their stance, their knees buckled, and they collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard marble floor. The sound of their knees striking the ground resonated through the eerily silent banquet hall, sharp enough to send shivers down one's spine. The expressions of pride, greed, and calculation that adorned their faces were utterly eclipsed by overwhelming fear and despair. The trump cards they once held with such pride, before Chu Sheng, were rendered mere jests. They finally comprehended that the entity they had provoked was not a negotiable upstart to be subdued, but a true, unassailable deity. The guests surrounding them felt the weight of oppression dissipate, yet they remained as if ensnared by an invisible force, frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. They stared wide-eyed at the four extraordinary individuals sprawled like lifeless dogs on the ground, and at the four patriarchs kneeling, trembling like leaves caught in a tempest. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon the young man who remained casually seated, as if merely brushing off dust. Fear, a fear that penetrated to the very marrow. Like a chilling tide, it instantaneously engulfed everyone present. Chu Sheng slowly rose, an invisible force compelling the heads of the four kneeling patriarchs to lift, obliging them to gaze up at him. His eyes, as frigid as millennial-old ice, swept over Zhao Shanha's face, contorted with terror. Then, Chu Sheng extended his finger, nonchalantly gesturing towards a short distance away, where the Zhao family's young lady, Zhao Yue, who had just moments ago exuded arrogance, now lay pale and limp in her mother's embrace, utterly frightened. His voice, though not raised, resonated like thunder, shattering the stillness of the hall, imbued with an undeniable, imperial commanding tone. You. Chu Sheng fixed his gaze on Zhao Shanha, a cruel and icy smirk gracing his lips. Tonight, cleanse your daughter and deliver her to my bed. Boom. This proclamation sent a wave of terror through the assembly, more intense than the earlier obliteration of the four extraordinary beings. It was a blatant humiliation, the utmost degradation. It signified the utter worthlessness of the dignity and status that the four families had amassed over generations in Binhai City before him. He sought not only their submission but also aimed to seize their most cherished jewel in the most direct and humiliating manner, as a trophy and a warning. Zhao Shanha trembled violently, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes instantly awash with a tempest of humiliation, rage, and despair. He yearned to roar, to refuse, to fight with all his might. However, when he met the emotionless gaze of Chu Sheng, eyes seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate the universe, all his courage and anger were instantly crushed by an overwhelming tide of fear. He opened his mouth, a rasping sound escaping his throat akin to a deflating bellows. And ultimately, that proud head fell heavily, like a broken stalk of wheat, against the cold floor, producing a dull thud. It is Chu God. Zhao Shanha's voice was hoarse and trembling, imbued with endless humiliation and terror. To serve Chu God is her fortune. The other three clan leaders, witnessing Zhao Shanha's fate, saw their last glimmer of hope extinguished. Like puppets devoid of souls, they pressed their foreheads firmly against the ground, their bodies trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. I willingly serve Chu God. I shall obey without question. I harbor no other intentions. The entire Yunding Palace was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by heavy breaths and muffled sobs. Chu Sheng did not spare them a second glance, as if he had merely dealt with a few bothersome ants. He turned and casually instructed Shinemo, "This place now belongs to the New Humanity Alliance." Then, with measured steps, and under the watchful eyes filled with fear, reverence, and even fervor, accompanied by Qing Yi and Mei Ying, he departed with the poise of a sovereign surveying his domain, leaving behind the four clans in abject submission. The severely wounded heirs of supernatural abilities, the silent coastal elite, and a city whose power dynamics had been irrevocably altered. After this night, the majesty of the deity of the mortal realm, Chu Sheng, would be indelibly imprinted upon the very souls of every inhabitant of Binhai. That command, delivered to my bed, would become an everlasting mark of shame for the four clans, heralding the complete demise of an old era. Chapter 35. Disrobed at Guanlan Villa. In the master suite of the towering structure, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed the resplendent night view of Binhai City, shimmering like a galaxy of stars. Inside, the climate control system maintained a perfectly comfortable temperature, while the air was suffused with the finest incense and a subtle, elusive fragrance belonging to femininity. Chu Sheng reclined languidly on an oversized custom sofa, draped casually in a silk robe that revealed a chest defined by powerful, explosive strength. Qing Yi and Mei Ying nestled beside him like the gentlest of cats, one on either side. Qing Yi, with her delicate fingers, was gently massaging his temples, her touch both soothing and refreshing, alleviating his fatigue. Meanwhile, Mei Ying knelt on the carpet before the sofa, cradling a platter of chilled, meticulously sliced fruits, carefully spearing a glistening piece of melon with a silver fork and presenting it to Chu Sheng's lips. Her eyes radiated unabashed adoration and longing, her red lips slightly parted, leaving a trace of moisture. Chu Sheng reveled in the exquisite service, yet his gaze, tinged with a hint of amusement, rested upon the center of the room. There stood Zhao Yue, adorned in the opulent white lace haute couture gown she had worn to the gala. However, in this moment, the garment, which epitomized status and nobility, resembled the most ironic of prison attire. Her meticulously arranged hair had become disheveled, with a few strands cascading down her pale cheeks. The beautiful visage, inheriting the esteemed genes of the Zhao family and capable of drawing countless affluent suitors, now appeared devoid of color, her lips whitened from her own biting, her body trembling uncontrollably. A tumult of humiliation, fear, anger, and despair swirled within her eyes. Just a week prior, she had reluctantly become engaged to the scion of a prominent family, and now her father had unhesitatingly consented to relinquish her. Zhao Yue gritted her teeth, questioning how she had been reduced to an object. Take her to bathe, Chu Sheng commanded into the air. A pair of silent, expressionless maids, clad in matching uniforms, emerged from behind the door, lifting the limp Zhao Yue and escorting her toward the luxurious, mist-filled bathroom adjoining the master suite. Chu Sheng rose, the sash of his robe loosely tied. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the cityscape below. Qing Yi and Mei Ying followed closely, akin to the most loyal shadows. Master, Shun Mo's voice resonated through the concealed intercom in the room, respectful and clear. The heads of the 4 great families, along with their core members, have been awaiting your arrival outside the Tingtao Pavilion for 3 hours. Zhao Shanhe had been carried in. It was said he had coughed up blood and fainted upon returning, yet insisted on coming. Oh, a chilling smile graced the corner of Chu Sheng's mouth, revealing his awareness of the situation. However, I do not wish to meet them at this moment. You shall arrange their subsequent tasks. Understood, Shen Mo replied, then added, moreover, the 4 families have commenced the internal purging and transfer of power, as per your request. The Zhao family's Zhao Shanhe has signed the documents, unconditionally transferring all core assets under his name, including the controlling stake of Zhao Group 51, to the New Humanity Alliance. The families of Qian, Sun, and Li have each presented astonishing tokens of loyalty, comprising prime real estate, mineral rights, and all confidential materials regarding their internal research on superpowers. Research on superpowers? A flicker of understanding crossed Chu Sheng's eyes. Indeed, Shun Mo's voice bore a note of gravity. The data indicates that they have been attempting to mass-produce controllable superhumans through certain special channels. Zhao Tianlin and his trio are the only successful products, yet at a tremendous cost and with great instability. Fascinating. Chu Sheng scoffed lightly. Additionally, Shun Mo continued his report. Regarding that video on YouTube, we have confirmed its origin. It is indeed their handiwork. They are attempting to globally propagate the narrative that China is responsible for creating monsters. Simultaneously, we have detected several unidentified individuals, equipped with specialized gear, infiltrating the coastal region through various channels. Their likely targets are either you or the New Humanity Alliance. The tone of Chu Sheng remained utterly undisturbed as he observed them, curious to see what tricks they might conjure. Understood. Shen Mo paused for a moment, adding that Ms. Zhao Yue's mother, alongside some distant branches of the Zhao family, as well as Zhao Yue's fiancé, appeared somewhat discontented and were conspiring in the shadows, likely intending to orchestrate some minor disturbances. Chu Sheng's gaze remained fixed upon the dazzling lights outside, as if savoring his dominion. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly spoke, his voice resonating like a chilling echo from the abyss. Inform Zhao Shanhe that I am quite satisfied with his daughter. However, should any member of the Zhao family dare to stir, I would not hesitate to obliterate them from the coastal realm entirely, including his son, who lies in the hospital, barely clinging to life. On the other end of the communicator, Shun Mo distinctly sensed the icy malice woven into those words. Yes, master. I shall convey this immediately. Communication terminated. Chu Sheng turned and strode toward the opulent bathroom, shrouded in mist. The vast massage pool resembled a small swimming pool, adorned with floating rose petals. Chu Sheng reveled in the ministrations of 2 maidservants. In the cold recess of the pool, Zhao Yue was being cleansed by 2 attendants, clad in a swimsuit. Immersed in the warm water, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had departed. The hot water could not dispel the chill and despair that enveloped her heart. The transfer agreement signed by her father, the family's oath of allegiance, and Chu Sheng's ominous warning about ants, each word pierced her already numbed heart like a poisoned needle. She finally comprehended that she, once a lofty heiress who looked down upon the mundane, along with the entire Zhao family, were but mere dust beneath the feet of this earthly deity, subject to his whims and caprices. Resistance? That would only herald complete annihilation. Chu Sheng leaned against the edge of the pool, allowing the maidservants to attend to him, his eyes drifting to the exquisite figure in the corner, resembling a soulless doll. The ecstasy of conquest, the taste of power, and the exquisite pleasures within reach wove a net that ensnared one's very being. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensations of the water and skin. The 4 great families had already knelt, Yet the undercurrents had not subsided. The schemes of the military, the dream weavers, and those foolhardy intruders, the world seemed perpetually inclined to challenge the deity's authority. Nevertheless, it mattered not. A cold smirk graced Chu Sheng's lips amidst the rising steam, a manifestation of his omnipotent control. He possessed both time and strength aplenty. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. It would surely inject some amusement into his otherwise tedious divine existence. Chapter 36. The peace offering at the Qianlong Villa, in the reception hall. The echoes of last night's turmoil at the Cloud Summit Palace still lingered in the air, casting an intangible pressure over Binhai City. Yet, within the villa's confines, an atmosphere of opulent tranquility prevailed. Chu Sheng lounged languidly on an expansive chaise longue carved from a single piece of warm jade, exuding both relaxation and vitality after concluding his morning exercise. Qing Yi and Mei Ying nestled at his feet on a soft cushion, gently massaging his calves. Zhao Yue, clad in an elegant silk gown, stood nearby with her head bowed, holding a tray adorned with chilled premium red wine and fruits. Her gaze was vacant, resembling that of an exquisite doll, stripped of all sharpness by the profound fear and despair of the previous night, leaving only a numbed obedience. Shen Mo entered silently, bowing slightly as he announced, "Master, there are guests. They claim to be an envoy from the President of the United States, codenamed Dove, requesting an audience." An American envoy? A hint of amusement played at the corners of Chu Sheng's mouth as he gestured swiftly, "Let him in." Soon, a well-tailored Caucasian man with meticulously coiffed golden hair entered, flanked by two stern-looking individuals who were unmistakably elite agents. He wore an impeccable, professional smile, yet beneath his gaze lay an imperceptible sharpness mingled with a trace of reverence. "Esteemed Mr. Chu Sheng," Dove inclined his body slightly, adopting a humble posture, and spoke fluently in Chinese, "It is an honor to meet you. I represent the President of the United States and the American people, extending our most sincere greetings to you." His eyes quickly scanned the three strikingly beautiful women surrounding Chu Sheng, instilling in him a deeper understanding of Chu Sheng's preferences. "Let's dispense with the pleasantries." Chu Sheng waved his hand dismissively, signaling Zhao Yue to pour the wine. "What brings you Americans to me?" Dove maintained his smile, retrieving a document and a small, metallic glimmering disc from a briefcase. "Mr. Chu, you are direct. Our purpose here is to seek peaceful coexistence with you and to express our respect for your formidable power." He placed the document and disc reverently upon the jade table before Chu Sheng. "This document serves as proof of an anonymous account with a Swiss bank, containing $500 million. The disc holds access keys to an array of meticulously selected global assets, including immeasurable mineral resources, technology companies, and certain cutting-edge military technologies. These constitute our modest peace offering. $500 million, coupled with those invaluable assets and technologies. The weight of this sincerity was enough to drive even a small nation to madness." Qing Yi and Mei Ying were visibly stirred, and Zhao Yue's hand trembled slightly as she poured the wine. Shen Mo's eyes narrowed, a cold smile forming within. The Americans were indeed putting forth substantial effort this time. The White Dove observed Chu Sheng's reaction and, seeing him still exuding a languid and nonchalant demeanor, felt somewhat reassured. He continued, "Our esteemed president holds your decisive handling of matters in the Middle East, particularly regarding the Israeli situation, in high regard. The United States has no intention of antagonizing you and wishes to avoid similar incidents on our soil. We promise that as long as you refrain from interfering in America's domestic affairs and global strategies, and do not wield your power against the United States and its key allies, this peace fund is merely the beginning. In the future, we can engage in mutually beneficial cooperation across various domains, including providing you with any resources or information you may require." And he paused, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Some special services." He gently clapped his hands, and the side door of the meeting room swung open. Two stunning blondes in elegant attire entered, their voluptuous figures captivating. One resembled a Nordic goddess, exuding an icy elegance, while the other was akin to the vibrant sunshine of a seaside, her smile radiant. Both possessed angelic visages and devilish physiques, their gazes imbued with just the right amount of admiration and respect, clearly the product of rigorous training. "Emily and Sophia," the White Dove introduced, "they have been specifically selected by our president as a gift for you. Proficient in multiple languages and various arts, they hope to offer you the utmost relaxation and enjoyment amidst your busy schedule." Emily and Sophia approached Chu Sheng, performing a graceful curtsy. Their bold and fervent eyes locked onto him. They spoke in an alluringly accented yet sultry English. "It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Chu." Chu Sheng's gaze swept over Emily and Sophia, then glanced at the gentle Qing Yi, the enchanting Mei Ying, and the indifferent Zhao Yue beside him. A satisfied smile, imbued with keen interest, finally appeared on his face. "Very well," he remarked, a hint of pleasure in his voice. "I perceive your sincerity." He extended his hand, and Qing Yi promptly understood, presenting him with a glass of fine red wine. Chu Sheng swirled the glass, the crimson liquid rippling within the exquisite vessel. "Tell your president," he said, locking eyes with the white dove, "as long as the Americans do not provoke me, I have no interest in your underhanded dealings." A weight lifted from the white dove's heart, his smile widening. "Thank you immensely for your understanding and generosity. Your willingness is our guiding light." He recognized that the core objective of this mission, to stabilize this earthly deity, had at least temporarily been achieved. As for the cost, in the face of absolute power, money and technology are merely renewable resources. Leave the things, and leave the person, Chu Sheng mused, taking a sip of his wine, his gaze now directed towards the two exotic beauties. "You may go." "Very well. Wishing you a delightful life." The white dove bowed once more, a sense of relief washing over him as he swiftly exited. In the ensuing moments, Chu Sheng entrusted the documents and discs to Shen Mo, instructing him to accompany two newly arrived foreign maids for health examinations, ensuring their well-being. After a period, Chu Sheng found himself ensconced in the opulent suite at the pinnacle of the Guanlan mountain villa, indulging in the lavish comforts that surrounded him. Like an emperor, he reveled in the exquisite attentions of enchanting beauties from both the east and west, each offering their distinct charms. The fervor of power and the desire for conquest were thoroughly satiated and liberated in this extraordinary sensory feast. Meanwhile, in a clandestine conference room deep beneath the Ministry of Defense in Tokyo, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive, akin to the eerie calm before a tempest. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and an almost frenzied agitation. On the screen, highly processed visuals and analytical reports of exceptionally secretive intelligence were being showcased. The imagery was murky, yet one could faintly discern various locations: a missile base in Siberia, a clandestine warehouse of the French Foreign Legion, the periphery of a British nuclear submarine base, and a remote mountainous region in Pakistan. Chapter 37. The Ultimate Weapon Confirmed. A general, clad in military attire with hawk-like eyes, rasped, his voice laden with an uncontrollable mix of excitement and dread. "Based on fragmentary information obtained from our infiltration at the highest levels and through special channels within the Five Eyes Alliance, we have cross-verified all major nuclear-armed nations globally, including China, the United States, Russia, the United Kingdom, France, as well as India, Pakistan, and Israel, have had their strategic and tactical nuclear arsenals, some even on high alert, completely obliterated by an unknown force over a fortnight ago. Not a single one has escaped." "What?" An elderly man with grizzled hair and a sinister gaze slammed his palm on the table. "How can this be? Who could have done this? Who else but him?" A sharply dressed, resolute-looking middle-aged man, the senior officer, spoke in a deep tone. "Chu Sheng, only that being, referred to as the god of the mortal realm, possesses such incomprehensible and miraculous power, silently erasing humanity's most formidable weapons." The conference room fell into a profound silence. Nuclear weapons, the ultimate symbol of human deterrence and the cornerstone of the fragile equilibrium of the world, had been silently abolished by a single individual, or perhaps a deity. After a brief stillness, a morbid and distorted fervor spread through the room like a contagion. "Nuclear weapons are gone," a young officer, eyes ablaze with zeal, murmured, before suddenly lifting his gaze, a terrifying light igniting within. "Does that mean the American nuclear umbrella is rendered useless? They can no longer wield nuclear threats to subjugate our Yamato nation. God bless Japan," another politician exclaimed, rising in excitement. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is our moment to break free from American control, to erase the disgrace of our defeat, and to restore the glory of our empire." Indeed, the elderly man's eyes shimmered with a fanatical light. "The Americans have long ridden roughshod over us. Now, their teeth have been extracted. It is time for them to pay the price. The events of Hiroshima and Nagasaki must be settled." He pointed to the eastern coastal region of China on the map, a bountiful land that has been intricately connected to our Yamato people since time immemorial. Now is the moment for us to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. The fervor of war blazes like a wildfire. Having lost the ultimate deterrent of nuclear weapons, and believing they have seized upon America's moment of weakness, the long-suppressed militaristic ideology and juvenile ambitions of the nation erupt at this instant. They envision the phantasm of a revived Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. However, Chu Sheng, the intelligence chief, forcibly suppressed his own fervor and cautioned, That monster. What if it intervenes? Chu Sheng? The elderly man in traditional attire let out a disdainful scoff, his face adorned with a peculiar, confident expression. Gentlemen, the era has transformed. Superhumans are not solely the domain of China. Our great Japanese empire has its own gods. He pressed a button. The wall at the back of the conference room silently slid open, revealing a colossal screen. Displayed upon it was a heavily fortified laboratory, imbued with a sense of futuristic technology. At the center of the laboratory, a vast cultivation tank made of special alloys contained a girl, her head adorned with a strange horned helmet, a device for mental manipulation. Codenamed Yamata. The elderly man's voice resonated with fervent reverence. 3 days ago, we captured her in Kanagawa Prefecture, a person with similar awakening abilities. No, she is a goddess. Now, she is the ultimate weapon of our great Japanese empire. Tests have shown that her power is capable of upheaval. Her existence is meant to combat and even slay gods. Gazing at the terrifying figure on the screen and feeling the aura of destruction emanating from it, all doubts and fears in the conference room were supplanted by a morbid sense of confidence. Long live the Yada deity. Long live the great Japanese empire. Vengeance. Expansion. Glory. The frenzied shouts echoed within the top-secret conference room. The following morning, at the Quanlan Villa, having just concluded a morning exercise, Chu Sheng tore open his collar, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. The peace tribute from America last night, along with the fragments of intelligence just reported by Shun Mo regarding Japan's stirring activities and potential possession of some high-threat entities, all of it flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Money, power, and respect. All the roots of these stem from his invincible strength. Without sufficient power, the American envoy would not even spare him a glance. Without sufficient power, the 4 great families would tear him apart. Without sufficient power, how could these stunning beauties prostrate themselves at his feet? Love your magic, Paowa, Chu Sheng murmured softly, a fleeting glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Chu Sheng made a phone call to Shun Mo, indicating that he would be away for a few days. Shun Mo inquired, Master, is there anything you require me to prepare? No need, replied Chu Sheng, his gaze penetrating the ceiling, casting itself into the boundless cosmos. Simply attend to your duties. Let those buffoons prance about as they wish. His tone was indifferent, yet imbued with an air of omnipotence. To him, both the tranquility of America and the ambitions of Japan were merely tedious spectacles awaiting his return. Yes, Shin Mo replied solemnly. Chu Sheng cast a final glance at the women in the room, devoid of nostalgia or farewells. A flicker of thought stirred within him. Buzz, an invisible force enveloped him. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a faint trace of heat in the air, a remnant of his rapid departure. Outside the geostationary orbit, in the frigid expanse of the universe, Chu Sheng's form materialized, suspended in the void. Beneath him lay the azure planet, a resplendent jewel amidst the cosmos. In the distance sprawled the vast, boundless sea of stars. Directly before him blazed the sun, a celestial body that had burned for billions of years, radiating infinite light and warmth. The golden rays of the star, akin to the purest torrent of energy, surged across the 1.5 billion kilometers, crashing upon Chu Sheng with overwhelming intensity. He spread his arms wide, embracing the golden deluge as if it were a long-lost mother. He soared forth. Buzz, the solar radiation, 100-fold more intense than that on Earth, instantly permeated every cell of his being. Time raced onward, and every molecule within him rejoiced, fervently absorbing, transforming, and storing the formidable energy bestowed by the star. His skin exhibited a wondrous sheen, and his eyes glimmered like miniature stars, emitting a tangible golden flame. A presence, more vast, profound, and terrifying than before, emanated from him, silently expanding into the cosmic void. The turmoil, conspiracies, and ambitions on Earth appeared diminutive and insignificant in this moment. Chu Sheng closed his eyes, wholly immersed in the ocean of power. Chapter 38. The ambition of wolves in the underground conference room of Japan's Ministry of Defense. The frenzied decisions were akin to sparks igniting a powder keg. The long-suppressed ambitions of nationalistic fervor and the blind worship of the eight-headed power, within the vacuum of nuclear deterrence, ignited the fuse for a great war. The war erupted. On the first day, the Japanese forces launched a thunderous assault, leveraging their homeland advantage and the terrifying emergence of the eight-headed maiden's power. The stationed American military bases in Japan were caught off guard and, after a brief yet fierce resistance, were ultimately disarmed amidst the destruction of critical facilities. Subsequently, the captured American soldiers were coerced into parading bare-chested and shackled, a profoundly humiliating spectacle that rapidly disseminated across the globe via the internet, significantly undermining the morale of the U.S. military while igniting fervor within Japan. Soon after, the main force of the Imperial Japanese Combined Fleet, under the escort of the Yada no Kagami, a girl forcibly donned with a chilling mind control helmet, her gaze vacant and numbed, yet harboring an ominous potential for destruction, charged forth like a beast unleashed. Their target, Pearl Harbor in Hawaii and crucial military bases along the American West Coast. The Japanese fleet advanced with astonishing speed, hurtling towards Hawaii. The U.S. Pacific Fleet was not unprepared. Upon receiving alerts of attacks on the bases in Japan, they promptly transitioned to a state of maximum readiness. The air raid sirens at Pearl Harbor resonated through the skies as every available fighter jet scrambled into action. Vessels within the harbor were dispersed, and coastal anti-ship missile positions were activated. When the Japanese fleet entered the range of American long-range strikes, 18 Super Hornets and 35 Lightning fighter jets launched from Hawaii and nearby aircraft carriers, under the command of 2 Hawkeye early warning aircraft, initiated the first assault. They unleashed a swarm of 158 long-range anti-ship missiles and 84 Harpoon missiles in an attempt to weaken the Japanese fleet from a distance. Simultaneously, 18 Growler electronic warfare jets engaged fully to disrupt the Japanese naval radar and missile guidance systems. The Japanese fleet relied on its formidable Aegis system and standard series anti-air missiles for interception, while the presence of the Yada no Kagami appeared to exert an unknown suppressive effect on electronic interference, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of American electronic warfare. A considerable number of American missiles were intercepted mid-air, yet some managed to breach defenses, striking several Japanese destroyers and frigates, leading to damage and fires. However, core vessels such as the Izumo and Kaga suffered minimal harm under robust protection. Realizing that long-range strikes had failed to halt the Japanese forces, the main body of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, including the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier USS Carl Vinson, Ticonderoga-class cruisers, and Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, formed a formidable battle group, poised just offshore of Pearl Harbor, attempting to engage in a traditional surface battle. American commanders placed their hopes on the sustained strike capabilities of their carrier-based aircraft and the powerful Aegis air defense systems of their surface vessels. Intense exchanges of fire erupted between the fleets at visual range. Standard SM-6 and Sea Sparrow missiles launched from American ships soared skyward, intercepting the Japanese Type 12 and Type 3 anti-ship missiles. The carrier strike groups of the U.S. continued their relentless assault on the Japanese fleet, deploying precision-guided bombs and launching anti-ship missiles. The air and sea were filled with relentless explosions, as both sides sustained damage to their vessels. The battle reached a stalemate. Yet the U.S. Navy, leveraging its comprehensive strength and numerical superiority, began to gain the upper hand, exerting increasing pressure on the Japanese fleet. The losses for the Japanese forces mounted, and their formation began to falter. At the pivotal moment when American military commanders believed they were on the verge of achieving a tactical victory, a slender silhouette, known as the Eight-Headed Maiden, which they regarded as a symbol or an electronic warfare platform, hovered near the Izumo. Under the command of a mind control helmet, she detached from the Japanese fleet and floated alone in the central waters where the two forces confronted one another. Although the American commanders felt a twinge of unease, they did not fully comprehend the level of threat she posed, ordering naval artillery and short-range air defense missiles to engage this high-value target. However, the maiden merely raised her hand and gently pressed down toward the tumultuous sea. With a thunderous roar, an incomprehensible energy erupted instantaneously, centered on her palm. The sea within a radius of several kilometers seemed to be forcibly pressed down by an invisible, titanic hand emerging from the abyss. The water was not merely displaced. It was brutally compressed into a terrifying bowl with a diameter exceeding a kilometer and a depth of hundreds of meters. This spectacle defied all laws of physics. Immediately thereafter, this water, compressed to its utmost, containing destructive potential, surged upward with overwhelming force. An enormous wave was unleashed. This was no natural formation of waves. It was a colossal wall of water, enveloped by pure energy, highly compressed to an unfathomable density and kinetic energy, towering at over 100 meters. Its edges glimmered with a dark metallic sheen, hurtling toward the awaiting core of the American fleet at a terrifying speed that surpassed the sound barrier. In the face of this inhuman force that commanded the ocean, the steel giants appeared as fragile as a child's stack of blocks. The massive USS Carl Vinson aircraft carrier was struck midsection by the gigantic wave, its tons of steel emitting a spine-chilling groan as it twisted and fractured. The immense hull lifted and then smashed down, rapidly consumed by the rolling waves and whirlpools. The sturdy Ticonderoga-class cruiser was severely deformed by the impact, resembling a crushed soda can, and sank in an instant. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyers were akin to paper boats, easily overturned and shredded by the ferocious waves. Fighter jets engaged in aerial combat nearby were instantly torn apart by violent gusts and splashes of water, resembling cannonballs. With just one strike, the core forces of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, along with countless brave soldiers, were annihilated under the incomprehensible power of the ocean. The few vessels that were fortunate enough to be on the periphery of the strike zone were also severely battered by shockwaves and subsequent chaotic sea conditions, rendering them combat ineffective. The news of the catastrophic defeat at Pearl Harbor and the obliteration of the Pacific Fleet's main forces reached the American mainland like the detonation of a psychological nuclear bomb. The nation plunged into profound shock, sorrow, and panic. Prior to the war, the president's attempt to expel a large number of illegal immigrants to purify the internal environment ignited unprecedented nationwide protests and riots. On the urban streets, anger, fear, and despair intertwined. Conflicts between supporters and opponents escalated into widespread riots, with looting and arson rampant. The police and National Guard forces have been severely dispersed and are overwhelmed, with societal order in several major cities virtually non-existent. The president's authority has been utterly diminished amidst the furious outcries in the streets and the overt defiance of state governments. In a desperate attempt to rally the nation, the president delivers an urgent televised address, his voice hoarse, announcing a state of war and calling for unity among the states, while also signing a compulsory conscription order and wartime control legislation. Yet, rather than a unified front, his appeal is met with intensified division and civil unrest. Several states, governed by opposition parties, have publicly declared their refusal to enforce the president's conscription order and certain wartime measures, vehemently condemning the federal government's reckless decisions that have led to disaster, the abuse of emergency powers, and even threatening to deploy state National Guard units to maintain order and prevent federal tyranny from encroaching. Armored vehicles of the National Guard appear on state border highways, creating a de facto standoff. The outbreak of war and internal collapse results in an instantaneous crash of global financial markets. The dollar plummets, and a nationwide frenzy of panic buying ensues, with incidents of $0 purchases erupting in multiple locations. On the very first day of war, America, once a superpower, finds itself in a precarious position, teetering on the brink of dissolution. States are preoccupied with their own crises, while the federal government, unable to issue commands beyond Washington, is powerless to orchestrate an effective counteroffensive across the Pacific. Japan's offensive in the Pacific is almost unimpeded. The world is shaken, and the internet buzzes with chaos. The catastrophic scenes off the coast of Pearl Harbor are captured from various angles by high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, nearby vessels that narrowly escaped, and audacious drones. These images rapidly go viral online, inciting global shock and panic. Netizens express their astonishment. What is that monstrous creation from Japan? Can it warp space? Is this the manifestation of psychic mastery? How insane! Is our fleet completely decimated? Oh God, is this the power of superhumans? Does humanity even have a future? In the United Kingdom, users marvel, proclaiming the might of the Japanese Empire's ultimate weapon, while in Japan, the delivery industry spirals into frenzy, racing across the Pacific. Meanwhile, South Korea condemns Japan for its reckless discharge of nuclear waste, now seemingly capable of dominating the seas. New videos titled The Ultimate Form of Show a Man, From Assault to Mind Control, are uploaded, rapidly gaining traction. The world watches in amusement, including Americans. The following day, the remnants of U.S. military forces endeavor to regroup in the deeper reaches of the Pacific for a final stand. However, when the silhouette of the eight-headed maiden was once again cast upon the battlefield, despair engulfed all. She raised her hand, her fingers slowly coalescing. Amidst the humming sound, that expanse of ocean was grasped by an invisible hand, contorted as massive vessels were twisted, torn apart, and crushed like fragile plastic toys. The Pearl Harbor base was annihilated in the ensuing assault. The Japanese landing forces, facing almost no resistance, successfully occupied the Hawaiian Islands. The rising sun flag ascended over Oahu, and the world was once more thrown into uproar. Japanese media inundated the public with reports of the Imperial Army's enduring fortunes, marking the first step towards the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. On the streets of Tokyo, the populace reveled through the night, exultantly shouting praises, while the youth flaunted their audacious spirit. On the third day, the Japanese fleet commenced bombardment of the American West Coast. Cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco descended into greater chaos and panic, with air raid sirens wailing, as people rushed to escape the coastline. On the fourth day, with the American military's resistance on the West Coast feeble and internal discord rampant, Japan seized control of several key coastal cities and ports, including the San Diego Naval Base, and stationed troops in the U.S., their ambitions growing ever bolder. On the fifth day, having solidified their supremacy in the Pacific and dealt a heavy blow to America, the main force of the Japanese fleet altered course, propelling full speed towards the East China Sea, targeting the economic hubs and military strongholds along the eastern coast of China. Over the years, through commercial espionage, technological theft, frequent aerial and naval reconnaissance, and even underwater sonar mapping, Japan had meticulously gathered intelligence on China's coastal defense systems, hydrographic geography, and coordinates of vital targets, paving the way for a lethal strike at any moment. Chapter 39. The Battle of the East China Sea. On the sixth day, at dawn, in the East China Sea, dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, where water met sky, an atmosphere of impending slaughter lingered, and the cold sea breeze howled incessantly. The colossal Japanese combined fleet, riding on the remnants of their triumph over America in the Pacific, surged forth like a pack of iron-hued hounds, advancing in battle formation towards China's territorial waters. Within the menacing command tower of the flagship Izumo, Fleet Commander Yamamoto Kenichiro, his eyes bloodshot, fixated intently on the radar screen displaying the dense, orderly, and steadfastly solid points of the East China Sea fleet of China. Humph! The Chinese have indeed taken precautions and arranged their defenses in advance. A sinister grin spread across Yamamoto's lips, his voice hoarse with excitement. The crushing victories on the Pacific battlefield had bolstered their confidence. Comrades, the eight-headed deity has bestowed upon us the authority to command the raging tides. Today, within their proud maritime domain, let these Chinese know the taste of being engulfed by the furious sea. Execute the first step of the Amaterasu Spear Plan with maximum directed electromagnetic interference. All ships, launch missiles. For the might of the eight-headed Lord, clear the path. A jarring and piercing electromagnetic noise instantly pervaded all communication channels, as a formidable directional interference beam struck like an invisible hammer against the radar and communication systems of the Huaxia fleet. Simultaneously, over 100 Type 12 modified coastal defense missiles and 3 supersonic anti-ship missiles launched from the vertical launch units and launchers of the main vessels, including Izumo, Kaga, Maya, and Atego. Trailing a ghostly white tail of death, they tore through the darkness before dawn, forming the first wave of lethal projectiles that mercilessly surged toward the heart of the Huaxia fleet. On the Huaxia side, within the command center of the Haiban aircraft carrier battle group, the shrill sound of alarms resonated as the electronic warfare officer, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet with piercing eyes, reported, "We are encountering strong electromagnetic suppression. Initiate the Skynet countermeasure plan. All ships, activate closed defense systems at full power. Hongqi 10 and Haihongqi 16, prepare to intercept." The powerful integrated electronic countermeasure system activated instantaneously, as the Huaxia fleet's defenses expanded robustly amidst the interference. On the bridge of the 052 Zhonghua shield destroyer and the 054 New Youth frigate, the barrels of close defense guns whirled rapidly, unleashing a dense barrage into the sky. The Hongqi 10 short-range air defense missiles ascended continuously from their vertical launch units like agile swallows. In the night sky, orange-red fireballs erupted, resembling blossoming flowers of death, as the majority of the incoming Type 12 modified missiles and some of the 3 were obliterated mid-air, less than half a minute after the Japanese missiles were launched. In the depths of Huaxia's coastal territory, within a rocket force command bunker nestled in the mountains, a colonel's eyes gleamed with cold light. The little devils have made their move? Good. Dispatch the Dongfeng Express, immediately. Target their supply ships and transport vessels, shatter their skulls. Launch. A series of blindingly bright white tails tore through the heavens as the Dongfeng 21 hypersonic ballistic missiles, imbued with unparalleled kinetic energy and a ghostly gliding trajectory, hurtled toward the rear of the Japanese fleet at a terrifying speed exceeding Mach 10. Alarm bells blared from the Aegis system aboard the Congo and Atego-class destroyers at the rear of the Japanese fleet. Hypersonic target. Terminal velocity over Mach 10. Standard 3 interceptors. Launch. Standard 6, fire. The Japanese missile defense system exerted every effort, with Standard 3 attempting mid-course interception while Standard 6 handled the terminal phase. However, the gliding trajectory of the Dongfeng 21 was capricious, exhibiting remarkable terminal maneuverability. Only a few standard 6 missiles barely grazed the edges of the warhead at extreme distances, triggering minor explosions, while the majority of the Dongfeng warheads descended with the precision of the Grim Reaper's spear. Boom! A deafening roar erupted between the sea and sky. A large comprehensive supply ship of the Tohoku class, laden with munitions and aviation fuel, was directly struck in its midsection by a Dongfeng 21. It instantly transformed into a fireball several hundred meters in diameter, with the shockwave from the ensuing explosion shattering the bridge glass of a nearby Yamakasi-class destroyer several nautical miles away. Another Tegu-class landing transport ship was directly pierced at the stern, a gaping hole erupting with thick smoke and flames that soared into the sky. Power was completely lost, leaving it to languish on the surface of the sea like a lifeless fish. How could it be repaired? Our supply ship. Despair echoed through the Japanese military communication channels. Almost simultaneously with the launch of the Dongfeng missile, the Huaxia fleet on the water and the squadrons in the air executed a long-planned, devastating strike. The covers of surface vessels 052 and 055 sprang open in an instant, unleashing the YJ-18 subsonic hypersonic anti-ship missiles, approaching at subsonic speeds before terminal hypersonic penetration, and the cutting-edge YJ-21 shipborne hypersonic missiles, maintaining hypersonic speeds throughout their trajectory, soaring into the sky like a swarm of venomous hornets. The JH-7 fighter bombers, J-16s, and J-15s launched from the aircraft carrier Shijian lit up the skies with bursts of fire beneath their wings. The YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship missiles, with terminal sprint speeds of Mach 4, and additional YJ-18s formed an unprecedented, multi-directional, high, medium, and low altitudes, multi-wave saturation bombardment. The density of this onslaught far exceeded the theoretical interception capabilities of the Japanese Aegis system. The Japanese fleet was instantly engulfed in a hellfire inferno. Standard 2 and Standard 6 air defense missiles were launched from vertical launch systems with reckless abandon, while close-in weapon systems and the phalanx CIWS roared, spewing forth tongues of flame. Explosions illuminated the night sky, almost turning the sea surface into daylight. A Asahi-class destroyer, leading the charge, was struck almost simultaneously by 2 YJ-12 supersonic missiles. Boom! A colossal explosion tore through its midsection, water rushing in violently, causing the vessel to tilt rapidly. Within mere seconds, it broke in two, sinking to the depths with an unfulfilled wail. Another Galbo-class frigate was struck by an YJ-18 missile that, having breached the final defensive net, penetrated with surgical precision beneath its bridge. Boom! A violent explosion obliterated the entire bridge structure, instantly transforming the interior into a furnace, with thick smoke and flames surging from every opening, rendering it entirely combat ineffective. High above, the circling Y-9 electronic warfare aircraft and the fleet's formidable electronic warfare systems wove an invisible net. The Japanese radar screens were filled with static, garbled signals, and countless false targets, their fire control radars swaying like drunken men, struggling to lock onto genuine threats. The communications within the fleet were plagued by harsh static and fragmented, incoherent reports,